Thank you for joining us on the live stream. We have had a couple of technical difficulties, but we are working through it here for the fourth running of the Royalty Roofing 12 Hours of Canton at K1 Speed. And we are looking there at your race leader overall, Team 31 Motorsports, Dominic D'Angelo, piloting the red hooded cart around the carousel, and he'll be making his way down the start straightaway, completing 324 laps with that crossing of the finish line. But he has his hands full. He did work his way from the third place qualifying position into the race lead through this first 2 hours of racing. And since then, he has been cemented in the number one position, Team 31 Motorsports. The rest of the field has been doing some ups and downs, but Oh Yeah Racing has worked their way into the number two spot and has been on the same lap as 31 Motorsports since the green flag flew. It did open up to over 15 seconds, but it has since shrunk down to under 7 seconds, and now you can see both drivers on the screen at the same time. Only a second and a half separates Jenson Janda from Dominic D'Angelo, duking it out at the front of the field as they're making their way across the start-finish line. 326 laps completed for these two drivers. They have about 3 laps between them and Pajama Jammers back in the number 3 spot with Speed Freaks and Pink Money Racing and Kiwi Papaya and Shake and Bake. You can throw a blanket over the outside of the top 3. Outside of the top 2, you can throw a blanket over them, but the battle up front between 31 Motorsports and Oh Yeah Racing is continuing.
Yeah, that's really the battle we want to watch right now, between 1 and 2, between red and blue, because that gap is closing. And like you said, Oh Yeah, trying to get back the lead for the very first time.
Yeah, Oh Yeah. They had the race lead for, maybe 2 or 3 laps at the very opening part of this event, but since then they have been playing bridesmaid to the red hooded team. With just 2 members for 31 Motorsports, they don't have very many people to blame for not doing so well. So they're putting in a good effort. 31 Motorsports is.
Well, both of these teams extremely strong. I don't think anybody is putting forth a bad effort, but Jenson Janda definitely closed the gap now. He's within 1 car length of the lead. Dom's making sure he goes down the middle of the front straightaway. There is a commit line on this particular race, which means once you go down past that commit, you have to stay in the same direction of travel. You can't veer right or left. Dom's going to make sure that he commits early, stays on that line, and makes it all the way through turn 1.
Good racing action for Dominic D'Angelo, trying to set up that inside where he was able to get a good drive around turn number 1 into turn number 2. And now we see Dominic D'Angelo and Jenson Janda duking it out at the front, getting ready to put Pink Bunny Racing an additional lap down. Now that they're closing into some more lapped drivers, this could separate first from second. Again, this is where we did see the gap open up to over 15 seconds was when lap traffic came into play.
Absolutely. We've got Pink Bunnies with, I'm going to draw a blank as to his name, but that 31 Motorsports on the last lap doing a 24.8. Obviously, that is a boost lap. He did increase the gap there to Oh Yeah Racing, but now with this Lapter in front of him, we'll see what happens with Jenson. He's going to try to keep that gap within 1 car length.
That's Adam Albright out there for Pink Bunny Racing. He's the dad of 3 racers, Harrison, Asher, and Jude.
It's going to force him to the outside there. Yeah, sorry, Adam. I definitely know your name. Just a lot to keep track of. And he's going to get pushed over to the side of the carousel, and that'll allow this battle for the lead to continue.
It is opened up to nearly a second, but it looks like Team Pink Bunny Racing with Adam Albright doesn't want to let the kids go that easy as he's trying to hook onto the rear fender of Jenson Janda. But Jenson trying to put his head back down after working his way by Pink Bunny Racing and close back in on Dominic D'Angelo. Dominic with the red roll hoop cover, red helmet, and red hoodie representing the red squad well.
Well, and understandable that you would want to try to stay within that 3-lap gap that you had back with Pink Bunny Racing. Now they're going to go 4 laps down. So you do everything you can just in the offset chance that you could catch a yellow and maybe get part of your lap back.
Exactly. So Pink Money Racing not far off the mark there after getting overtaken by this lap or lead duo. Jenson Janda closing back in on Dominic D'Angelo. This is quite the battle up front. Really impressed to see Jenson Janda close back in on Dominic after being nearly 20 seconds down multiple times in this race.
I think their previous driver, Anthony Roski, did his job. He maintained that steady pace. He put him in the position so that Jenson could jump in the car, bring the fight back to 31 Motorsports, and that's what set us up for today.
You know, really, Oh Yeah Racing hasn't had a very bad run.
No.
They have slipped up a little bit going from first to second. That's it.
But that's it. Otherwise, both these teams running flawless races right now. An execution of pit stops, making sure they get their driver changed over, and making sure they're monitoring their battery telemetry.
They just have been, it was 31 Motorsports that got into the race lead first, and they were able to put a little bit of a distance between them and Oh Yeah Racing. And Oh Yeah Racing had to fight through the lap traffic, which held them up a little bit more. But now that they've got clear track ahead of them, this is on. It's on at the front, and Oh Yeah Racing has a little bit fresher of a kart than 31 Motorsports does at this point in time.
Mainly because they've been able to extend their laps by just a couple on each stint. And let's see if Jenson's going to make it around the outside, but no, that's not going to give him an advantage.
He's going to be set up for the kink right here. The kink into the following turn. He's going to have a great drive, possibly showing that inside line like he did on Kiwi Papaya. Not quite able to make that pass, but still right there applying the pressure.
Keeping the big picture in mind, you still have 9.5 hours to go in this race. So you don't want to make something too aggressive to the point where it's going to cost you in the long run, because you got a lot more time on track.
So Jenson Janda could be waiting for an opportunity where Dominic D'Angelo gets caught up behind a lapped driver where he could just duck down the inside and make an easy pass on D'Angelo from that incident from being held up from the lapped kart. But you never know. He looks like he wants to make that pass and make it right now.
Dom making sure he goes down the middle of the track in the front straightaway. He'll probably do the same thing back here, which is the defensive line. Costs you a little bit on the exit, but it does keep Jenson behind. And then you got to time that throttle position out of the carousel to make sure you get a good launch out of there. Otherwise, the other competitor will leave you in the dust.
You have to think that each of these drivers are matching each other with boost down that start straightaway.
Look who's coming back to the party. You got Adam Albright back there, who has really closed this gap now that these two guys are battling together.
Adam Albright, a couple of laps off the mark, but not off the pace.
Not at all. And we saw that during the 6 hours as well. He's a very fast driver. He's going to keep up with these guys.
He's got to be patting himself on the back right now, keep in touch with it. And there we see Jenson Janda up the inside of Dominic D'Angelo making the pass. He had that set up out of turn number 2, and we see Team Kiwi Papaya coming out of the pits. That was quite the pass from Jenson Janda. Had it down the start straightaway, out of turn number 1, into turn 2, and sealing the pass in turn 3.
Taking a big gap out of the front straightaway. Now you got 2 to 3 car lengths separating first and second.
And we got that replay for the pass for the lead.
Watching the background of this shot, I thought this was his teammate who was going to be jumping up and down in the pits. Yeah, that was Gavin back there, his teammate, as Jenson made the move.
Yep. Put himself in position out of 1, made the pass in 2, and sealed it in 3. Great drive for Jenson Janda. But now he is the first driver to come into the lapped traffic. And there we see Kiwi Papaya allowing Jenson Janda to make the pass around.
Yeah, Grant is right on fresh tires. He just came out of the pits. It's going to be really cold, so he's giving these guys a little bit of room, as he should. You really need to give these things 2 to 3 laps to get any temperature.
But Adam Albright right there all over Dominic D'Angelo. He's going to try to show Team 31 Motorsports a wheel.
Adam wants that lap back.
Yes, he does.
He doesn't care if these are the leaders. He wants it back.
He is 4 laps off of the mark right now, and not that far off of Speed Freaks or Pajama Jammers in the grand scheme of things. So a podium run is not out of it for the Pink Squad.
And I think in his mind, when he got passed by the leaders, he was still under a cold cart. So now it's like, all right, I got temperature in my tires. Let's go.
Excuse me, but he is ready to put some power down and put some heater laps in, is Adam Albright.
But now at this point, you know, Kiwa Papaya and Grant, he's got temperature in his tires now. He's going to basically run interference for Oh Yeah Racing.
Yeah, Grant has been a pretty solid driver today. Grant Oser with the white helmet there for Team Kiwi Papaya. He was the lead driver for the Orange Squad. He put in, I want to say, a little bit over 85, close to 90 laps for Team Kiwi Papaya. And he is out here once again, still hanging on to that position over Dominic D'Angelo. And at this point in time, Jenson Janda, he has tipped his hat and checked out from the field. Jenson Janda opening it up to 3 seconds over 31 Motorsports.
Based on our estimates up here, Dom with 31 Motorsports in the red has used all of his boost on that car. So in that whole sequence of defense, that he's burned it up.
What about Jenson?
That's a good question. What car is he in?
Jenson Janda is currently...
He's checked out too far. We can't find him.
Yeah, he is gone.
Here. There he comes down here. And
Jenson Janda, 31.
31.
Thank you very much, your race leader.
Yeah, so he's just slightly fresher on battery stint, and based on our estimates, no boost except for 1.
Wow. Wow. Jenson Janda is really showing some kart management as he is opening it up to 4 seconds now.
And I think this makes sense for the strategy on the Oh Yeah team. I don't think coming into this race, they really wanted to overuse boost. I think they saw it too much as a downside to battery management. And if that's the strategy that they're going to play, I think we'll continue to see that executed throughout the rest of the day.
And I think I seen that one time that they did use the boost down the start straightaway. So good driving for Team Oh Yeah Racing with Jenson Janda behind the yoke.
You got to remember, too, so if you're in the battle for the lead and you are the guy in the lead, Dom, and you've got Jenson behind you, if Jenson's not typically using boost, when he does use it, you really have a good chance of surprising him. Because you kind of get used to this driver kind of sticking with you on this certain line, and he does this and he does that, and then all of a sudden, bam, out of nowhere.
There and gone.
That's what we like about adding this to the race. It's always been a concern of mine. It's like, okay, can we make these batteries last and give these guys more power for these opportunities for boost? And so far, again, we're only, 3 hours in, we're showing that it's good, but I'm really happy to see that the strategy is playing out.
There, Jenson Janda is applying that strategy. There we see the long-haired freaky people in for another pit. What kart did Pajama Jammers have for their very first stint?
It was car 1.
Is it kart 1? Okay. Huh. Pajama Jammers 3 laps off the mark right now, but they have been faulted or have been plagued with a defunct cart. I was down there in the mechanic shop just before we came back on live, and I was wiggling the yoke. I was kicking the front tires, trying to feel if there was anything loose going on up front. I didn't feel anything loose, but I did notice that it could have been just a little bit out of alignment.
It's possible. So with all the checks we've done over the last 3 weeks, you always have to keep in mind that, one, there's error involved in adjusting the carts, but also, I mean, arrive and drive racing took place up until last night on these cars. So as much as we try to race prepare them, like, they still get used, and there are still things that break, during race day.
So we see Pajama Jammers taking a quick look back on his competition to see where Jenson Janda lies, and this would put Pajama Jammers an additional lap down to being 4 laps behind your race leader. Speed Freaks running back there in the number 4 spot with Pink Bunny Racing rounding out your top 5. Shake and Bake in the number 6 spot with ASR Racing in the number 7 spot.
And another 25-0 from Jenson in the lead there in the blue.
There we're watching Jenson Janda trying to put the Pajama Jammers and those long-haired freaky people an additional lap behind. The long-haired team coming out with a cold cart. And that's got to be Cy out there for the long-haired freaky people currently.
I saw Jenson go down the middle of there, and I was checking to see if maybe he was going to show a boost, and I don't think he pressed it. So, again, that strategy for, varying quite a bit from some of the other teams that are just exhausting boosts.
We're not seeing Jenson lift his finger at all to touch any particular buttons on the yoke. So it looks like he's just driving clean, consistent laps. And there he's going to follow the Pajama Jammers, or try to follow the Pajama Jammers by.
Yeah, Ryan in that car right now, he's going to get a little bit of a breakout as Cy is going to hold up Jenson just a little bit. He's got to take a tight corner one, and he makes the pass.
And there we've seen Jenson dive down the inside, run the inside through the finish line straightaway, setting himself up to make that pass, and we're going to take a look at it. There we're watching all 3 of the blue colors.
May need to have rolled it back just a little bit, but yeah, we got the idea there where we talk about this all the time, especially on this track, where you get 2 guys who get jammed up. Well, that really opens the door for the 3rd guy to sneak it in there.
Yep, absolutely.
Maybe not so much on this track. You probably see that all the time.
On the bigger circuits, yes, but on these tighter circuits, it gets to be a little bit more technical as the next turn comes up right there. Next time you look up, you're already in the next turn.
Well, and we talked about Jenson in the back turn 5 and how when you turned in on somebody, you got to use a little bit of brake or you got to scrub a little bit of speed. Obviously, that's slowing your lap time down. So that's just causing that person behind to catch up. So anytime you get that battle, sometimes it's not worth it. You lose the pace of the race.
So now with Jenson Janda taking over the number 1 spot, he has opened it up to over 6 seconds on Dominic D'Angelo, who has some lapped traffic between him and Jenson Janda. Janda working his way by those Pajama Jammers to put them officially 4 laps behind.
But still holding on to 3rd.
Still hanging on to that bottom step of the box. And the Jammers have a lap on Speed Freaks, who has a lap on Pink Bunny Racing.
I was pulling up best lap times just to see who so far is the fastest lap of the race. And 31 still holding on to that. I believe that was Marshall's stint.
Check that. Team Speed Freaks.
Speed Freaks with a 24/7.
Very fast lap coming from the young crew.
Oh, we got a car stop on track. So it looks like we're going to get our very first yellow, pace car.
K1 Speed Columbus bringing out the pace cart for the very first time. Yellow is on the pace cart, and yellow is on all of the lights throughout the arena. First ever caution for the Royalty Roofing 12 Hours. And we're going to take a look at what just happened there at the finish line.
Yeah, that battery definitely showing 0%. So they just got caught out with that trailing edge of the battery.
And what was the stint
And
for
just-
kart number 16?
Last pit stop was on a 256, so they're on 359 right now. So, yeah, 103 laps for them on that car.
Now, pending number of boosts that were applied, that could play a factor into
It could.
how many laps.
Yeah. Yeah, you always have to stop and consider that boost is not saving you any energy by any means. So it's going to cost you something.
And how many laps is the yellow flag set to fly for? Is there a certain number of laps that it's set to be?
No, it's just the primary is you have to gather the field and you have to get the car off track. And then we can go back to green.
All right. And we are pushing that cart off of the track. I don't think towing was as effective as pushing in this instance.
Maybe not. I was a proponent of the pulling because it gave the driver who was being towed a little bit more control instead of just being hit from the back. But I think Owen disagreed with me. So
there we have the cart off track. We're going to get them exchanged and back onto the circuit. And there we see Jenson Janda with Team Oh Yeah Racing running up front. He is the first cart behind the Pace Duel. He is followed by Pajama Jammers. Then it is Team Kiwi Papaya, followed by the long-haired Freaky People. Then it is Team 31 Motorsports, followed by Team Pink Bunny Racing.
yeah,
So
31 and Dom getting way back there in traffic now, basically mid-pack.
The rest of the field behind Team Pink Bunny Racing will be Shake and Bake, ASR, and Speed Freaks.
Special thanks to our pace car driver, Kyle Weber, coming back to help us out again for another year. And we got Tyler Stevenson's dad in the co-pilot seat, providing direction to the drivers and communication back to the pits so that Kyle just has to worry about driving. It makes it a little bit easier.
Very cool to have Dad out here supporting his son,
It's our favorite part.
but helping out in the same time. Are we going to re-rack the field or restack them? Or
Nope, this is it. So pace car lights are out. Green is back on the scoring pylon. And when these guys peel off, Jenson will have the field for the first restart.
And there we go, working his way.
Oh, he got slammed as Ryan was not anticipating how slow he was going to lead him to the field. They're going to bunch up back there at the carousel. No passing until after the start-finish line, so you really don't get an advantage there, but Grant's going to get sideways next to Cy Linderman, and now Dom's going to weave his way into turn 3 back there, run the outside line. They're going to go 4 wide in turn 4.
Wow, that may have been a
2x2, excuse me.
a tactic for Jenson Janda, holding him up on the start, making them bunch back up behind him, and that causes a big bottleneck up for Dominic D'Angelo to have to work his way through, and he is now getting applied pressure once again from the folks from Pink Bunny Racing with Adam Albright.
Yeah, stay with the back of this pack here, cameras, because we want to see how this sorts out with everybody. There we go. Now they're going to go single file. It is so difficult to go side by side in turn 4, let alone 2 by 2 by 2.
There we see long-haired Freaky People getting pushed wide by Dominic D'Angelo.
Sai's going to give it to him back, and he's going to pinch him.
And there we see 3 wide into turn number 1 with
Meanwhile,
Pink Bunny Racing.
Yeah, Mr. Albright says, thank you very much. I will take this.
And move right back in behind Dominic D'Angelo, trying to fight with the top drivers of the day. There we have long-haired Freaky People side by side with the Speed Freaks. But there's the battle. Deeper in the field.
And that's the most interesting things about the yellows right there.
Yes, it bunches everyone back up and allows for a couple of quick mix-ups for the field. And we have a replay of what happened on that restart.
There's the 2 by 2. Dom is on the inside line. Adam Albright making sure he hits the brake extra hard there. Then it brings him 2x2 again as Dom is able to really take advantage of that by the time they hit the carousel.
And work his way back ahead of him. That was a great camera work there for turn number 1.
K1 Columbus now completing their stop, actually, because of the battery failure. And Icy is going to jump into the car for the first time today. It's interesting, worth noting, with AC running 110 laps. Now his brother is going to go in the car. We'll see what he can do. But just remember, this is how important it is to how the driver drives the car. And they have to be aware about this in the 12-hour strategy. And that is, yes, you can run a guy for 102 laps and put somebody else in another car and run 110 laps. The energy consumption can be that drastic based upon how somebody is driving the car.
Consistency is where it pays off. And we have 2 teams competing 380, 2 teams competing 377, 2 at 376 in 1st through 6th positions. And there we see the green team, Team Shake and Bake Racing off.
He's just going to try to nudge it into the pit lane.
Oofing it.
He is not going to make it to the timing pylon yet, though, so he's not going to be able to trigger a driver swap yet. He's going to try to pedal the thing back.
He wants to get anything he can so he doesn't have to go any slower. Here he just had somebody else making a pass through the pits.
I guess there's no rule against this, so as long as he makes it another 10 feet, he'll be able to trigger the timing line. Right? Is he Team Shake and Bake?
Team Shake and Bake, yes.
Okay, so he did. I'm sorry. I missed that. So, yeah, now his teammate is allowed to hop in.
There, Armand Deligny jumping down there to lend a helping hand. There's the battle between Pink Bunny Racing and 31 Motorsports, a battle for track position, not for field position. It is currently Dominic D'Angelo ahead of Adam Albright battling for that position. And D'Angelo put in some good laps, though.
I'm checking the telemetry on car number 4 that Jared had, and there was definitely significant warning that that battery was dropping off. Now, their lap count wasn't as high as some of their other stints, but going back to that aggressiveness and or, how much traffic are you running in and all those conditions that revolve around how long you can make the car last, they saw that battery telemetry drop off nice and steady there before we hit the final kill point.
Can definitely hear the wind a-whooshing outside as it is a windy day here in Northeast Ohio, but the wind is whipping inside as well as the racing continues. And there is the battle between Dominic D'Angelo and
Adam Albright.
Adam Albright with 31 Motorsports and Pink Bunny Racing.
Adam Albright being one of the drivers who joined this team here in the last 2 weeks as that team was getting put together at the last moment. Obviously a very strong addition to that team. And just to give everyone at home an idea what the pit window looks like, so let's just say, for instance, that we are 1,600 laps or more. If your stints are averaging about 100 laps, again, some teams short, some teams long, but about 100 laps, you're looking at least 15 pit stops throughout the course of your day. Obviously, that will get extended. If the race goes longer, we've only seen one yellow so far. And that means in a field of 30 cars, you're going to be using about half of the fleet that we have available for you to. So I know some drivers, they're like, I don't like this car. I'm sure in the paddock it's filled with lots of back and forth on, well, we had this car and this was good and that wasn't good and I like this one, all that kind of stuff. You're going to end up using half the fleet by the end of the day. So teams have to remember that in their overall strategy. As we continue to see the battle here for Mr. Albright and the 31 Motorsports. Dom would probably love to close that gap to Oh Yeah Racing if at all possible before he hands the car back to Marshall. But that is a two-man team today, so you're either on track or you're resting and on deck ready to go. I think he's going to raise his hand, and that'll probably be the end of that stint for Dom D'Angelo. bringing it in at 389. So they run a little bit of a conservative 94, but actually that's the exact same length of stint that Dom ran last time.
There we see Jenson Janda clicking off another one. So he has probably 2 or 3 more laps before we expect to see the blue squad come in for their pit. Great drive, though, for Jenson Janda, working his way through the field into that number 1 position.
All right, looks like we got an interview down with Cello from the Young Guns. I'm sorry, oh yeah.
Hey, how
Oh,
are you
yeah.
guys doing?
Go ahead, Cello.
Can you guys hear me all?
Yep, we can hear you fine.
All right, sweet.
Do you have the mic for Anthony?
Yep. Microphone is in here.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I'm here with Andy Naraski. Okay, yep. So you've done 1 stint so far.
Yes, I have done 1 stint so far.
So how do you stay focused for 70 to 90 laps typically?
Well, I don't know. That's a good question. It is one of those things where you kind of get into a rhythm and you let the rhythm go, and it makes it easier to stay attentive for those longer periods of time. I would say that the more difficult pieces are when you do come up on traffic. You have to make a decisive move so that you can get back into that rhythm and get back to that almost flow state, right? Where you don't have to think about it as much, so concentration is easier.
Yeah. Okay, that's great. So my second question for you is, what's your team strategy and how's it working out for you so far?
So our team strategy is to just race our race, honestly. I know a lot of the other teams are experimenting with boost. Our team has just gone more for running consistency and trying to get battery longevity to make the best that we can. I think it started out to where the teams using boost were starting to gain gaps, right? But as the race has gone on, I would say that our strategy is working really well. Between my stint and Jenson's stint here, we went from 22 seconds down to, I believe, before Dom pit and before the yellow, Jenson was at least 7 seconds up. So we're just trying to stay consistent and race the best that we can, make decisive moves through traffic, and get to that open space to make it, as free as possible. More air you have, the better your lap times are going to be, right?
Exactly. And my last question for you is, what are the mood in the pits right now? You guys are up, you kind of got your start from a good place. Mm-hmm. What's the mood right now?
So I would say the mood is good, obviously, right? But we're also trying not to get ahead of ourselves. The race only started at 11, right? There's a long way to go, and it can flip. Like I said, we were 22 seconds down, and through 1.5 stints, now we're up, right? Yeah. So it can change in the blink of an eye, and so you don't want to get ahead of yourself. The race is not over until you cross the line after the checkered flag. So we're just trying to keep our head on straight, keep racing our race, and do what we can.
Yeah, so we're only 1 foot through the race.
Right.
And, it seems like you guys are getting, a good pace for yourself and kind of just understanding, you can't get ahead of yourself, which is really smart.
Yeah, right, exactly. And, my goal today was just to go out and do the best that I can. I actually love these longer formats, and because I thrive on consistency, and a lot of my teammates do the same. So that's the whole thing, right? If you can walk off the track and you can say, I did the best that I could, that's what we're going for, right? And you can't ask for anything more.
Sweet. Thank you so much.
Of course.
That's Anthony Morosky.
Great to get some words from the man himself that closed the gap on Team 31 Motorsports to put them in contention for Jenson Janda to make that pass. And there we see Jenson Janda still clicking off laps. We have not seen him come in for his pit yet. He is continuing to click off some more laps. I am curious to see if it's going to be, I bet it's going to be Tyler Stevenson coming back in the hot seat for Team Oh Yeah Racing. So he's probably down there getting himself suited up and geared up, ready to go. And Jenson Janda is probably looking at coming in the pit to not only clear up a little bit of track space ahead of him, but to swap out karts and get his team set up for success for their next stint.
Very true, but remember that Jenson Janda during the 6-hour race was their secret weapon on making battery juice. So this kid is really good at making the car last. He's now been out there 103 laps, so we'll see what the Oh Yeah team decides to do with their strategy.
Kart 31. Kart 31 is what Jenson Janda is driving currently, and 2.6 volts is what you were saying, 2.7 volts.
So they've just now crossed into that threshold of like, okay, you got to keep an eye out, which is really, really good for Jenson being out there for 103 so far.
And showing possibly more than one usage of the boost button.
Yep, looks like he used a couple, maybe, for an offensive, but very conservative boost strategy from this team.
It's good to see some different strategies for some different teams, and it's playing into some of their hands. Let's run through a quick rundown now. It is still Team Oh Yeah Racing over 31 Motorsports with Speed Freaks besting Pajama Jammers and Pink Bunny Racing. They must have been out there holding on to a stint while Pink Bunny and Pajama Jammers came in for a pit. But Speed Freaks now taking over the number 3 spot with Kiwi Papaya falling back to 4th. Pink Bunny Racing in the number 5 spot with the Jammers showing in 6th. 7th as Shake and Bake Racing, ASR Racing as 8th. 9th is the K1 Speed Columbus crew, and the long-haired Freaky People round out the field.
Worth noting, too, that Pink Bunny Racing with Adam at the helm looks like they pushed 114 laps on their stint. That's got to be one of the longest ones. Let me see who the maximum is. Yeah, that is the longest stint of the race so far.
And it's Preston Fisher, I believe, behind the yoke now.
Yep, that's their replacement driver, but I'm really curious. I'm watching that car 31. Oh, he already hit the pits. Okay, so there they go. Jenson Janda in the pits, and we'll probably see Tyler Stevenson back in the seat.
Most likely so. There.
Now another 2x2 back here, mixing it up throughout the field. Marshall Miller back in the mix.
He has got trying to make the move on the long-haired Freaky People, and then he's got the Speed Freaks running just ahead of him. So Marshall Miller trying to do anything but follow.
And I think right there was a good example of how that commit line works, because you saw Marshall go down to the inside, but Jonathan wasn't able to make a move or a block on him because of the commit line, and it made for a much cleaner race through turn 1. That's the intent, at least, at how the rule is supposed to work.
There you can see Marshall definitely applying the boost button to set him up down the inside and make the quick pass on the Speed Freaks.
And it doesn't look like Marshall Miller is holding back on his boosts at all. He's already got several under there, and I think that was from a couple of the moves on the front straightaway.
And we have a replay of what just happened out there. There's Marshall setting himself up down the inside with a little good line.
Boom, right there. Sai's got to give him space. Off they go into turn 3, and they still side by side and zipping their way through turn 4.
And that was a great replay of the execution of the commit line from turn 1 through turn 2 and into 3. And that was the same move that we seen Jenson Janda make on 31 Motorsports, Dominic D'Angelo, to take over the number 1 spot. So that's a pretty good move.
And I guess you can make the argument that Sai would have given him the space either, but the rule does just help reinforce that. Everybody's on the same page, and while they do know they're supposed to only be halfway up on a cart before they make a move, it kind of forces them to rethink to make sure they're not making blocking moves on that front straightaway.
So I'm going to pay very close attention to see where Oh Yeah Racing is compared to the rest of the competition. See if he has much traffic ahead of him or behind him or where he lies. But 31 Motorsports about 10 seconds off the mark right now. Let's see if 31 Motorsports can close in, Marshall Miller can close in on Tyler Stevenson, or if Stevenson can maintain that gap over Miller after his tires get warmed up. Because we did see Tyler Stevenson able to close the gap back on Marshall Miller earlier in the race, but lap traffic became a big factor, allowing Stevenson to lose touch with Miller. So this could go anyway right now.
And this is the battle that I wanted to see on track for this event, and that was arguably, I know the drivers are listening to me in the pit over there, but arguably two of our fastest drivers at the center are on track right now. And so that battle with Tyler and Marshall just going to play out as we watch the gap between the two. And yeah, I know everybody's listening in the center going, oh, yeah.
Are they friendly drivers whenever they take their helmets off and come here during the week?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
That's good to see that it's friendly competition when it's all said and done. And there we see Tyler Stevenson. After getting some heat in the tires, he has only lost about 1.5 seconds to Marshall Miller. Miller closing in about 1.5 seconds is what I was alluding to on the lead that Tyler Stevenson has developed.
So I'm going to challenge our camera operators just a little bit because we've watched these guys go around the track now, hundreds of times. I really want you to focus in on the smoothness of this driver, because when we talk about battery strategy and we talk about how to set these fast lap times and keep them down in the low 25s, I want you to pay close attention on not only his pedals and his footwork, but where is he placing that car on the track. Guys that come in from traditional road racing do not run these kind of lines. Yes, there's an exception back here with running side to side there where you're using the whole track width, but you'll notice like how close here and how mid-track he is on the exit, where he's going to minimize track distance whenever possible and leverage the power of an electric motor to compensate for shortening the track distance.
Now, do they use any trail braking techniques with these electric carts?
Not really. You can kind of trail brake in turn one, but I will be the first to admit that I think the brakes on these cars are horrible and they are inconsistent. They're really hard to chase from car to car. And if a driver ever makes an argument about this car does this with the brakes, I'm usually not going to argue with that, even though I'll argue with on a lot of different things. So trail braking is one of the hardest things to do because of a couple of factors. One, the mechanisms and the brake pads that drive this thing are just not ideal. I think they're a little overpowered for the weight of the car. And so your braking force is really heavy, as we watch a battle over here with Preston. But the other thing, too, is you've got the electric motor working against you. And I know this is hard to see, but I've seen how the computer works. There are two different speeds and thresholds in the computer that considers high speed and low speed. And so RPMs will tell the computer when you hit the brakes, am I high speed or am I low speed? And it will do braking regeneration based upon what RPM you're at. And it's really hard to gauge for the drivers because you don't know if you're at 800 RPMs or 950. These things are spinning at almost 4,000 RPMs. And so hitting the brake point at the exact same spot every single time in the track is really hard to judge. And it makes the braking even more difficult than a traditional road racer.
Very, very interesting. Something else I was wondering about the technology of these carts. Are these brushless or brushed carts and motors in these carts?
Oh, I should know that, but I don't, unfortunately.
You don't know if it's a AC brushed or brushless or...
So, Cello, try to grab Ben from the pits because Ben knows the motors. We talked about it the other day, and I'm not as well versed on that one.
I follow quite a bit of YouTube and technology, different stuffs, and with the RC car world, there's brushless and brushed motors, and you get more power out of the brushless motor. So I was curious to know what these are running. And I know I've picked your brain before about what battery cells are in the battery packs and what chains you run on the carts. Have you experimented with different brake pad materials?
Yes. Yeah, and it is by accident because the manufacturer keeps changing them on us. Not only are they changing the brake pad material and the composites, but they're changing the rotors on us constantly, and it's an aggravation.
Do you know what size chains these carts run? If it's a 520 or a 530, I believe I've asked you before.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's all right.
It's a 56 link, if that helps.
I'll go down and take a look at it at some point in time through the day. And there we see the battle continuing between Oh Yeah Racing and Shake and Bake.
Oh, yeah, okay, sorry. You can't get Ben because he's on the track right now. So the guy to ask about the electric motors is actually running the number 15 right now. Tyler Stevenson right behind him. That was one of the things we were talking about last night was what kind of motors are these? Yeah. Fortunately, I wasn't knowledgeable enough on that. I focused so much more on the batteries and the other components that I guess maybe that's a good thing because we don't have to worry about the motors as much. You know, going back to the 6-hour race and the first time we ran outside, Tyler, whoa, I was optimistic trying to dive in there. One of the things we worried about with running the outdoor track for the first time in an endurance race back in October was what are the motors going to do? And our motors just performed phenomenally. They held up to the temperature, the stresses, and ambient temperature. I mean, that was the big thing. And they did well. So we don't have to worry about them too much, thankfully.
Are there two wires or 3 wires going into the motors?
3 wires.
Then it's a brushless.
Cool. Now Tyler's going to get a look on the inside of Raymond Freed Jr., who is, I believe, in his first stint. And I tell you what, these Speed Freaks team drivers are doing great today. I think Raymond Freed was a little nervous as he's going to get pushed sideways from Ben, who's going to take the inside of turn 2 there. But Raymond Freed, again, another junior car graduate. In fact, he's still competing this year in the junior league. Dominating with him back and forth with another driver, trying to maintain the lead, and now he's bumping up in the adult carts for the big endurance races we go to replay.
There we see Stevenson down the inside of Team Speed Freaks, stealing the pass, down the start straight away.
Little interesting note about the rule book. We had a request and a modification this time, in particular for drivers who are the age of 18 and they wanted to run this race. If for some reason they get to the point where they're no longer able to continue, we do allow them to be substituted with other drivers. So normally the rule reads that if you're a driver on the roster, you have to complete a lap. It doesn't matter. It have to be a timed lap. There is an exception to that. If your driver is under the age of 18, you put somebody on the roster who's a spare reserve driver, and they can hop in. Now, the flip side of that is if you put the reserve driver in, your primary driver is no longer to compete.
Okay. Oh, coming together there for Team K1 Columbus. I see AC.
Yeah, it's AC on track now.
Okay.
And Noah Pruce in the seat for the Pajama Jammers.
Now, I was paying attention to the lap times, not necessarily the lap times, but the gap between your leader and second place. And Marshall Miller has closed in about 3 seconds on Tyler Stevenson, but it has been pretty consistent about 6.5 seconds for about 5 or 6 laps now. So after some heat got in the tires and they've worked their way through some traffic, Tyler Stevenson has not allowed Marshall Miller to close the gap as we have a replay of that collision that just happened. There we see AC diving down the inside.
Yeah, but he kind of closed in on him on turn 2 there. We may not have had the best angle, but it'd be interesting to maybe go back and slow-mo that a little bit. Or, I don't know, we might not have it from the other camera, but just giving it back and forth between these two drivers. All right, here we go. AC down the inside. Going to go side by side, but then, you know, does Noah get half a car length up? Slow it down right there. Okay, so they end up sorting it out. Noah's behind as Noah's going to swing out wide. AC is going to wash out just a little bit. He's going to be off throttle, trying to control the front end, and Noah's just going to tag the rear. So, and Marshall says, thank you very much. I will try to get by.
And now Marshall's just trying to work his way by AC as this gap has stretched out to about 8.5 seconds now from Oh Yeah to 31 Motorsports as Marshall Miller trying to find.
Swerving side to side is not going to help that.
Going to try to find the line.
You have to be patient with the car. If you overdrive it, you're going to feel like the car doesn't have enough temperature in the tires, and you're going to mistakenly drive it incorrectly.
And that kart number 27's been out there for quite a stint now. AC, he's been behind the wheel for a good while now, I want to say.
Yeah, he's sitting at about 44% battery charge, and last lap in was 3:59.
So we're about 80 laps in for him. As we see Marshall continuing to apply the pressure to AC, and the gap is opening up between Oh Yeah Racing and 31 Motorsports. It is now 11.5 seconds from Oh Yeah Tyler Stevenson to 31 Motorsports Marshall Miller, and Miller making the pass and making the pass stick on AC. And he brings along Pajama Jammers with him, and out there for the PJs.
So what did that do? It extended the lead for Oh Yeah Racing. Now we got 12 seconds.
It's Noah Bruce out there for the Jammers, and we got a replay of Miller's pass on C.
He starts swerving side to side as if he's going to pick up more grip, but he's got to be careful because that'll be interpreted as a blocking on that front straightaway. And I believe that might be a penalty. We'll check the team chat because I think Armand was displaying a sign to him.
Marshall Miller now has a little bit of clear track ahead of him. It was opened up to about 11.5 seconds.
I think that is a drive-through penalty right there for K1 Columbus. That's going to be a major blow to their fight in 8th.
And it's stretching out to over 12 seconds now between Tyler Stevenson and Marshall Miller as Team Pink Bunny Racing 4 laps off the mark, but they have been consistently finding themselves in the number 3 position. After all of the shucking and jiving around from the Speed Freaks, Papaya, and Pajama Jammers, Pink Bunny Racing has found themselves in 3rd place quite a few times.
I like that little nod from Marshall Miller, like, yeah, he's fine doing that. I mean, it wasn't an egregious move, and Marshall knew he had to give him a little bit of space, so just a little bit of head nod is funny.
Out there for Team Speed Freaks, that is that Macallan? No,
Raymond Freed Jr. He's the one that wasn't on our roster.
Right.
He's hanging in there, though. Tell you what, if Marshall does get past here, which they're trying to make it happen, Raymond just needs to watch. Just don't turn in on him.
Because we got
follow the fastest, one of the fastest guys on the track right now.
Pajama Jammers trying to push Marshall down the starter straightaway. He's like, if you make the pass, I'm going to.
Yeah, they wouldn't mind getting a lap back either.
Now Marshall Miller trying to find another line around of Team Speed Freaks. Back into the carousel once again they go.
And here's the interesting, Marshall's got to leave some room in the pinch point, and Noah will also follow them, getting 2 passes by. All right, so here's the great thing for Raymond is he can just follow these guys. This is the best way to learn go-kart races right now. You get to follow the fastest guys on the track. Just stick with them, watch your throttle, don't overdrive the car, and just see if you can hang with them. Your car can do it. You just have to adjust a little bit. You have no better example than what's right in front of you.
And Marshall was stuck a little bit behind and loses a little bit of touch. And we're going to check out that replay once again. There we see Marshall on Speed Freaks down the inside. Gets a boost. Makes the pass. Pajama Jammers follows him right down the inside as well. And Marshall Miller lost touch to Tyler Stevenson with Oh Yeah Racing to the point of 18 seconds is now what the blue squad has opened it up over the red team. But Pajama Jammers is trying to maintain distance or maintain touch with the rear fender of Marshall Miller with 31 Motorsports because he could very well bring the Jammers back into a podium position when it's all said and done. Good ride by the Pajama Jammers. That's Noah Pruce behind the wheel.
I think it's worth mentioning that the 31 Motorsports strategy of using boosts is in full force. As far as we can tell, Marshall has exhausted the 15 boosts on that car, which means we have first and second with drastically different battery strategies. Be interesting to compare some notes after a while.
Very much so different strategies, as one team is using them and one team is losing them.
Almost not. We defined a pit cycle or a kart cycle as from the time the car leaves the pits to the time that it comes back in. You are not allowed to power cycle the kart because that will give you your boosts back. So if something happens like a yellow or whatever, you will be penalized if you power cycle the kart for some reason. But otherwise, every time you're coming out in a fresh kart, 15 boosts.
Now, how's it showing 17 for him?
It's an estimate.
Okay.
Yeah. Derek was asking why my count was a little off. This is an estimation. That's why I'm not providing it to the teams, is because it's not a exact science. This is just based upon what I've seen on battery usage. So sometimes take it with a grain of salt. It gives us a good approximation of what's going on.
What you're seeing there that we see, the teams are not seeing.
No, they're not.
Okay.
First year using boost, not ready to roll out anything concrete.
And there we see Marshall trying to make the move on those long-haired freaky people. And after some chaos from the long-haired freaky people, they found themselves in the number 8 spot. K1 Speed Columbus having some mishaps with some penalties out there, finding themselves at the tail end of the field, but they are trying to reel in Shake and Bake and the long-haired freaky people as they are all on the same lap. And there we see AC. He will probably be rounding out his stint here in the next few laps or so, as he was out there for 80-plus laps last time we checked in on him, and that was about 10 laps ago. So he's nearing the end of that kart.
Looking good on lap times, though. Those last two being 25-1s, excellent times for the number 27 driver. But we would expect to see him coming in before too long.
A good 25.1 second lap for AC.
A little bit of slide will cost him.
So after 3 hours and 20 minutes of racing, Oh Yeah Racing continues to lead 31 Motorsports with Pink Bunny Racing in third. Pajama Jammers not far off the mark as they are 1 lap behind Pink Bunny Racing. But the Jammers, Speed Freaks, duking it out for 4th and 5th. Shake and Bake rounding out the top 5. Kiwi Papaya back in 6th with Kiwi Papaya in 7th. ASR in 8th, K1 Speed Columbus in 9th, and the long-haired freaky people rounding out the top 10.
Watch the lap time for the 5th spot Speed Freaks on the timing line, 26.4. Oh, okay, he got bumped on that last one. I was going to say he did a 25.7 prior to that, which I'm just proud of with these young kids. I mean, this whole team is under the age of 13. Somebody can correct us if we're wrong, but they're trying to make it work and doing a great job today.
It's Tyler Stevenson in some traffic right now, but trying to clear that traffic to maintain his distance on the leaders. And we're going to catch up with the replay of what just happened out there on the track.
Tyler Stevenson making the move in turn number 5 back there by the garage doors.
Yep. And then Stevenson clearing the rest of the pack. And with those passes, clear track ahead of him, able to maintain about 19 seconds on Marshall Miller. So Miller is not able to cut into the advantage that Tyler Stevenson and the folks with Oh Yeah Racing have opened up. Good ride for the boys in blue, as there we see the K1 Speed Columbus crew come in the pits to swap out their karts. AC will be changing out.
Yeah, to jump back for a second, I would just never want any of the young drivers to get discouraged if they get passed like that on the track. This is such great racing experience for them, and it really helps develop racecraft, because you just got to be out there. You got to be running with other drivers. You got to see what works. You got to be looking for what kind of mistakes are you either making yourself, or what are your drivers around you doing. And you don't get that other than just being in the seat.
Absolutely right.
But I think now maybe young Raymond Freed was going to take a look at Ben up in the front there with Shake and Bake. See if he can keep any pressure on him between the 19 and 22.
ASR Racing kind of silently just clipping off some good laps. I believe that's Aaron Puckett back in the hot seat for Team ASR Racing. Indeed it is. And he's just trying to have a good showing. I think they said they finished in 7th out of 8 teams last year. They're trying to improve on their performance this year, currently sitting in the 8th position. And with 452 laps on the clock, they are not far off of the top of your third place team, who's only 3 or 4 laps ahead. So in the grand scheme of things, that's not that many. Your top 2 teams, 463 laps of racing have been completed here for the Royalty Roofing 12 Hours of Canton.
Only one caution stint with pace car so far. And I think we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back here in just a couple minutes. Hang with us. Thanks for tuning in, guys.
Held the lead into the first turn. Another amazing move. Absolutely love it. Crucial moment. Does he get the plate? Great battle between these two. It's side by side between the two to win.
Powering every race and every emotion. The Lenovo AI PCs, servers, and services. Now that's smarter AI for all.
Introducing an all-inclusive technology platform to pursue your motorsports career right from home. Select from 3 levels of professional-grade simulators, and we will expertly pair you with a world-class coach, with training software, exclusive tracks, and technical support, all included. And as a true entry point for motorsports, all members will enjoy access to exclusive real-world driving experiences. From aspiring drivers to those already competing in professional ranks, Spark is everything you need to maximize your potential as a real-world racing driver, all with just 1 monthly membership. At Spark, our mission is to develop world-class drivers while building the premier talent pool for global motorsports, all starting from home. The first memberships will be invite-only, so apply today and take the next step in your motorsports career. Welcome to Spark, the world's first driver development platform.
Grafana is used to monitor everything from Fitbits to power grids to space missions, all the way to the moon. Back down here on Earth, the challenge is helping teams understand their data every day in real time so they can move fast, stay online, and deliver on their goals. Because observability isn't just about dashboards and alerts. It's about context and understanding. Why apps are running slow, why errors spike, and why users disappear. That's the problem Grafana Cloud solves. It's a fully managed observability platform built on an open source stack with open standards in its DNA. Engineering teams today juggle dashboards, logs, and alerts across way too many tools, only to see part of the story. But signal without context is just noise. Grafana Cloud cuts through the noise without losing the signal. It gives you visibility from back-end to front-end all in one place. Grafana Cloud connects to over 150 data sources, bringing infrastructure, security, operations, even revenue and finance systems together. And when incidents hit, Grafana Cloud shows you what matters, correlated automatically with AI-powered guidance that helps teams find root causes faster. Escalations are automated, on-call gets simpler, and every incident makes the next one just a little bit easier to handle. It helps teams from Citigroup and Salesforce to Uber and ASOS see the truth and scale with confidence. Grafana Cloud brings it all together because clarity is how you act faster, sleep better, and work smarter.
My name's Derek DeBoer. I'm a race car driver. I drive for Racing Spirit of Le Mans. I get to drive this beautiful Aston Martin in the European Le Mans Series, and I work with Valentin Hasseklo as my co-driver and professional coach.
My name is Valentin Hasseklo, and I'm an Aston Martin factory driver for 3 years now. For the team, I drive essentially, but I'm also here to support my co-driver, Derek DeBoer, this season. So the most exciting thing about what I do is actually stepping on the podium, because in the end this is what all matters, and this is the motivation to go racing, is to end up on a podium.
I think one of the biggest things with racing is that I've found that it pushes me in every area of life. It is a very grueling sport. It takes a massive amount of commitment and effort just to be here, and then it takes a huge amount of discipline to be able to perform and do what's asked of you in the exact moment that's needed.
So our main job as a driver from a data and engineering standpoint is to give a clear feedback on what we felt in the car, in our hands and in our legs. So the engineer can start thinking about a setup adjustment, but sometimes we talk with our emotions and data has no emotions. So it's important to cross the driver's feedback with the data to take a decision on the setup change for the next session. As simple as that.
Trace 3 is an expert in analyzing data and providing good feedback, makes him a perfect partner for our racing team. We live in the same worlds where we rely completely on facts and data and information, and there's no one better than both sides, Racing Spirit of Le Mans and Aston Martin, and Trace 3 to make the best use of this data for making better decisions.
Success isn't found at the finish line. It's built over thousands of miles. When every lap, every turn, and every breath could hold the key to your next success, you need more than speed. You need a foundation. McLaren Racing and Rubrik, helping secure the data that defines the race.
Held the lead into the first turn. Another amazing move. Excellently, love it. Crucial moment. Does he get the plate? Great battle between these two. It's side by side between the two to win.
Powering every race and every emotion. The Lenovo AI PCs, servers, and services. Now that's smarter AI for all.
We'll take a few moments here to replay some of the race highlights while you guys continue to enjoy some action-packed racing here at K1 Speed Canton. Stay with us. We'll be back in a little bit.
summer is over in a flash and you're on your way. But some part of me is hoping for tonight. It's not too late. My mind says yes. You've been here for quite some time. But my heart tells me you should stay a little while. Are we at the end or are we at the start?
Little bit of action there from the track over the last 3.5 hours. 8.5 hours, just a little under that, remaining on the clock in the 12 hours of Canton. Thanks for joining us. My name is James, and Derek is here as well.
Thank you for having me, as you have for the past few years here at the K1 Speed Canton location for the 12 hours.
We were reminiscing about previous 12 hours, and the first year was like the primary objective is, can we do it? And now we here are 4 years later.
I just caught it out of the corner of my eye. Oh Yeah Racing, your race leader, is behind 31 Motorsports, getting ready to put Marshall Miller one lap down. How about that?
Tyler Stevenson and Marshall Miller on the track at the same time. Not a sight we've seen a lot over the last several months. And here we go. Let's see what Oh Yeah's got to do.
Oh Yeah, getting ready to put the 31 Motorsports team one lap behind, and that would be a huge upset as they were back in the field deep, second place, a little bit deeper than that at the beginning, and worked their way into the number one spot, and now trying to put one lap between them and 31.
And here's the really interesting factor playing into this is both of these guys are at the tail end of their stints. Battery life starting to drop off. They're going to be playing a chicken and something game. I forget what the analogy is. Cat and mouse game. Yeah, to see who's going to bring it into the pits first.
So we have, we're looking at cart number 14's telemetry right now, which is Tyler Stevenson's, and showing him hardly touching the go fast button. And that was cart number 14 we were watching, my mistake, which would be Marshall's cart, showing he has barely touched his go fast button, and not really seeing any information on Tyler Stevenson's.
Be careful on the go fast button, because I'm not sure if that was accurate on our last screen, but we do know based on percentages that we're trending in that last stint arena. So it'll be interesting to see which one of these guys ducks out first.
So we're monitoring cart number 9, which is Tyler Stevenson's, and he has a what would be fresher cart than Marshall because they came in later than 31 Motorsports did.
So my time window on that was a little too narrow. So Marshall has exhausted, we do believe, the boost button, and Team Oh Yeah is keeping on their conservative strategy as far as we know, probably not hitting it at all.
And they're showing with a 3-volt cell as their lowest.
Yeah, it's going to sit in that pocket for a long time.
They're sitting pretty comfortable, I want to say.
It's definitely in better condition than car 14 right now.
I would agree to that statement.
Car 14. All right, we're going to watch. Keep an eye on that red team.
They're going to have to come in here in the next lap or so. You would have to, and there we see Marshall putting his hand up, and there he ducks in the pits, and that puts Tyler Stevenson officially one lap ahead with Team Oh Yeah Racing over 31 Motorsports, with Marshall coming in the pit. Tyler Stevenson, he's going to stay out there for a few laps and try to extend out their advantage over the red squad.
So get this, 107 laps based on our calculations for Marshall Miller being out there. And I literally saw the voltage dropping as we were on screen, which is why I said keep an eye on that red team. If they had tried to stretch that another lap, I don't think they would have made it around the track.
Yeah, it was going down and going down fast in that last little bit of voltage. And there we are watching Tyler Stevenson with Oh Yeah Racing continuing to run up front, click off laps, put some other teams a lap behind, and there we see the brown squad. That will be K1 Speed Columbus with Kaylee Guthrie behind the yoke for that squad. K1 Speed Columbus still running in the number 10 spot with the long-haired freaky people up in 9th with ASR in 8th and Shake and Bake in the number 7 spot. Speed Freaks in 6th with the Pajama Jammers in 5th, Kiwi Papaya in 4th. And the Pink Bunny Racing team has officially pulled the hair ahead of the tortoise with the Kiwi Papaya and Pajama Jammer squad. They are putting themselves in the number 3 spot. They have a few laps on Kiwi Papaya and the Jammers and Speed Freaks. So Pink Bunny Racing a little bit more comfortable than they were a few hours ago as they were fluctuating through the field.
Pink Bunny Racing holding the record right now for the longest stint of 114 laps. It's also worth noting that your two leaders on average, so 31 Motorsports on average running 99 laps on stint, and Oh Yeah running 101. So just a couple laps difference on those teams has created this pretty significant offset in their pit strategy.
And Pink Bunny Racing getting ready to come back out onto the track after their pit. And
I think we got an interview.
Yes,
we're going to send
do.
things down to the paddock.
All right, I've got Ben Vaughn here.
Yeah.
And you know a lot about these batteries, right?
A lot about these what?
The batteries.
Yes, yes.
And RC cars, is that what you're...
I played with them a lot when I was a kid, yeah.
Okay. So tell me a little bit about how you know these batteries.
Well, I'm a mechanical engineer, so I know all about battery. Like, we learned about that in school, and I also have studied them, because battery technology has changed over the years. When I was a kid, lithium-ion didn't exist, so I just learned about them, and EVs, and laptop batteries, and, you just learn as time goes on, yeah.
And so on to racecraft. You only get 15 boosts. How are you using them? What's your strategy?
I actually prefer to avoid using the boost button, unless there's a very specific situation where you would want to use it, like you're having a really hard time passing somebody, or if there's two carts about to crash in front of you and you could just barely squeeze by them. Other than that, I think it's not a good idea to use the boost button. So I've been avoiding it completely. But yeah.
It's a little bit different than we've heard.
Yeah.
It's been a lot of been using the boost, using all 15.
Well, it drains the battery. This is an endurance race, not a drag race. If it was a drag race, maximum boost the whole time, right? But since we're doing endurance, your strategy needs to be focused on the long term, not the short term. Right?
That's true.
Yeah.
And a last, more fun question is: do you like to attack or defend more?
Well, ultimately you got to do both, right? But I would say which one I like more. Probably defend more. But yeah, I've done both, and I just attacking it's really hard to get by a guy without bumping him. Do it very clean. So I would say I like defending more. Yeah. Yeah.
It is a close. It's very close.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
But yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Ben Vaughn.
No problem.
Cool.
Ben's got a pretty awesome Corvette that he probably drove here today. Just a little bit different than an electric go-kart.
A little bit. And James and I were up here in the booth chit-chatting back and forth. I'm like, it was one lap ago. It was a lap ago between Oh Yeah and 31 Motorsports. And James reminded me that Oh Yeah still hasn't pit from their stint. They're looking to probably in the next few laps or so, but they're still out there with Tyler Stevenson behind the wheel.
They're in the window. They're in that critical window right now with that car number 9.
But something else that I was paying attention to was Pink Bunny Racing was in the pit. They were in third place during their entire pit stint, and they came back out on the track in third place and quickly got overtaken by Kiwi Papaya. But Kiwi Papaya's got a kart that has been out there quite a few laps more than Pink Bunny, so Pink Bunny will most likely be overtaking that third place position back. So Pink Bunny Racing sitting very good for a podium ride here, at least 4 hours into racing. A lot is left on the clock, though.
Yeah, I'd say Kiwi Papaya is probably, around 3/4 of their way through their stint. Let's keep an eye on that blue team, though, because the leader is close on the pit window. How far are they going to try to stretch it?
There we see Dominic D'Angelo working his way by.
Yeah, and just as I said that, it's dipped into the pits. They saw it on the telemetry, and they brought it in.
Not press the envelope too awful far. So
it just costs you so much.
I would be willing to bet that it is Gavin Patterson coming out behind the yoke for the folks in the Oh Yeah crew.
Most likely. So we'll follow red, D'Angelo, and I believe white team was getting a sign there from race officials. Maybe we'll check in with Armand here in just a minute.
It's Nicholas King with ASR Racing getting the mean finger pointed at him. Race director giving us some info there. In just a moment, we're going to take a quick look at what just happened down there.
Was that the sign you got for us?
If you want me to talk, I can.
Oh, hey, Adam, what's up?
Yeah, so he's not following the commit line. He keeps going over, so we keep giving him a let pass.
Adam down there at the pit box in the Trackmaster stand, thank you for checking in with us. We'll come back to you guys in just a couple minutes. We want to cut over to you guys on camera when we can and get an update from race control on how everything is proceeding. As Dom D'Angelo is going to look to the inside of number 36 and go ahead and put the pass on Jared McFadden and the Shake and Bake Racing team.
And we have seen Oh Yeah Racing come back out onto the racetrack, and they are just ahead of Dominic D'Angelo. There we see Gavin Patterson.
So essentially put them the lap behind. So with that pit window changing, we saw the overlap, and they have now put 31 Motorsports an additional full lap behind.
Yep. Officially sealing the one lap. Kiwi Papaya still holding off Pink Bunny Racing for the number 3 spot, but I think I seen that battle. There's Pink Bunny Racing just behind Gavin Patterson.
Yep, Mike Fisher in the seat right now in the number 21.
First time I believe I have seen the Ohio State helmet out on the race course today.
He was out a little earlier.
Was he?
Yeah.
Okay.
But there are 3 Fishers in the race. So they got him, he got his son, and then I believe somebody who's unrelated.
Mr. Robert Fisher.
Yeah. All on the same team.
There we see Pink Bunny Racing putting in some good laps. Hanging on to 4th place at this point in time as I am looking for Team Kiwi Papaya to round out their stint. There they are coming through turn number 3. That is Alex Eckelberry behind the wheel for Team Kiwi Papaya. Making his way around the carousel and down the start straightaway.
So we just talked to Adam a second ago. I don't know if Armand's got the headset on or not, but one of the things we wanted to add to this race was being able to talk to the race official during the race. Adam, do you have anything down there for us?
Yep, let me get the headset to Armand.
Yeah, as long as he's not having to divert his attention, we don't want to distract him, but...
Check.
Hey, Armand, how's it going?
Hey, good. How you guys doing?
Good.
Oh, I got some back echo in this.
Yeah, it does going to reverberate a little bit. So give us your overall impressions of the race. Maybe we can go side by side so we can keep on-track action on the shot. And give us your assessment this far with 8 hours to go.
Yeah, 4 hours in, I think we're doing pretty well. We've had a couple of drive-thrus. Sorry, there's like some back echo. It's really hard to talk. Okay. What? Oh, yeah, that's a good point. I'm just going to take the headset on while I talk.
That's fine.
Good first 4 hours. We've had a couple drive-thrus for some drivers, ignoring yellows, both on track and while pits were closed under yellow. So we got those resolved. Looks like we got a good battle for the lead. and then a really good battle for third place. I think 4 or 5 teams are all within that range. So again, we're only a quarter way through, so a lot can still happen. But a lot of good times have been put down. I mean, most drivers right now are in the low 25s across the board, all 10 teams. So pretty happy with how it's going so far.
Well, it's great to hear. It's been an exciting race to watch for us, so thanks for checking in with us.
Absolutely.
Armand Deligny, your race director.
The Ghost himself is taking a break from putting his hands on the steering wheel to keep everybody square today.
In some ways, it was a little difficult for him to commit to running this because he's been involved in the last 3 years of this race, and we hate not seeing him on track, but his skill set is necessarily needed at this point, so he's in a good spot for us as a race director, and the drivers, most importantly, are the happiest about it.
Very cool to see, to know that he came from France.
Yeah.
It's very cool.
Yeah.
There we are watching the battle between Katy Wise and
Jared
Shake and Bake
McFadden.
Racing. Jared McFadden, thank you.
Yeah,
The
realtor in his own right, and he is one of the sponsors for the team. So if you're watching the left-hand side there, you'll see the Jared McFadden logo pop up, and that is none other than him right there in the green.
If you're looking to buy or sell your house, there should not be a further call than Jared McFadden.
Maybe you'll share some common interest in racing.
You think?
I was surprised to see he didn't join the Zach Harmon team this year. And in fact, at some point, I thought the signups had them on the same team because he has run with Team TBD, as we've often referred to them as. But went off on their own, got a 3-man team, and not looking too shabby for today.
Yeah, with Shake and Bake Racing battling with Pink Bunny, Pajama Jammers, Kiwi Papaya, and Speed Freaks, all right there in that third place mix. So good to see for the folks for Shake and Bake Racing as they make their way through the kink around the cool looking Beamer and into the pit turns, and around the carousel goes the green squad. Jared McFadden, thank you for racing with us for the Royalty Roofing 12 Hours of Canton. Looking ahead a little bit, there's Katy Wise trying to close in on the Speed Freaks. That is the purple and the gray hoods running just ahead of the green one. Great to see.
The two most aggressive drivers in the field right now on track.
Is that Josephine?
Josephine Matthews, right. I think that's why her profile, I think her dad put on there that she's a beast.
Yes. Couple of ladies out there squaring up on the track. Probably 30 or 40 years separates those two ladies, though. But
and yet they will muscle these cars around more than some of the guys that take to the track. Particularly interesting for Josephine. She's, that weight where the car likes to hop around on you, so you got to be careful about how you turn in and how smooth you are with the throttle. And people always ask us about weight ballasting this. No, it's not a weight ballast race. I think someday it will be or can be. That's always a goal. But I guess you can take a little bit of solstice with it, and that is the light kids, yeah, they may have an advantage in some acceleration, but they've got a tough time going around the corners.
Yep.
Just watch how much cart hop she'll get coming around here.
Heavier things stick going through the turns more so than the light things. The light things hop when you're trying to turn them very fast. So I totally get it.
And unfortunately, the cars were not designed for weight ballasts like a lot of other gas carts are. However, we've got an indication from the manufacturer they're interested in helping us with that. And Tom D'Angelo on the back of Gavin Patterson now, potentially trying to get a lap back. He's going to go down the inside of turn 1. 38's going to stick, and Gavin's going to have the preferred line into 2. He's going to take it back.
Great to see these drivers duking it out at the front of the field. This would be, like you mentioned, James, for 31 Motorsports to get their lap back. They'd have a lot of work to do in the meantime to be competitive for the pass for the lead. but being on the lead lap is something in and of itself. And we're going to catch up with something that just happened out there on the track. There we see Dominic D'Angelo showing him a wheel down the inside.
Great respect from both drivers. It's very tempting to close down on the other driver when you're in those situations, but it does not only going to hurt your race, but it could penalize you. So just great professionalism from both of those guys.
There we see Gavin still feeling the pressure from Dominic D'Angelo around the pit entrance turn and heading into the carousel. This is where we seen D'Angelo show Patterson a wheel a couple laps ago, just in that replay, not able to capitalize and make that pass once again, or show him to attempt that pass once again. But closing back in could open it up here, coming in.
Oh, Gavin's looking.
Yeah, Dominic D'Angelo was looking to the inside of Gavin Patterson, but Patterson was able to seal it and hang on to the spot. But drag racing down the starter straightaway, D'Angelo with the inside.
He's got him.
Got it. Seals the pass and files in single file through 2 and 3 to cement the position into the number 2 position. I mean, Dominic D'Angelo hasn't really gotten anything else out of that other than getting his lap back. He hasn't moved into the number 1 position overall, as he has to make about 25 seconds more on that blue hooded squad to challenge for the number 1 position. But that just showed that Dominic D'Angelo has the pace over Gavin Patterson. So if it all came down to it, you don't want to match these two drivers up against each other.
The 2 of these drivers from 31 and the 4 of these drivers are so evenly matched. It's incredible to watch some of their qualification runs here on this track. It doesn't matter whether we're going standard direction, reverse, outside, reverse, joker lanes. It doesn't matter. These guys just know how to handle the cars.
And after D'Angelo has made the pass on Patterson, Patterson has filed right back in. I'm not sure if Patterson is following the no boost strategy, or if he is going to be pushing that button to maintain touch with D'Angelo. But you got to think that
our best guess is no. It's still a big negative on the Oh Yeah Racing Team boost strategy.
Okay, so not using the go fast button, trying to drive it with pure skill and able to reel D'Angelo right back in, not letting him pull away. Good to see Gavin Patterson keeping touch.
It'd be interesting to maybe grab their team captain and discuss that with him if he was willing to do that. But remember, we talked about red and blue having different pit lengths, and the red team all out on the boost strategy, whereas blue, very, very little, if at all.
31 Motorsports putting a couple of kart lengths between him and Oh Yeah Racing as they cross the stripe. They're going to be making their way towards ASR Racing with Nicholas King behind the helm.
Now that we got a gap in these guys, I'd be interested to follow the Kiwi Papaya, who just went to turn 1. We got young Hayden Harbaugh in the number 32 machine back on track.
And there we've seen Kiwi Papaya come in for their pit, allowing Pink Bunny Racing to move back up into that number 3 position, and they have the number 3 spot by half a lap or so over Pajama Jammers, who are silently working their way closer to the bottom step of that box. Good to see the PJs striking distance on the pink team.
Aiden Harbaugh doing some exploration in gas karting. Well, he might call it more than exploration, but he's venturing into that. Keeping it nailed down here in the adult karts. Did a great job of the junior karts, as we see the race director from his stand. And Aiden holding down, I believe, second in the championship last year, even though he started, I think, 3 rounds late. Just continually dominating that junior car series.
Taking no time at all for Dominic D'Angelo and Gavin Patterson to catch pass and pull away from Nicholas King with Team ASR Racing, quickly making the move to continue their battle at the front. And Gavin Patterson, I mentioned that you may not want to stack these two drivers up against one another, but I might have to bite my tongue now as we see Gavin Patterson relentless on the rear bumper of Dominic D'Angelo around the carousel and back down the start straightaway they go. D'Angelo trying to do the outside inline just as Gavin is.
Taking into consideration that we think that Dom has burned about 10 boosts, this is how close they are on the racetrack, even with that difference.
And also have to take into consideration the red team is going to be coming in at least 10 laps before the blue squad. So that is going to open that up even more for the blue team. Oh Yeah Racing sitting very comfortably. As long as they are on the rear bumper of the red cart, they are in a very comfortable position. But Pink Bunny Racing and Pajama Jammers, that battle is not far off. 3 seconds separates the light blue and the pink. There we see the Pink Bunny Racing team.
Like you said a while ago, moving up from the back of the pack after a qualifying run that maybe didn't meet their needs, but they're really hanging in there. And the only other teams that are on the same lap as you look down through the field.
Yeah, Pajama Jammers, 3.5 seconds off the mark of Pink Bunny Racing. There we see them coming in the same shot at the same time. Pretty good to see the Cyan team closing in. And that is
Joey Bourdon back in the seat with that red stripe helmet.
Yep. Grandpa's helmet doing him some good luck here today.
I seem to remember a certain member of the Pink Panther or Pink Bunny Racing team that said that he was only going to run one stint. And I think that is Mike, who is on track right now. I really wonder, maybe he got the bite, and they're just sending him back out there.
Could be. He is definitely fighting and fighting hard, but he cannot slip up as Pajama Jammers is closing in and closing in fast. As they are now only 2 seconds off the mark. 1.9 off the mark of the Cyan squad.
Now he's going to have a little bit better clear track space as Joey's going to go through 2, and there's 3, and Pink Bunny going through 4.
Good to see.
Names on purpose.
Good to see Joey Bourdon putting in some heater laps to close in on Pink Bunny Racing, checking in with timing and scoring. Those are about 25.3s. 31 Motorsports, they are still trying to pull away from Oh Yeah Racing. Keep that in the back of our mind.
Keeping the gap to that 1.9.
Yep.
So, yeah, we got these leaders up here. They got a little bit of a gap now, and they've kind of settled into a pace. Not too much there, but let's hang back here with the Pink Bunny and the Pajama Jammers.
Yeah, Pink Bunny with the pink hood and the light blue hood with the Pajama Jammers.
Who's now going to have Jonathan with the long-haired freaky people in front of Mike. And as we've talked about so many times, will this give Pajama Jammers the ability to make a catch-up? All right, I believe we got an interview. If we can kind of watch this action on track, that'd be great because we want to see what happens between this 3rd and 4th team.
Yeah, we're going to send things down on talk to, was that Katy?
Yeah, we got Katy Wise. Go ahead, Cello. It's all you, man.
I'm here with Katy Wise. So you were pretty excited when we put the camera on.
That was the best racing I think I've ever done in my career of go-karting. I was so pumped up. I could have done at least another 30 laps with that cart.
Was the camera helping?
Oh, yeah. It was awesome.
Yeah. You were showing your skills.
Yeah. Let's just say Armin did me really well with my one-on-one on Sunday.
So this last stint was pretty crazy for you.
Yeah.
Can you elaborate on what you were going through and how you were thinking?
I don't know what's been going on with us today, so we're just trying to go out there and make up some gaps. And I think we were trying to preserve our boost and save battery, and I think it's costing us in the long run. Because, I mean, one driver only used 3 because we were worried about the batteries dying because, you know, the first stint, we already messed up because we didn't have the computer set up right. So now we were trying to be conservative, and I think we're being too conservative at this point. So now we're trying to make up for lost times.
So we've been seeing a lot of different strategies for using boost. What is your guys' strategy? We've got some people who don't use it, people who do use it. Like, what's the vibe?
It's all pretty much situation dependent because, I mean, if you're in a cluster, you don't want to use it because you're going to be battling and use a boost more, and it's going to drag that battery down more. So we're kind of open spaces, use boost. If they're like we're down on a team and we need to get past to make up ground, use a boost if you have a clear shot. We don't want any more penalties. It's just, I don't know.
And my last question is a little bit fun. I like to throw some fun ones in there. So, are you a water person or are you an energy drink person? Or are you both?
Okay, so up until like a year ago, hated water. It tasted like crap. Sorry, hated it. So today, I brought 40 bottles of water because I turned over a new leaf. And I did only bring 2 energy drinks today to last meeting. So, yes, to answer your question, yes, I'm both.
We're staying healthy out here, Katie. All right, thank you, Katy.
Thank you. Sorry, my hands are all fucking clear.
I was at a motocross race one time, and a gentleman told me that you should drink 1 ounce of water for every pound that you weigh. And I took that to heart, and I've been drinking a crap ton of water ever since then.
Yeah.
And I felt a lot better. I quit drinking pop, don't drink pop anymore, and just drink water.
I'm on with that strategy. Yeah, I'm not a big pop drinker, but as we were interviewing Katy Wise, we saw the move from Joey Bourdon on Mike Fisher, and Mike taking the opportunity to hit a boost down the front straightaway to try to keep up with him, but at this point they are lost from each other as they're opposite sides of the turns 2 and 3 complex. Joey Bourdon able to get Pajama Jammers back there and now putting Pink Bunny on the offense at 2.7 seconds behind.
Yeah, I was keeping my eye on Oh Yeah and 31 Motorsports, and 31 Motorsports has clear track ahead of him, but Oh Yeah Racing is just not quite able to hold the same pace as Dominic D'Angelo. And I mentioned it, Gavin Patterson probably shouldn't be matched up against Dominic. Then I was going to say I should have bit my tongue. I'm probably going to stand by my words now as Dominic is pulling back away from Gavin Patterson. You probably shouldn't match these guys up if it was the last 30 minutes or left of the race. Maybe bring out a different driver if it was against Dominic.
Well, which team, though? Against Dom?
I would not bring out...
Because they only got 2 to choose from.
I know. So. I wouldn't bring out Gavin Patterson to race against Dominic D'Angelo.
Oh, I gotcha.
I would not bring... bring that.
Eventually, their teams will rotate through that.
Yep.
And if there's track space to be made up, we'll probably see another switch back like we've seen a couple times already during this race.
And we have our sights on Dominic D'Angelo with 31 Motorsports, but he has a bottleneck of drivers just ahead of him with Kiwi Papaya, Speed Freaks, and long-haired freaky people. And this may allow the Oh Yeah Racing squad to close right back up in and capitalize on Dominic's going slow with the lapped traffic. But this could also allow Dominic D'Angelo to work through all the lap traffic very easily and Gavin get bottlenecked up behind these lapped drivers, allowing 31 Motorsports to reclose in the gap. But 31 Motorsports is still on a kart that has been used more and boosted more than Oh Yeah Racing. So Oh Yeah still sitting comfortably in the number 1 position as far as kart preservation is concerned.
Good move on Dom there to use a little bit of break into 3. He really set himself up for failure in turn 1, but he was able to recover from it as he manipulates these teams and these drivers. He's got 2 of the younger drivers in front and behind, and he's just trying to make sure, as you were saying, that Gavin is staying back there. He looked like he burned another boost on the front straightaway to try to make the spot.
There we got ASR coming into the pit.
Going down the inside of Josephine Matthews. And now they're going to be side by side. Is she going to give him any space? Not a lot, but they'll exit cleanly.
So Dominic D'Angelo, every driver that he works past is a driver that Gavin will have to eventually work his way by as well. So Dominic D'Angelo trying to make the pass there on
Josephine. And the number
Josephine,
7.
yeah. Thank you. And he has the inside line and the preferred line going into number 2. So Dominic D'Angelo will seal the pass and now try to close in on the Pink Bunny Racing squad. But now, yeah, Pink Bunny Racing losing the gap that they had to Pajama Jammers. The Jammers doing some work here nearing the halfway point.
I'm doing the math now on 31 Motorsports because they're going to be in their pit window before too long here.
Are they sitting at about the 3-volt range with their cart currently? Is that the one that you were looking at? Indeed.
They are, yeah. It looks like all boosts have been expended on that number 36.
Working his way through some traffic. He still has that Pink Bunny Racing squad as well as the long-haired freaky people running just ahead of him.
Mike not lighting the bumps, but you got to stay in line.
Dominic D'Angelo's not quitting. You'll say that. He is definitely trying to make that pass. Couple of bumps through 2 and into the chicane. Dominic D'Angelo trying to set up Mike Fisher. D'Angelo still doesn't quite have the drive down into number 1 to make the pass, and that's going to allow Kiwi Papaya to move in. And that is Aiden Harbaugh with Kiwi Papaya trying to be kind of aggressive here on Dominic D'Angelo with 31 Motorsports. There we see Gavin Patterson starting to work his way into this group of karts battling for track position.
Keeping it on the telemetry for 31 Motorsports just to see where they're sitting on the voltage. Little bit of relief coming from that particular car. They're going to be side by side again with Mike Fisher.
Oh, Kiwi Papaya had the inside line, but having to drift wide, allowing Dominic D'Angelo to slip right back in line. And here comes Gavin Patterson bulldogging his way by Josephine. One of the new drivers that I've had to experience here for the 12-hour race, so I'm getting some names accustomed. So Josephine getting a little bit of pushed around by Gavin Patterson as Patterson is trying to close back in on the rear bumper of Dominic. Dominic has Kiwi Papaya running just behind him, and that's Harbaugh getting some hops. He's one of the light riders, like you're mentioning, that's not able to put the traction down and hopping through some of the turns. And we have a replay of what just went on out there.
In turn 5.
A lot of stuff going on there in that replay. But now we're seeing if Dominic D'Angelo can make the pass on the long-haired freaky people, and Gavin Patterson seals the pass on Kiwi Papaya and the rest of those drivers. And now Gavin Patterson's got clear real estate heading into the rear bumper of Dominic D'Angelo. The blue hood right there in center screen is trying to close back in on the red hood, who was able to work his way around a few laps ago. But James over there watching the telemetry of kart number 36 like a hawk. to see if it's going to dip at all.
I was apparently on the wrong time window. He's not as far along in his his driving stint as I thought he was. Still looking in pretty good shape, although he'll be in the pit window before too long. I just missed the lap count on that one. 31 Motorsports, 579. Puts him at 83 laps so far in this stint.
And Gavin Patterson closing in on Dominic D'Angelo, who is still being held up by Jonathan. Is that Jonathan Douglas? Yes.
Yep.
With the long-haired freaky people. On board with the long-haired freaky people. Trying to hold off this battle for the race lead behind him. But it looks like Douglas is getting a couple of bumps through the far turn and heading into the start straightaway. He's feeling the pressure from the red and blue squads behind. There we still see Kiwi Papai with Aiden Harbaugh not letting these drivers get away from him, as he has been able to pull away from the speed freaks. And there we see Pink Bunny putting a couple of laps on the Pajama Jammers. I missed their time coming in the pits. Pajama Jammers in the pits right now. That is how.
Gavin started to get a good run on Dom, but he decided not to make any outset moves.
And that is how the Pink Bunny Racing Squad was able to move back in the number 3 spot, is because the Jammers came into the pits. Gavin Patterson with a good run, closing back in on Dominic D'Angelo after D'Angelo was caught up in some traffic, and traffic is what is allowing.
Dom's going to have a long way to go around, but it'll put him in good position for turn 3, and that'll slot Gavin right behind him.
Exactly.
And also interesting to note that you now have, again, back to the boost strategy. You've got Dom, who we believe has exhausted all of them, and I think Gavin, he might get disciplined when he gets back to the pit because we think he's used 3.
I do what I have to do. I'm doing what I have to do to stay with him.
I needed it.
He's showing the usage of it, hanging on to the rear bumper of Dominic D'Angelo.
And Gavin will be in okay shape as long as they don't, I mean, he's got a full lap to make up, but if this is racing after all, you got to stay with him and stick with him. Go ahead. This was the move on Jonathan Douglas down into turn 1. Yeah, that was, go back just a little bit more and slow that down. I just want to see how close they were in turn number 2. Really pull slow-mo on that as you go back again. Slow it down right here. I want to see this squeeze here. Dom giving him just enough room from our angle. It's a little tough to see how far alongside the kart he was, but just a slight amount of contact from what we can tell. Thanks, guys. Do an awesome job on the replay, by the way. So much better than when I'm running the switcher. Back on track, we're keeping an eye on these 2 leaders and trying to see if Dom D'Angelo is going to bring in that red kart anytime soon. Average stint so far for 31 Motorsports was about 96 laps, so they have right now, looks like 588, and they are at 92 laps on the board right now.
I just went down and talked to the mechanic, and he said that kart number 1 is back out in the field. Mm-hmm. He was saying that the front tires were a little cupped, a little out of shape, perhaps alluding to that kart hopping. That is what the assessment is at this point in time. We'll see if it is a continued issue, as any of these karts are available to any of these teams, and it could happen to Team Oh Yeah in 31 Motorsports, just as it could happen to K1 Speed or ASR. So it could happen to any of them, but we'll see if the solution.
Yeah, you literally
Has
can
been
show up
figured out.
yesterday or tomorrow and drive the exact same cars. Like, we're not using anything that is specifically spec'd for these races. We're subject to all the abuse that they take during the arrive and drives and try to condition them accordingly. I think based on the rating, everything looks pretty good, but I'm sure if you talk to some drivers, they've made their lists today, and they will continue to develop those. Now, one thing to keep in mind, they don't get a choice as far as which one they get. So there are 3 rows of cars in the pits, and I don't think we've shown that yet, but there is a randomizer, which we normally use to just pick a random car number. Well, this time it's a car row, so it's either 1, 2, or 3, and you are choosing a random number, which you then take the front car from that particular row. So it's forced upon you.
Understood. So it is a truly randomized which kart you will get. And there we are on screen with the long-haired freaky people and Team Pink Bunny Racing, as well as K1 Speed Columbus. Good battle on track. And out there for K1 Speed Columbus, I believe, is IC out there for K1 Speed Columbus. Putting in some good laps, trying to reel in the long-haired freaky people and just have a good time at the Royalty Roofing 12 Hours of Canton. We heard some stuff going on from the track officials.
Gray is going to get a 10-second penalty. So the way they serve penalties is because the pit timer, they just have to hold longer to serve those penalties. Looks like Raymond Freed Jr. is back at the helm. I believe that's his helmet. As he better be watching for Aiden diving down the inside, and that's all good. Young Gun's adjusting the headset. Maybe he can dial in some comms, or if there's an issue, maybe he's trying to deal with it on track.
He'll be getting word of that penalty very soon. There we're watching back on board with K1 Speed, Columbus, Pink Bunny Racing, and long-haired freaky people, and Pink Bunny Racing diving it down the inside.
Big dive from Mike Fisher, and then is it AC or it's IC? Yeah, like you said earlier, was stuck looking at the outside of that incident.
And that Jonathan Davis for the long-haired freaky people.
Cardo's being one of the sponsors for ASR Racing. I noticed that their team running Cardo's with KTM Orange on there.
It's one thing that is not allowed in the two-wheeled professional sporting is communications between mechanics and drivers, riders.
Yeah, exactly.
So that is a very cool implementation that we have here in the four wheels. The ability to communicate back and forth between the competitor and the paddock.
So the penalty for Gray is because of an unsafe release. So something happened at the end of the pit stop there.
Okay.
Most likely it's the merge line. So the drivers have to hold drivers left as they exit, and if they don't, and there's another car coming down the track, that could be an unsafe release. So they'll just have to serve that on their next pit stop.
With about 4.5 hours of racing completed, Oh Yeah Racing continues to run up front with 31 Motorsports in the number 2 spot. Pink Bunny Racing back in third, and they've got their hand up. They're coming in for their pit with a couple of laps ahead. They're showing 3 laps ahead of Kiwi Papaya is Pink Bunny Racing. So we'll see if Pink Bunny Racing is able to come in for a quick pit and hang on to their position, as we just seen Oh Yeah Racing coming into the pit.
Yeah, we're getting a notice in the chat that something happened with their wheel. So if we can find the blue team on track, we'll find out if they're stopped or anything. Looks like they might be going yellow. We don't see anybody on the track yet.
They're showing in the pit.
Are they? Okay. Oh, so they made it in then.
Oh Yeah Racing giving up their number 1 spot now as a result of that pit exchange. So, like you said, this is an arrive and drive facility. These carts are available to anybody. Anybody is exposed to any of their mishaps.
Yeah, and the nice thing is you get a cart to replace it. It doesn't take you out for the day. So if you're a regular road racer and you have a mechanical, you go home or you try to fix it, and if you can't, you're out. You're done. Here, you get a different cart. They will consider it, if it is true mechanical, which it possibly is, then you get laps and track position back. Now, the stipulation is because you're getting a new cart and you have a full battery charge, you can't go more than 5 laps longer over your previous stint. So your previous stint with Gavin is 108 laps, which would be very difficult to improve upon. But the combined lap counts now between the original cart and the replacement cart cannot exceed, it'd be 108 plus 5.
Which is unlikely to begin with.
No. So if you get your track position back and your times back, and then we put you back in the same position, you complete a cart swap as per your normal schedule and put you back in the race.
Okay.
So we'll see if that sorts out.
And I'm going to wait for 31 Motorsports to cycle through the remaining 5 seconds of their pits and give it another couple of moments before we check back in with times and scoring and see what the gap is between first and second and third from fourth. But we are right there at the 600 lap mark with 4.5 hours, 4 hours and 25 minutes of racing completed.
So there's 31. Marshall back at the helm. We'll figure out here in a second where Racing is.
Showing about 17.5 seconds the gap. But that's on cold tires all around.
Yeah, exactly. So we're watching long-haired freaky people and K1 Columbus battle it out. What we're looking for is where is Racing? Assuming they've returned, sometimes you have mechanical and your driver's not ready to go. So there we go. Anthony Narowski is back.
Anthony behind the helm for Racing. I believe 31 Motorsports is coming down the start straightaway right now. Indeed they are. So Racing about 18.5 seconds up on 31 Motorsports after the cart mishap. It's evened out.
That seems pretty reasonable.
I will accept that.
The team is happy with that, and they were looking at the gap before and after the mechanical. So the only hitch here is that Anthony's only going to be able to go 25 laps maximum on that car.
Anthony can.
Correct. Yep. Every time you come in, you have to do a driver swap, so they'll be forced to hand it over to somebody else.
So he has to come in pretty soon?
Well, because he's got a brand new battery. So the only way to simulate drain of battery after 88 laps being completed is he has to do another pit stop. So he gets his track position back, and he has to create a stop, which would normally be on a regular schedule. Zach is back in the seat for Pajama Jammers. He's in the teal, number 30. Right in front of him is IC from K1 Columbus. Jonathan muscling around that number 11 machine for freaky people, long-haired.
There we see Pajama Jammers giving K1 Columbus IC a little bump through one, opening the door, and that will allow the Pajama Jammers to advance.
Well, we're looking at the gap between them and Pink Bunny, you mean?
Just making the pass on K1 Speed Columbus.
Oh, I gotcha.
And we have a replay of what just happened out there on the track.
So this is Zach down on the outside of turn 1 unusually. And as those guys in front of him get jammed up, he says, all right, I'll take the inside of turn 2. Most of the time we see drivers jammed up in the inside of turn 1. But Zach, recognizing everybody diving the inside, goes the opposite way.
And then has the preferred line going into 2, making the pass easy on himself. Good driving from Harmon.
So the long-haired freaky people team in purple is kind of the self-proclaimed blockers. They like to call themselves. So will Zach be able to get by Jonathan Douglas? I'm not sure, but we're switching over here now to Pink Bunny Racing, and you've got the Kiwi Papaya guys right in tow with Xander Carson. I believe this is the first time we've seen him in the car today. He's got that red fire helmet and matching uniform. This might be a good time to take a quick break. We'll run you through some commercials. Thanks for tuning into the live stream. We hope you're enjoying it. We got a lot more action to go. Stick with us.
Introducing an all-inclusive technology platform to pursue your motorsports career right from home. Select from 3 levels of professional-grade simulators, and we will expertly pair you with a world-class coach with training software, exclusive tracks, and technical support all included. And as a true entry point for motorsports, all members will enjoy access to exclusive real-world driving experiences. From aspiring drivers to those already competing in professional ranks, Spark is everything you need to maximize your potential as a real-world racing driver, all with just 1 monthly membership. At Spark, our mission is to develop world-class drivers while building the premier talent pool for global motorsports, all starting from home. The first memberships will be invite only, so apply today and take the next step in your motorsports career. Welcome to Spark, the world's first driver development platform.
Grafana is used to monitor everything from Fitbits to power grids to space missions, all the way to the moon. Back down here on Earth, the challenge is helping teams understand their data every day in real time so they can move fast, stay online, and deliver on their goals. Because observability isn't just about dashboards and alerts. It's about context and understanding. Why apps are running slow, why errors spike, and why users disappear. That's the problem Grafana Cloud solves. It's a fully managed observability platform built on an open source stack with open standards in its DNA. Engineering teams today juggle dashboards, logs, and alerts across way too many tools, only to see part of the story. But signal without context is just noise. Grafana Cloud cuts through the noise without losing the signal. It gives you visibility from back end to front end all in one place. Grafana Cloud connects to over 150 data sources, bringing infrastructure, security, operations, even revenue and finance systems together. And when incidents hit, Grafana Cloud shows you what matters, correlated automatically with AI-powered guidance that helps teams find root causes faster. Escalations are automated, on-call gets simpler, and every incident makes the next one just a little bit easier to handle. It helps teams from Citigroup and Salesforce to Uber and ASOS see the truth and scale with confidence. Grafana Cloud brings it all together because clarity is how you act faster, sleep better, and work smarter.
My name's Derek DeBoer. I'm a race car driver. I drive for Racing Spirit of Le Mans. I get to drive this beautiful Aston Martin in the European Le Mans Series, and I work with Valentin Haseclo as my co-driver and professional coach.
My name is Valentin Haseclo, and I'm an Aston Martin factory driver for 3 years now. For the team, I drive essentially, but I'm also here to support my co-driver, Derek De Boer, this season. So the most exciting thing about what I do is actually stepping on the podium, because in the end, this is what all matters, and this is the motivation to go racing, is to end up on a podium.
I think one of the biggest things with racing is that I've found that it pushes me in every area of life. It is a very grueling sport. It takes a massive amount of commitment and effort just to be here. And then it takes a huge amount of discipline to be able to perform and do what's asked of you in the exact moment that's needed.
So our main job as a driver, from a data and engineering standpoint, is to give a clear feedback on what we felt in the car, in our hands and in our legs. So the engineer can start thinking about the setup adjustment, but sometimes we talk with our emotions, and data has no emotions. So it's important to cross the driver's feedback with the data to take a decision on the setup change for the next session. As simple as that.
Trace 3 is an expert in analyzing data and providing good feedback, makes them a perfect partner for our racing team. We live in the same worlds where we rely completely on facts and data and information, and there's no one better than both sides, Racing Spirit of Le Mans and Aston Martin, and Trace 3 to make the best use of this data for making better decisions.
Success isn't found at the finish line. It's built over thousands of miles. When every lap, every turn, and every breath could hold the key to your next success, you need more than speed. You need a foundation. Macallan Racing and Rubric, helping secure the data that defines the race.
Held the lead into the first turn. Another amazing move. Absolutely love it. Crucial moment. Does he get the plate? Great battle between these two. It's side by side between the two to win.
Powering every race and every emotion. The Lenovo AI PCs, servers, and services. Now that's smarter AI for all.
Night says yes, you've been here for quite some time. But my heart tells me you should stay a little while. Are we at the end or are we at the start? 129 beats per minute from my heart. Anywhere with you is where I long to roam. Night or day, I'm taking you all the way. 'Cause my heart screams, let me carry you home. every season till the end of the world. Every moment, all the memories unfurl. I was chasing the shadows, they were slipping right out of my hands, but I lingered. Now I know where I stand. Call it amazing. You wanna do right by me in all we are facing. Yeah, I wanna do right by you. Call it amazing. Every heartbeat when I need you like this. Well, it's alright, 'cause it's you that I miss. We were headed for greatness. We were flying for once in our lives. To the heavens, to the crystal blue skies. Call it amazing. You wanna do right by me in all we are facing. Yeah, I wanna do right by you. Call it amazing. Well, it's alright. Yeah, it's alright. Call it amazing. You wanna do right by me in all we are facing. Yeah, I wanna do right by you. Call it amazing. You wanna do right by me in all we are facing. Yeah, I wanna do right by you. Call it amazing. Hey, call it
Come back. And we are back up here in the box, and I see Oh Yeah Racing coming in the pit, serving their kart exchange pit. So they will be coming back out on the track in just a moment. There we see Anthony Narowski coming back out on the track, and he is going to be right behind 31 Motorsports after that exchange. So we're showing 31 Motorsports as your race leader with 2 laps over Oh Yeah Racing with Pajama Jammers in the number 3 spot. Pink Bunny Racing in 4th with Speed Freaks in the number 5 spot. Kiwi Papaya just outside of the top 5 with Shake and Bake Racing in 7th. 8th place is ASR Racing with the long-haired freaky people holding off K1 Speed Columbus as we have just marked off 4 hours and 45 minutes of racing concluded as we are on board with Zach Harmon. No, that's going to be on board with Xander with Kiwi Papayas. That's Xander Carson with Team Kiwi Papayas who are on board right now. I got a miss screen. Anyhow, he was working his way through turn number 1. He's got a little bit of an advantage over this trio of karts with Shake and Bake holding off Pink Bunny. So Xander there on screen all by himself, running in the number 6 position. Xander Carson, cart number 29. Showing that he has boosted a couple of times. Maintaining his distance over this now 4 kart battle as Marshall Miller starting to fight his way through the Pink Bunny Racing and the Shake and Bake Racing kart. Marshall Miller coming out of nowhere to bulldog his way by the Speed Freaks kart and the Pink Bunny Racing kart, and now finds himself on the inside line of Shake and Bake and clearly makes the move on the green hooded kart. And Pink Bunny Racing also trying to work his way by as well, following Marshall Miller. Pink Bunny Racing 1 lap off of Pajama Jammers as they have been battling pretty long for that number 3 position. I was talking to him with this. I'm a little confused.
Hello.
Yeah, we should turn them back up.
Yeah, Derek and I were just talking about the pit stop for Oh Yeah Racing. I saw that they came in a few laps ago, completing that mandatory stop to not exceed their pit window. And because of the pit stop, they should have gotten laps back. And then Armand released them at the appropriate truck spot to try to give them this best opportunity for track position as possible.
Okay.
So hopefully, if everything works out, I mean, it's hopefully a moot point on the mechanical failure.
So we are still showing them as about 1 lap in the green on 31 Motorsports, as it should.
Yeah.
Now, with this exchange in carts, will that affect the pitting windows for them, as they were about 5 to 10 laps ahead of 31 Motorsports? Will this give them a pitting advantage, therefore, on the red squad?
No, because the lap count is adjusted to compensate for the additional pit stop. So in the end, it's supposed to wash out and try to give them the best track position as close as possible to where they were before mechanical. Got an interview with Joey down there in the Pajama Jammers.
All right. I'm here with Joey Bourdon. He's a fellow coworker of mine, but he decided to run the 12-hour with us. So you guys are holding 3rd place. You guys are up a lap right now. How are you feeling watching your teammates doing the thing, basically, running your strategies? What do you think?
Yeah, so like every other team, we're just trying to go as long as we can, and it's really tough. It's really physical and enduring and tiring, but the race is going really good so far. We had a pretty rough first stint on the start. We dropped from like 2nd to 6th, and then since then we slowly crawled our way back, and through the work of our other guys, we've gotten up there to 3rd. Now with a lap lead on to 4th, so we're in a good spot.
So everybody except Gio has gone, correct?
Giovanni has gone as well. I've raced 2. Zach is on his 2nd one right now. Giovanni's doing his 2nd one next. And then Ryan and Noah have both done 1, so they'll be up after Giovanni.
A little bit to go back to school. I just wanted to check up on you guys. I kind of missed a little bit of the story. What's your mentality going out there will this be your 3rd stint, correct? You've got a little bit of a break. You're kind of thinking about maybe getting something to eat. What's your mentality going back in?
Literally just put down as fast laps as we can and go as long as we can with every cart. It's really tough with the lap traffic. And at this point in the race, we're starting to get to where you're having a lot of lap traffic. And each stint, you're passing, 5, 6 guys who are a lap behind you. And it's really tough with no blue flag. So you got to really work for every single position on the track. You have to work for every single track position. And in order to have a good stint, you just have to get through that traffic as quickly as you can. So far, we've been doing a good job, but we just need to avoid those penalties later on. We had a small one earlier on with me. I absolutely slammed into somebody into turn 1. And so we just need to avoid stuff like that. But overall, going good.
So I've talked a lot about with like other drivers about they're using boost. Some people don't use it a lot, like they think it's last resort. Some people use it conservatively, and people will just go use it crazy. What are your thoughts on using boost? Are you conserving it, or kind of what's your plan?
So my plan so far has been every time we go out with a new kart, we're using about 5 in a row. So 5 laps in a row, we'll use it down the straightaway. That's just to get a little bit of pace out of the kart while we're warming up the tires, because with the cold tires, you're going to be about 3-4 tenths slower. So if you can eliminate that by using the boost for the first 5 laps, that's good. And then what I've been doing is saving the rest in order to use for getting by lap traffic, which is very important.
So you're big on using it for traffic. So like you said you were using it in the straights, but you said you also use it for traffic. It's a little bit of both. I think that's really smart. And I'm excited to see what the Pajama Jammers have in store. So, thank you.
All right, thanks, Trello. Thanks, Joey. Pajama Jammers averaged track stints about 95 laps every time they're going out, and they were on their 8th driver in the field.
Jammers, yeah. He was mentioning that they have about a lap advantage over Pink Bunny Racing, and it's almost 2 laps now at this point in time, as they are nearly closing in on the rear fender, I believe, of Pink Bunny Racing, not too awful far ahead of them. About half a track ahead of them.
Zach at the helm right now. Yeah, so the kart that he originally had, Zach had the very first stint, car number 1. I also talked to Ryan down there about the tires, and because I was concerned, like that didn't seem like a suitable fix for that amount of vibration. And what happened was we had deformed tires, and so it was a defect in those particular units, and that's what caused the mechanical for them and that vibration that was in the front end.
Have we seen kart number 1 back out there since?
No, so they're setting it to the side for an absolute emergency.
Okay.
We really would like to track test that before we put it out in the field, but for now it's going to be sitting on the side. So, yeah, not super happy with the manufacturer and the tires of these last couple batches, and I'm not usually one to throw people under the bus, but that kind of stuff is not really good because there's a lot of inconsistencies in them, and we just keep falling prey to that. So,
same manufacturer?
Same manufacturer, yeah. We're forced to use one manufacturer for this particular venue. So, yeah, a lot of oblong tires, a lot of malformed tires, a lot of ones that we just always have to fight. So we'll chalk it up as a mechanical. Hopefully the team's got their position back to compensate for it, and we'll move on.
Fair enough. As we are looking at this 3-driver battle between Speed Freaks, long-haired freaky people, ASR, long-haired freaky people, and Pajama Jammers. And piloting ASR, I believe, is Zach Saunders out there for Team ASR. Avid sim racer, just likes to find himself behind the wheel. And
looks like
he is trying to hold off
some
PJ.
Sunglasses on under that helmet.
He's got the flip-down visor.
Yeah, the visor.
I mean, if you wear your sunglasses at night, I get it. And he is trying to hold off PJ Mannypenny as they have broken free ever so slightly from Marshall Miller. Marshall Miller back there just a little bit further. But those 2 drivers really putting in a pretty good effort as they have extended away from Kiwi Papaya. Because I swear just a couple of laps ago, it was like 4 drivers all battling, and these 2 between ASR and long-haired freaky people have been able to break free and maintain good track position between each other.
Speaking of Kiwi Papaya, they really ran a short stint. They've had a couple stints that were 72, 74 laps, and that was the same for Xander in that last stint. Either really rough on the batteries or they weren't finding the right track position they were looking for, so they were back in for a kart swap.
Now we're back on this battle on the track as we see Marshall Miller able to close in on PJ Mannypenny, as he's going to be right there trying to capitalize and improve by. Looking at the gap between Oh Yeah Racing and 31 Motorsports, it is about 22 seconds. So about a 25-second lap, almost a lap down as we've seen it before all of the shakeups that we've seen with the kart malfunction and the pits between 31 Motorsports and Oh Yeah Racing. Everything's pretty well evened itself back out, as you were alluding to.
Yeah, Armand's goal through the race as a race director was try to make it as fair as possible. And I know that's typically the mantra for it. And hopefully the teams feel that that has been the case so far in this race. And we have to compensate for these things. Mechanical failures happen and we got to keep the race going.
It's good to see PJ out there putting in some good laps, keeping ASR on their toes. And they're not driving bad laps because Marshall Miller hasn't closed in and passed them that quickly. They've been able to hold off 31 Motorsports for quite a few laps. So they're not running shabby laps. They're deep in the field. As they're making their way around the carousel, PJ's lost a little bit of distance to ASR. And here we see Kiwi Papaya closing in. And Papaya bringing Zach with him. Is that Zach? No. Yeah, that's Zach Harmon with
the Pajama Jimmers? Zach Harmon's in Pajama, but no. Behind Xander, you mean?
Correct. Oh, yeah?
It must be Oh Yeah, but who is the driver? Oh, it's Anthony. He's back out.
Anthony Narofsky, okay.
Yeah. Well, I stand corrected. So Xander is still in the car. I guess the sheet that I'm looking at shows that he pit swapped, but that is not the case. So sorry about that, Xander. Xander's still out on track.
So we've seen Tyler Stevenson able to close in and pass Marshall Miller, and now we're seeing Anthony Narofsky also closing in and passing Marshall Miller. So there are two drivers on the blue squad that are definitely able to close in and make the move on both red drivers. And curious to see if Anthony used any boosts to make the pass. Kart number 22 is the one Anthony is currently piloting. And yeah, he may have been using it a couple of times.
Yeah, we looked at there's quite a few there. So that's the first deviation from the Oh Yeah team that we've seen all day on the boost strategy.
And he may be saying that this is a
maybe they're thinking that it's not so bad after all. I don't know.
We could see. We'll wait and see as they are putting 31 Motorsports officially a lap down and checking out. So Anthony, yeah, most definitely using the Go Fast button as it has registered once again, coming down the start straightaway and across the finish line.
Remember, this race doesn't have a defending winner racing from last year. However, we have the previous 6-hour team racing in this race, and guess who it is? It's none other than Oh Yeah Racing.
Under a different title.
Yep, but it's all the same drivers.
And even their shirts still say Young Guns.
Yeah, I noticed that.
So I've been thrown for a couple of ringers here today. As I was thinking the Speed Freaks were the Young Guns because they're a bunch of young drivers, not even teenagers yet. And we have a formerly Young Gun team now called Oh Yeah. So, oh no. Things are different for us.
Oh yeah.
Here we see Marshall Miller trying to make the pass on PJ Mannypenny, who he has not been able to for laps. And we have seen Anthony Naroski blow by everyone like they were standing still.
This looks like a really good stint for PJ. That first one got interrupted with his car, but so far he's looking strong. I hope he's enjoying this race. Gives him a chance to settle in and knock out some laps. Seems pretty collective behind the steering wheel. Of course, he's also watching the number 9 right in front of him, so he's got a fixed target in front of him.
Team ASR still holding off the long-haired freaky people. Ergo still holding off Marshall Miller and the Kiwi Papayas. 4-driver battle as they make their way across the finish line.
We may have not been paying enough recent attention to Shake and Bake and ASR. I don't know if you mentioned them while I wasn't here or not, but those guys still on the same lap as each other. That green team and the white team, which we see is, or was right in front of PJ Manipenny. So keeping it lively back there between 7 and 8. We're really glad to be able to offer 10 team spots for this race now. We've gone 7 and then 8 teams and then 9, and now we're up to 10. And the whole idea was trying to maintain a rotation of karts that would survive the energy draw versus the energy regeneration. So it's come down to a pretty easy formula, and that is we have 36 cars in the fleet. 10 teams puts about a 3-car rotation available for everyone. So you've got a car on track, you've got a car charging, and you've got a car cooling. And then that leaves you with 6 spare cars that are rotated in and out throughout the entire field or have been set aside or whatever the case may be. But in worst case scenario, we need to maintain a fleet of 30 vehicles in order to keep up with the charging cycle.
And how long does it take to typically charge a cart from flat to full?
So the way we're charging today is an expedited charge. So we try to do a 1-to-1 ratio so that for every minute of track time, we're able to regenerate and reduce the battery in 1 minute. So in order to do that, we've amped up the chargers. It's not necessarily the greatest thing for the batteries, but they can take it for 1 day. Checking in with the guys back here in the carousel a few moments ago, and Marshall Miller looking down the inside of ASR Racing, making the expedient pass. Special thanks to our sponsors who are rotating on the left-hand side of your scoreboard. Grafana is the platform that powers the battery telemetry, so we're thankful for their sponsorship, and thank you guys for stepping up. We couldn't do this race without a tool like Grafana, who is mapping all the batteries and feeding all this data back to the servers and processing it for these teams. Does a great job of giving us good graphical representation of everything that's going on, and it handles a lot of data, because you can imagine you've got 36 cars transmitting battery voltages of 16 cells times every second of the day, and that platform does it perfectly.
And it takes a very integrated network to be able to manipulate all that data.
Yeah, we are throwing a lot of data around this center for this race. You've got wireless transmission coming from every car. You've got most teams bringing wireless devices. You've got a lot of wired cameras that are operating the live stream. Then we've got data going back and forth for us for timing and scoring. And, you know, stream gets rebroadcast and put over the wire. There's just a lot of technology that goes on, which is probably one of the reasons we had such a hard time getting started this morning.
Understandably so, as there is just a lot of moving parts to make this a reality. And there we see Team Kiwi Papaya coming in the pits, clicking off one of their stints. And we have a replay of what just went on. We see Marshall Miller coming at Shake and Bake Racing down the inside, has a clean pass up the inside and makes that pass.
Making the slide really work for him.
That was a good move for Marshall Miller to make it clean. There we're on with Marshall Miller, and he is going to be diving in the pits. That's 31 Motorsports showing as your leader over Oh Yeah Racing.
That'll put them at a stint count of 98 laps. Pretty close to on par with where they've been. But it was shorter than their previous two stints. Their previous ones, they stretched it to 107 and 106. This will be another return to the sub 100 lap stint on the battery cycle.
Did I miss Oh Yeah coming in for their pit?
You must, because Jenson is recorded to be out on track. Now, we believe that last stint for Anthony was about 92 laps, which was shorter than previous lap averages. But we also noticed, and we noted a few minutes ago about them using boost. I wonder if they actually did see a difference, or maybe they're playing it precautionary.
And we have a replay of what just went on out there on track. There we're watching long-haired freaky people and Shake and Bake. Shake and Bake getting a bump down the start straightaway from PJ heading into turn number 1. And that allows the door to be opened up for PJ to slip right on by.
That definitely looked like a boost pass there from the number 31, because I believe he has now extinguished all 15 presses out of that cart.
James, do you have me?
Yeah, go ahead, Adam.
So for Anthony, he actually came in for a mechanical.
Great.
So that's why he did 92 laps. And they had a little less of a stint with the 88, so they kind of got screwed there.
But was the mechanical on the 92 or on the 88?
The mechanical was on the 92. So he pit at like lap 40 into his stint, and then we swapped him. So then he was only able to do like 40 some more.
Oh, so because the 88 was the previous lap count, that's what cut the next stint short.
Yes.
Gotcha. All right, thanks for the information. PJ Manny Penny floating there somewhere around the 38% battery charge and the number 31. Long-haired freaky people being a 4-man team, but the same drivers as ran at the 6 hours.
Now we're watching the battle between Kiwi Papaya and long-haired freaky people. Actually, we're just watching Kiwi Papaya at this point in time, as he is all by himself, and that is Grant Oser out there for Kiwi Papaya piloting cart number 13 around turn number 3. Doesn't have a whole lot of pressure from behind and doesn't have pressure ahead. He's just putting his head down and driving some clean, consistent laps. Not quite the heaters that they were running during qualifying, as he is right there around the 25.5. We've seen lap times diving down sub-24s, but that was also with boost being allowed for pretty much every lap during qualifying. So if you didn't turn under a 25.5 without boost or with boost, yeah, I can understand. Now we're on with Grant Oster with Team Kiwi Papaya, as he is making his way through turn number 1. Again, he's all by himself.
He is, but I see we have it on board with Giovanni. If we could cut over that for a second, this would be a better shot. This is what we've been intending for our cameras to be. We finally get a good opportunity to see that for Giovanni. Charge cycle down there at the bottom right-hand corner, sitting around 73. And you can see the vibration translating through the car, especially back here in this turn 5, making it extra difficult for drivers to manipulate the anticipated 1,600 laps today. 40 minutes in the seat on average, 100 laps, give or take, depending upon what's going on. Let's take it right around with Giovanni. I won't take you through the corners for those of you who are maybe a little unfamiliar with our track. So this is what we call turn 5. Let's wait for him to finish the start-finish line. I want you to pay particular attention to the throttle on the right-hand side. He's going to have a little bit of traffic to deal with, so it's going to be a little bit unusual. But I want you to pay attention to how much off-throttle time he has going around corners. There's turn 3. We're going to head to the scoreboard, and turn 4, and it's a quick lift. Back here, it's going to be a bigger lift, off throttle all the way till you hit apex. Then power out, and then lift again right before the carousel. That is a not commonly known trick that the fast drivers know. So when people learn this circuit for the first time, they often get confused that they need to stay on the power through the carousel, but it's not the fastest way to do it. You got to take the drive off the motor, and you got to discipline yourself. As he's going to look on the inside of Sean. I believe that was in front of him. And he's still going to maintain that throttle control as he now whips through the carousel and back to the front straightaway.
That was Sean Richards out there for Team Pink Bunny Racing. He is in the all-pink pajamas. And not letting go, though, as he is fighting with Shake and Bake.
And the other thing to note on that onboard is to the top right-hand corner of the steering wheel, that's the yellow button, that's the boost.
That's Ben out there for Shake and Bake, making the pass as well on Pink Bunny Racing. So Pink Bunny getting passed twice as a result of Giovanni making the move. Shake and Bake able to slip by as well. There we're still watching Shake and Bake and Pink Bunny go at it, crossing the stripe.
You'll typically see the driver who doesn't lift in the carousel go about probably half a car length to a full car length wider than the driver who does. And especially, you know, Tyler Stevenson, I know on his last stint, I was watching to see just how closely he was hugging the carousel, and he doesn't put much space right there. But you can see Ben really going way outside, and that will cost you in lap time. But the only way to do it is you got to time the throttle. And so some of this driving skill that these guys have developed over time is timing. You know, it definitely is your hands and the steering wheel, but the timing of the throttle plays a big factor in electric.
Yeah, what's going through your head is go fast all the time, don't lift, but you have to paint the shortest line around the race course, and in doing so is letting off.
And you got to trust that the electric motor is going to provide you the torque out of the corner that you need, because otherwise, coming from gas, you just rely upon momentum through the corner, and that's not the best way for these cars to handle on this little short track.
They have no torque or they have all the torque. It depends. If you push on that right foot, it will have the torque.
Giovanni makes the pass now, and exactly. So these throttles can be an on and off. There's very little fluctuation in them. It's not like a automobile you drive on the road where you feel like you can ease into the throttle and out. You pretty much get an on and off pedal.
And that's where we have also seen in the automobile world with the electric cars getting the acceleration, getting the jump off the line on the gas car, but the gas car continues to pull through the RPM range where the electric car doesn't have any more to pull. It kind of tops itself out pretty early, and the gas car is able to continue pulling, but it has the torque at the bottom. Which is what the gas car does not have. So,
and when you're constantly dropping below, as we watch the replay of Giovanni on Team ASR, you're constantly floating below the RPM range and then getting back into it. That's why off and on throttle makes the most sense for this track.
And we're going to send things down trackside as we've got an interview with one of our drivers. Who do we got down
Tyler
there?
Stevenson.
Tyler Stevenson.
Were you here when Owen almost
All right, I'm here with Tyler Stevenson. He's a Ohio State K1 winner, correct? Yep. So you guys have just in the past few hours taken P1, and you've got some really, really good guys on your team. Like, you've got some solid racers who've got, like, really, really good racecraft. What's your guys' plan? Like, I know Gavin's probably going to say win. You've had some mishaps kart-wise. Just what's your guys' plan?
You know, I can go along with Gavin and say just win and just keep control almost and just don't make any mistakes.
So we've been kind of keeping track of you. Like a solid 24/6, 24/7, which is way under like our track record. Like consistently without boost is what I've been heard. Is it just a mindset? You know the track better now. What's kind of your like? What is getting you those 24/7s?
Yeah, I know the track pretty good, and obviously with all the laps building up, it's really warm, so it allows me to kind of just put down those times. And my whole team has been running pretty good with 24.9, 24.8. So, yeah, we are all doing really good with that.
That's really, really cool. Quickly, I want to shout out Royalty Roofing, giving us the really cool crowns and sponsoring this event. You guys are fantastic. Go to Royalty Roofing if you want to learn more about what they do. Anyways, I'm going to wrap this up here because I know you're going in for another stint. Thank you.
And great to get an inside look as to what's going on down there trackside with Tyler Stevenson, and he knows the lines around this track without boost.
He does, yes. Last time we asked Gavin his strategy, he just said, win.
I guess that's a good enough strategy.
So I'm glad Tyler didn't do the same. Yeah, those guys are phenomenally fast. And to lean in on his explanation, the track temperature makes a big difference. They got a lot of people who are running the racing line, which is very defined at this point. You also got a lot of tire temperature and just ambient temperature coming up a little bit. Really makes a difference in those tenths of a second that these teams are fighting for.
There we're checking out PJ Mannypenny as he makes his way around turn number 3, around the kink, and heading into turn number 5.
Looks like it's PJ's second stint out on the track. I think probably the same stint that we caught up with him last time.
Most likely so.
Because that last pit stop was around the 6:10 mark, and long-haired freaky people have registered 7:11. So he's going to be pushing the envelope here to see how far he can go in that number 31. Hopefully they're watching that telemetry. I think Katy said earlier, I don't know if she said they didn't have the computer set up or they were looking at the wrong car. One thing to note, the telemetry is available for the whole fleet, so if you want to monitor your competitors, you are welcome to do so. There's no restriction. We've thought about the possibility of locking it into your team as far as your car, but I think it's fun for strategy for you guys to know what's going on with other teams. But also it just adds a lot of complexity to our systems if we were to restrict the 16, 17, or 18 different cars that you drive throughout the day.
Right. There we see Pajama Jammer separating themselves from Pink Bunny Racing, finally able to cement themselves in the number 3 spot. And yeah, they're doing a fantastic job as they have clear track ahead of them and clear track behind them. They're just clicking off some good laps right now with kart number 14. Like you mentioned, that is Giovanni Blackerby out there for what we believe to be his second stint. And we have gone through Giovanni's resume extensively, and he has quite the experience racing here at K1, as well as behind the steering wheel altogether. So he's putting that into good use sitting there in the number 4 spot. But Oh Yeah Racing now stretching it out to 2 laps over 31 Motorsports.
Speaking of 31, I'm particularly interested in car 31. If we can follow long-haired freaky people, that's PJ in the yellow helmet. I want to see when they're going to bring that car in. Purple roll hoop cover there. There he goes. Okay. So he did make it. I get so concerned when these guys start dipping into the below 3 volt cell range, but I think they were watching it this time, so kudos to them.
They let him know, and now we're watching Team Kiwi Papaya navigate the circuit as he is all by himself, just putting in some good laps out there. That is Grant Oser. I believe this is his third stint out there for Team Kiwi Papaya.
And by the way, for PJ, that will cap it off at 106 laps, which will be exceeding their previous record of 94. So he went 11 laps longer than everybody else on his team so far. $12 laps, sorry, 106, 94. Yeah, 12. Team, I think it'd be interesting next time by to get whoever comes into the pits to get a camera shot for the pit strategy or the pit process. I know we've had that off camera and teams are just swapping in and out. So there's the replacement side, Linderman going back out on track. He's got to stay behind that blue line, and they have a TV mounted up on the side where they watch that same timer that you're watching on the top right-hand corner of your screen. That's when they can release. And it is a 75-second timer, so trying to put everybody on as much of an even playing field as possible, giving them the opportunity to adjust pedals, steering wheels, and to pull up to the blue line with plenty of time. Keeping in mind things like these guys, who particularly have more equipment to transport than other teams. Sean Richards and Garrett battling it out on the track.
But that's the beauty of coming here to K1 in Canton is you don't have to transport all of your cars, your carts, your gas, your battery chargers. You don't have to transport any of that stuff to go to a track out in Timbuktu somewhere.
Right.
It's a consistent location with consistent equipment that you come here and compete with.
And we try to change the track as much as possible. We are limited somewhat by having barriers that are bolted into the cement. And yeah, you could draw or drill a bunch of new holes in the concrete to change the track. Not a huge fan of that, but the flip side of that is we open the outdoor section in the summertime, and then we also have that joker that runs across the back that we can do both indoors and outdoors, and it kind of gives us at least some track variation in different racing. So if you're new to our channel, check us out on the Endurance League. That was a couple weeks ago where we ran that joker lane, and that was a lot of fun.
I got to get out here. I say it every year. I got to get out here for some additional races so I'm not so foreign when it comes to some of these bigger events, such as these 12-hour and 6-hour events. But here we're sitting on board with the battle between Pink Bunny Racing and the Speed Freaks. 2 laps separate them, but nothing separates them on the track, as Speed Freaks trying everything to make the move on Sean Richards. And Speed Freaks out there, we have, is that Josephine? No, that's Garrett. Garrett out there for the Speed Freaks, hitting the boost button, showing his front bumper down the inside of Sean Richards, and he will seal the pass. Richards trying to make the move back on Schallenberger. Getting a little bit aggressive there through the kink, but Schallenberger able to seal the pass and pull away from Richards.
We heard a lot of sliding sideways from the side of our booth, but I don't think we caught that on camera.
It had to be down there in the carousel.
I think this is going to be the first move that Garrett took on Sean. Sean doing a good job of putting his nose back in there after the turn.
Looks like Richards trying to come back on Schallenberger to challenge for this track position.
Yeah, now he's got something to aim for, man. He is on the hunt. None of this driving by himself stuff that he did a few weeks ago. This is, hey, I got to hunt this guy down. Garrett's fast, man. You got to keep pace with him. He's going to boost. He's going to look down the inside, and he's going to make another pass back.
And he sets himself up to seal the pass there in 2 and in 3, making it stick.
Now, for those of you wondering in Garrett's position, why didn't he boost back? The difficulty is it's hard to use it in response. If you don't hit the boost here, the motor doesn't have enough time to spool up and get you the speed. So by the time the guy comes up behind you and is side by side in the front straightaway, it's almost too late. Because it's going to not only do that, but it's also going to send you straight into the barrier on turn 1 because you're going to have so much speed and the throttle is going to want to stay with you. So boost really good for offense, not the greatest tool for defense. As Garrett's going to be left to try to use it in the opposite direction here. Does he? No, he does not. Not going to make a move. Sean's going to be inside.
And hangs on to that inside line to prevent Richards from showing him a wheel back.
So proud of these kids. It's just awesome.
There we see Schallenberger filing back in behind Richards. These drivers, barely teenagers, but competing
at top level.
Very much so.
Yeah. Sean can sometimes be more erratic. He doesn't have as much discipline, and I think he'll get there. That's not saying that he won't arrive. But Garrett, I think having a little bit more background and just maybe his calm demeanor really leads him into this like stealthy like pose from the steering wheel. And you can see just how the mannerisms of the driver are affecting their driving ability and their lap times.
And something else that just caught the corner of my eye is the clock. 6 hours and 32 minutes of racing remaining, only about 27 more minutes before pits will close, and 30 minutes before we switch directions, correct?
Yeah, 30 minutes left in this direction. That's hard to believe. It feels like time has been kind of going slow, but when you put it in context of that.
Yeah, we're almost ready to switch it around.
We're almost halfway.
There we go. We're back on the battle with Pink Money Racing and Speed Freaks. Pink Money with Sean Richards able to pull about a car length down the start straightaway, but Richards right back, or excuse me, Schallenberger right back to challenge Richards into the kink.
What a great on-battle track. Oh, he is going to bump him. Is Garrett going to give him the spot back? He gave him a little bit of emotion. I think he will get a let pass on that one. I'm not sure. We'll check it. I might have been coming in late on the bump, but we'll find out here.
Great battle out there on track between skills in the Pink Bunny Racing and Speed Freaks camp. Now, do these two racers race one another not here at the 12 hours?
All right, 1 second here. So we got Garrett behind as they go into 5. Slow it down for us. Slow it down. Yeah, I mean, that contact did cause Sean to go sideways, kind of. It was hard. We'll see. We'll see what they call, if anything, on that. Yep, there he goes. He's going to get the let pass sign. So he's going to have to slow up just a little bit. Okay, don't lose too much track space. There we go.
A little aggressive racing action there between the pink and gray squads. And what I asked you, James, was do these two drivers compete not here at the 12 hours? Do they compete during the endurance leagues so they are familiar with one another?
We're kind of getting them. Yeah, Sean's been heavily involved in endurance. Garrett, a few rounds here and there. It'll be interesting to see if we pick them up on Season 8 that's going to start here at the end of the month. But, yeah, I would say generally well involved. So Sean's also been doing the Teen League, which comes on Tuesday nights. Teen League is tough because not only do you have two of the drivers from Oh Yeah who compete in that series, but the Teen League is only 14 lap races, and you only get one qualifier. So you get one shot, that's it, that's the race, and then you got to try to hold on for 14 laps, and the whole thing's done. So you compare this against either adult GP where you get 2 qualifiers and you get to change cars, or even endurance when you get to change cars, or you've got a 30-minute race. Teen GP is difficult from that regard because it's just so short.
Okay.
But if you're watching at home and you're interested in this, you can participate. All you got to do is show up for those. We don't have any prerequisite requirements for those leagues.
So if you're a teen, you can show up on a Tuesday and race in the teen GP.
Yeah, you got to be tall enough for the adult carts, which is 58 inches. And then if you are under the age of 18, you compete in the teen league. Yeah.
What time does that start on Tuesday evenings?
You show up at 6 o'clock, and it's the first Tuesday of the month generally.
Okay.
Check the schedule because there are some variations with holidays and stuff, but mostly first Tuesday. I know Gavin and Jenson from the Oh Yeah team are looking forward to another full season, so you're going to get to race with those guys.
Now, a question that has been in the back of my mind, is there any additional expense for these league competitions, or is it your typical arrive and drive fee to participate in the league?
Yeah, it's the same race or same price as the 2 race package, which is $50.
Okay.
So you show up, you pay, you get the car, and you get the race.
And you get overall the same amount of track time as?
Oh, Giovanni, looking down inside, the amount of track time as, what is it?
As a typical arrive and drive event?
Yeah, it's 2 laps longer, but you do get to race for position. So if you rate this on a ladder scale, you start out with a arrive and drive, you just come do 12 laps. Then when you go up to the leagues, then you get to race for position. Then if you're racing here, you can do endurance. And if you do endurance, or if you're really interested in this stuff, you come run these big races like the 12.
Because I have teenagers at home and I have kids at home that may be interested in some of these things that I did not know the ins and outs of how you get a competitor entered into teen competition.
Yeah, we went to a registration system for endurance, but otherwise our leagues are just show up. I think we're going to get a replay of Giovanni here in a second between him and Ben. All right, thanks for that, guys.
Yeah.
Jenson Janda back on track for blue.
There we're checking out Dominic D'Angelo and Kiwi Papaya with Grant Oser at the helm. Oser was the opening driver for Team Kiwi Papaya, back out there again. Dominic D'Angelo making the move on the orange squad, and there we see ASR in the pits. ASR sitting in that number 8 spot. Have a little bit of a gap over the long-haired freaky people and not quite as competitive as Shake and Bake Racing, but Team ASR Racing sitting right there in the mix.
Just doing a quick calculation just to use Dom as a comparison because he's doing a 2-man team. He's completed 370 laps so far in this event. Going around this track 370 times, he'll probably have 400 laps under his belt before he switches to halfway.
There we are still on board with Dominic D'Angelo making his way around the carousel and down the start straightaway. Dominic D'Angelo putting in some good laps there as he is still 1 lap off the mark of Oh Yeah Racing. But still putting in some good times. 31 Motorsports on screen showing 767 laps completed with 5 hours and 36 minutes of racing completed. Trying to maintain touch with Oh Yeah Racing and Team Pajama Jammers still locking down the number 3 spot. But it is a great battle between Speed Freaks and Kiwi Papaya. Those are the only other 2 teams that are on essentially the same lap at the same time. Kiwi Papaya about 12 seconds off the mark of the the gray squad, which would be about a half of a lap. Not sure what their kart pit windows differences are. Whether Kiwi Papaya has to come in before Speed Freaks or if Speed Freaks will have to come in before Kiwi Papaya. But there we see Kiwi trying to get a hold of their squad to let them know what's going on. Looks like he's pointing down that he might be going in for a pit.
Yeah, I think those guys are about 40 laps offset of each other from their previous pit stops. We show them pit stopping at 688 and 664, respectively.
And looking like he is pointing at the pit, Kiwi Papaya is, so they're going to be prepping up their next driver, Grant Oster, coming in.
In car 13, huh?
He was most definitely pointing at the pits.
Interesting. Okay.
It could be a personal thing.
Well, they also have to keep in mind that if they don't make it past the halfway mark and they're going to end up in that pit window, that they're going to have to pit this early. But still, you're 17 minutes remaining until pits close. So can you make it in pit stop before pits close? I would think so. So
there we see Team K1 Speed Columbus coming in the pits. They're about to come out on the track.
Maybe he's pointing to track staff. It doesn't look like he's giving an indication to pit. Yeah, maybe there's something on track that he's pointing to or that he sees. I'm not sure.
I'm trying to put it all together.
We'll see. I mean, he's probably not going to do it this time but maybe there's something on track. Camera 3, can you pick up anything over there? Do you see any debris or anything? Oh. Thumbs up.
I am totally lost at this point in time. Now we got to find out what's going on with the Orange Squad, what was going on in turn number 5 there.
Yeah, one of our track attendants is checking. Good to have Jacob back for this race. Those of you who watch our live streams know that Jacob left for a new position, but he came back for this race, so we're very appreciative of that. His last hurrah before he finally says goodbye to Canton.
Looks like whatever was going on with turn number 5 has been figured out possibly, as we don't see Grant pointing any longer and we don't have a track member down there any longer. So I'm not sure what may have fallen off of a cart or what has been going on down there in turn 5, but it seems to not be bothering Grant any longer. There we see Speed Freaks coming in the pit. So that's going to allow Kiwi Papaya to open up their gap. So like you said, they had about a 40-lap difference between their pit windows, and it was Speed Freaks coming in sooner than Kiwi Papaya. So it was a luck thing that they ended up on the same lap. Only 14 minutes before we will be closing pits and preparing the track for the reverse direction.
7.
And we definitely see Kiwi Papaya upset about something. Not certain what's going on with that Orange Squad, so we're going to have to touch base with them.
Yeah, that was unusual. Okay, so Kiwi Papaya pits on lap 766, which puts him at a 78-lap stint. It's an interesting strategy for them if they meant to do that. But Pajama Jammers also coming in early before the halfway point. Anybody else who's been out there for a while? Let's see.
Seeing the Jammers coming back out on track, still locking down the number 3 position as Pink Bunny Racing will be matching their lap count. Clicking off an additional one, but Pink Bunny Racing will be having to come in for a pit, allowing Pajama Jammers to take back over the number 3 position. But it may come into pit strategy and where the carts are lying at the final hour or final half hour of competition, whether they can make it or not. So third place is totally up in the air between quite a few teams. Speed Freaks not far off the mark as well, as they are on the same lap with Shake and Bake. So good racing action continuing as only 12 minutes before pits will close and we'll prep the track for the reverse direction change.
Yeah, and you say prep the track. We are going to do a little bit extra or more than we've done in the past. We're going to do a little bit of track sweeping to try to collect some of the marbles that collect throughout the first half of this race. So it might extend the pit or the yellow for a little bit while longer, but the team is trying to make it as fast as possible. Because our main concern is like turns 1, 4, and 7 that usually collect the most debris. And especially with cars going in the reverse direction, turn 7 is hopefully going to keep the racing line open as they fire back out.
Will they
right there.
Still be entering the pits in the same direction?
Yeah, it all stays the same.
Just kicking a little barrier out there after in turn number 1 for them to rejoin the pit or rejoin the track?
Yeah. And one of the reasons we don't use row 1 for the cars on the out is because when they go to reverse, row 1 becomes difficult to turn out of. So they're operating out of turns 2, 3, and 4, which 4 is usually for our junior karts. Alex Eccleberry back at the helm for number 3 in Kiwi Papaya. Is you right on board with his Thompson Electric sponsored machine.
Making his way through 1. Kiwi Papaya, great showing there in the number 7 position. They're not far out of a top 5 drive. Only 1-2 laps off the mark of Speed Freaks and Shake and Bake, and it could come down to timing on the track with pit strategies at the end. Definitely could find themselves inside the top 5, which is some bragging rights heading into 2027. There we're checking out Dominic D'Angelo with 31 Motorsports holding off Speed Freaks. Speed Freaks out there with Macallan Schleybaugh behind the helm. And Macallan is, no joke, pretty quick driver for the Speed Freaks as she is putting in some consistent 25.5s. And the kids definitely bring a smile to your face as they are the future of racing, as their skills will only get better and better. So you can be proud of what they're putting in. At this age, they can put in even more with more experience under their belts. And there we see Jenson Janda come in the pits for Oh Yeah Racing.
Just seeing an interesting note from a little bit while back on the chat. The team manager for Oh Yeah saying that the power is out at a lot of locations around us due to thunderstorms. So, well, we've never lost power for the event before, but let's hope that doesn't happen. Hey, the race has to stop. We don't have a choice. It's got to go red flag.
So you don't have generators?
Not for this. Jeez, each car, 480 volts, 100 amp chargers. No way.
That would be quite the generator necessary to get this place back in operational condition.
And as much as we'd like to watch these guys race in the dark, not a great idea.
And it'll be an immediate. We'll know it immediately if the power goes out.
Yeah, well, you'll know it at home as well because we will be offline.
And there we see Oh Yeah making their way back out on the track, completing their pit stop. Pajama Jammer's doing everything, shaking the cart to try it to go just a little bit faster as they're closing in on Macallan for Speed Freaks. Pajama Jammers?
All these drivers are the ones that get to experience the yellow and reversal, which we've done very limited practice with, so hopefully that works out. But the procedure is pretty simple. The pace cart will come out. It will gather the field. It will take everybody through the pits. And when they exit, they'll turn in the opposite direction. And then hopefully for the rest of the day, they'll remember to turn the opposite direction. Looks like we got Cello with an interview, and we got Jenson Janda down there in the pits.
Yeah, coming out from his stint.
All right. We do indeed have the Jenson Janda here. He went and ran 2 stints, and how are you feeling? You said you were a little bit tired, a little bit wore out. How are you getting that energy back? How do you think you're going to do?
Drinking a lot of fluids. I got a Monster Energy today, so that'll probably help later. But mainly just staying focused and resting when I'm not out on the track. But it's been a fun event.
So two stints is about 200 laps, give or take, 150 to 200 laps. That's a lot of racing. I can barely race for 24 laps, let alone 200 in one day. Props to you for being one of the youngest here. 12, 13 years old. And you're still putting up with people who are almost double your age, if not more than that. Is there confidence there, knowing you're one of the best drivers, even though you're young? Or does that give you a little bit of sense of they've got more time than me, they've got time on track than me before? What's your thoughts going up against these older drivers?
Some of both. I'm confident, but sometimes I get a little nervous going up against some of the older, mid-age guys. But I feel like it's a sport where most ages can do it.
Yeah, there is this. We've got people who are in their 60s. We've got people who are barely entering their teens. You've got Tyler, you've got Gavin, and yourself, 3 really solid racers. I'd name everybody else, but I don't know them. 3 really solid cornerstones. Who's up next in the stints?
I think it should be Gavin. Gavin after Tyler, yep.
So you're probably feeling really good. You guys have, you guys went from first to second place. You're still in the podium. You're still top 2. You guys are down a place, but you held first for a little while. Are you losing energy? Is that why? Or is it just because, 31 Motorsports is just kind of overplaying or outplaying you?
I think both might be playing a teeny bit of factor, but I think when 31 Motorsports pits, we'll definitely have a little bit of an upper hand, but I feel like it's been a really tight race this whole race, and I'm excited to see how it plays out.
Thank you.
Oh, Cello, I wanted you to ask him if his team thought he was making battery power this time around. because he had the longest stints of anybody in the 6 hours. But it looks like some of his stints were not as long as this time around. So
we got 31 Motorsports in the pit now, wrapping up their. Dominic D'Angelo swapping out as Marshall Miller coming out on the track. And that's going to put Oh Yeah Racing back in the number 1 spot. It'll be this time by where Oh Yeah Racing will take back over the race lead. 31 Motorsports coming out on the track right now. And they'll be right behind Oh Yeah Racing.
Should see him come into the frame here in just a second. Yeah, he's in the back right there. There's Marshall.
Marshall Miller coming around the chicane, and we will see the pits closing in just under 3 minutes. And we'll swap the track around and get it all prepped up for the reverse direction for the final 6 hours of competition. We'll see if the lap times remain right around that 25 flat. If it increases, they decrease. Do you have experience whether the lap times are the same, a little higher, lower with the reverse direction?
They generally will have a couple tenths extra time. So we don't see as many 24s in reverse. It's pretty rare. Obviously, boost will change that picture a little bit, but the lap times are very similar. There's just a couple tenths difference probably in most situations.
Fair enough. As we see the Pajama Jammers making their way by the long-haired freaky people for track position, and that's going to give the PJs some clear real estate ahead of them as they just want to drive some good laps here and put some time in with them battling with Pink Bunny Racing. And we got a replay of what just happened out there. There we see Pajama Jammers giving giving the long-haired freaky people a little bump and opening the door up to make the pass in 1 and sealing it there in 2 and 3.
He gave him a wave, but I don't think Cy was taking any of that. He's like, not really happy you got past, but Ryan was like, thanks.
Take him how you can get him.
I guess.
And that for the Pajama Jammers, is that Ryan Kramer? For the Pajama Jammers, making his way through the carousel. He'll be coming back down the start straight away. The Pajama Jammers still hanging on to the number 3 position with 1 minute before pits will close.
Just a little programming note. We had planned on switching the live stream over at the midway point, but because of earlier problems, we're going to let this stream go, and we're going to switch. Well, no, at this point, we are probably going to maintain this stream for the remainder and possibly ignore that second part. The concern is that we only have 12 hours of recording available on YouTube, and we're now underneath that window due to the fact we had to restart a stream a couple times. So you guys can just hang out here with us.
Yep, and pits are officially closed as we are narrowing in on the final 5 minutes of competition before we reverse the track direction. Right at the 5 o'clock mark for the Royalty Roofing 12 Hours of Canton here at K1 Speed. There we're checking out the battle between Pink Bunny Racing and Marshall Miller. And we've seen for Pink Bunny Racing this driver out there once before. That's Adam Albright for Pink Bunny Racing. And he's no slouch when he gets behind the steering wheel. He is able to close right back in on the top fastest drivers on the track. And Pink Bunny Racing showing that as he is right on the rear bumper of Marshall Miller. We'll see what their lap times are this time around. As Marshall put in a 25.2 and Pink Bunny 25.4. 25.4 is all around for those two drivers, matching each other's paces through 2 and 3, and around the kink they go.
Yeah, Adam definitely being a great anchor for that team and setting pace.
I like the Pink Bunny team. Qualifying deep in the field in the number 7 position, but finding themselves working their way through the field into the number 3 spot temporarily, falling back to about 5th and then climbing back up to 4th. It's been a pretty good effort for the squad that was thrown together last minute. Not letting that hold them back at all, as they are very competitive against some of the top drivers here today. Now, were they sold the pink roll hoop cover, or was that the only one remaining whenever the teams were established?
So funny enough, you remember David Pons from last year.
Correct.
He registered that team when we opened up signups, and he wanted to maintain the color from last year, but he ended up having to sell that team, and so that's why they ended up with the pink one, because that's what he had chosen.
All right, so they literally got sold the pink roll hoop cover.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, to answer the question. I just thought you'd enjoy that story since we know David Pons, and obviously an active racer and has been on the live stream, and he might even join us today. You never know.
Yeah, I seen him a couple of days ago when I was coming to get a little walkthrough as to what was going on for today's race. I myself was feeling the allergy crud through this week. Still lingering a little bit, but I have mustered through it. Zinc, vitamin C, and Dayquil.
Good
Works.
Combo. Good, yeah. Good combo. Yeah.
There, we're still watching this battle between Marshall Miller and Adam Albright as we are 2 minutes before reversing the direction. We've seen our track staff down at the entrance of the pits, getting ready to swap that direction.
Looks like the track workers are going to be on hand getting ready to do those track sweeps at a couple spots. It doesn't look like the marbles are as gathered up as they have been in previous years.
No, the track looks very racy here today, and it looks like it's just going to be a little bit of maintenance here and there before we get the green flag flying in that reverse direction.
Yeah, they may not have too much to clean up in those corners. It may not take too long. Who do you have? Oh, I thought you said had an interview. Sorry.
Now we're just moments away from bringing the pace card out and swapping things around.
6 minutes.
Yeah, what's that 6 minutes mean?
That's a good question.
That doesn't mean anything to any of this.
Just change?
Yeah. You're still killed.
Okay. It's just weird when it's dead.
And we are right there at the 6 hour mark, so we should be seeing the pace cart coming out in just a moment. And now we see, there it is, the pace cart is out. The time is reflecting of the proper remaining racing set to fly. Had a little bit of a confusion with the clock, but
that was interesting why it went to 6 minutes.
It magically fixed itself.
Yeah. I'm glad it did, because we cannot restart the race. That would be terrible.
Yeah, we have our pace card out there, and we are bunching up all of the drivers and going to be reversing their direction. And we have Oh Yeah Racing running in the number 1 position. and they are first behind the pace cart with 31 Motorsports in the number 2 position. They're deeper in the field. I believe they're third place there third place in the field. Got Kiwi Papaya sitting there between those two teams. Kiwi Papaya listed as your 6th place overall as we are swapping directions. A little bit deeper, we have Pink Bunny Racing, 4th place on the track and 4th place in the grid as well. They have Pajama Jammers behind them, 3rd place overall and 5th place in the grid.
Wow, and just think, we've only had one other pace car session for this entire race. Obviously, every team is going to ping that pit timer, so.
There we see them all filing into the pits. And that's a very cool addition you have here to K1 Speed Canton, the dual cart, the side-by-side. Do any other K1 Speeds have that cart, or is that a unique thing for this location?
Yeah, not a lot. I've been told that the Mexico locations have 1 or 2 of them, and I have not run across it at other locations. For us, it was like a no-brainer when we got it, because we were just turning away too much business for patrons who were coming, and we didn't have a solution because they had one kid of the family, for instance, who was not tall enough to drive a junior. So we implemented that, and it's been terrific. We got dads who come in and race with their kids and drive their kids, and they don't get turned away because they can't drive a junior cart. And plus, it just looks really cool as a pace cart.
And there we have the whole grid all racked up, and we are sending the broom boy around the race course to sweep up some marbles that have kicked up from the tires. And you may be watching on the stream wondering what are we referring to as marbles. It is the scrub from the tires, the rubber on the tires actually breaking free and collecting trackside. And it is just commonly referred to as marbles, because if your tires come up on those loose pieces of rubber, they start sliding like they were on marbles.
It's an instant change, and it takes you about a lap to get them to come back off the tires. So if you, especially right now, so they're going to be going into that carousel, and there will be drivers who are going to try to run that wide line. And when you get out there, that turn 6, that turn 5 become really difficult because you got no traction.
So they're going to be coming into turn number 5 in the reverse direction. That's going to be a whole different tactic, as well as the kink now. The S-turns before the start-finish line, I'd have to think that that's going to be a very similar feel as before, just in the reverse direction. But the carousel, turn 5, and the kink, that's going to be an entirely different feeling from the first half of the race.
It is from the standpoint of the flow of the race for sure, but as one driver pointed out a while ago, it is the exact same racing line. So if you watch the fast guys, you'll see that they're going to land their cars exactly where they would in the normal direction. It's just they've got to adjust their throttle and their braking zone to try to lay down that same low 25-second lap time.
And it was pretty early after the green flag flew last time that we seen all the drivers trying to really cement themselves in their positions in this reverse direction before they kind of figured everything out and it all got settled, we'll say. And probably be a similar situation here for today's event as we see Oh Yeah Racing continuing to hang on to the number 1 spot. They are first behind that pace cart, and we're just sweeping up a couple of marbles before we bring the pace cart back off the track and we get racing action back underway. And it'll be a lot of green flag racing before we see any carts come into the pits to swap out, as I believe they are all pretty fresh before coming into this reverse. So once again, thank you to all of our viewers on the stream for watching the 2026 running of the 12 Hours of Canton presented by Royalty Roofing. Thank you for helping us out this year. Working through some final changes to that reverse direction, and we're going to get racing action underway here in just a moment. There we still see the pace kart. Should be coming off in just a few moments, as I believe I don't see the sweeper out there any longer.
Now, in reverse direction, when the pace car falls out, if we could follow the cars on the track, the leader of the race has to dictate pace all the way through the course and make sure that it's a nice, smooth acceleration. There is no passing allowed before the start-finish line, but it is up to the leader to control that, 80% of the lap, because the pace kart does come off so early.
We are just waiting for confirmation that everything is all good to go on the race course before we bring that pace kart into the pits and we get green flag racing back underway. There we're sitting on board with Ryan Kramer with the Pajama Jammers, the light blue, the Cyan squad. Third place overall on the track, about 2 laps advantage over the Pink Bunny Racing team, as well as the Speed Freaks and Kiwi Papaya. So 2 laps are the gap from 3rd to 4th, 4th to 5th, and 5th to 6th. With Oh Yeah Racing and 31 Motorsports only separated by a lap. And we still have our pace kart out there as we are just wrapping up with the yellow flag. There we still see the broom out there just getting a couple more marbles collected before we get green flag back underway. Still sitting on board with Ryan Kramer.
Now, I know these drivers are anxious to go back to green, but I personally, since I'm partially responsible for batteries and stuff, I like seeing the yellow flag because it gives us a chance to catch up and reevaluate, just to make sure that we're in good check before the start of the second half of the race. So, yeah, everybody wants to go back green, except it's good for the pits and the battery processes to reset here a little bit. Everything in the pits will continue to charge, very minimal usage of electricity out on the track, and it'll give us a chance to catch up by just these few minutes.
I think I asked this question already, but I don't remember what the response was. Is how long does it take to charge one of these carts from flat to full?
So it's about a 1-to-1 ratio. So every minute of track time is about a minute of charge.
Okay.
But that is at accelerated charging. We usually operate at about a 1-to-2 ratio. So a 10-minute race will usually charge between 15 and 20 minutes.
There we see Armand giving him the 2-lap warning that we're just about ready to get back underway. Now, do you have any cooling that you apply during the charging, or is that not an issue any longer?
Hasn't been an issue for a long time, so thankfully the batteries have their own cooling systems, and we just kind of let them do their own thing. They got that huge heat sink on them, and we have the fans on standby in case we need them for motors, but that's usually the only situation that we need to bring in extra cooling.
Here we're on board with Alex Eckelberry with Kiwi Papaya, sitting in the number 6 place overall, but just behind Team Oh Yeah Racing. So he is number 2 on the grid whenever the green flag will come back out. So he will, he might do something crazy here whenever the green flag flies and might try to make a pass on Oh Yeah Racing, but that's going to be a tall order as Tyler Stevenson is the pilot for Team Oh Yeah, and he has been super fast all day today. I think the pace kart came in, or are they out there for one more? One more. Yep.
This is where you start seeing a little bit more swerving to try to keep the tire temperature back up. they really haven't lost a lot of temperature in the tires, but it makes the driver feel good. And hopefully we are.
And we're going to bring that pace card in.
So Tyler Stevenson from Oh Yeah Racing is going to lead the field back after the halfway point. The green is going to come out, but there is no passing until after the start-finish line, so he's going to try to bring them to a controlled start.
Seems like everybody's playing nice.
This is the point last year where the race fell apart, so this is where we're really looking to keep things in order as the green flag now will fly, and we're down to the second half of the 12 hours.
Yes, the final 6 hours are underway. Now it's only 5 hours and 48 minutes of racing remaining. I wasn't going to say that the race was falling apart last year. I was going to say that we came into some
I'm glad you left it up to me because, yeah, it just had to be brought up. So,
yeah, we are back underway. We're going to get all these drivers settled, and it looks like, our pace cart has came in, and Tyler Stevenson already showing the rest of the field that he knows the fast line in the reverse direction. It's the same line as the forward direction, just 180 off. And now we're going to see Marshall Miller make the pass on Kiwi Papaya to move back in the number 2 spot on the track, and he's going to try to close back in on Oh Yeah to get his lap back. Everybody's kind of single file. They're making their way across the finish line as Oh Yeah leads 31 Motorsports on the track. And
we just need to switch the camera to the back camera and have them follow the leaders. That'd be great. We had a shift change here, so we're still working through that. Sorry, guys. Tyler Stevenson pulling out a great gap, though.
Alex Eckelberry filing right in behind Marshall Miller and pulling away from the 4th place driver on the grid, Pajama Jammers, in that number 4 spot overall. I believe that's Ryan Kramer out there for the PJs. There we go, Ryan Kramer. Trying to close back in on Kiwi Papaya to battle with these top drivers. I want to see if Adam Albright can make the pass on Kramer and battle with these top drivers as well, because we've seen Adam Albright with the Pink Bunny Racing Squad be very fast earlier in the day. I have not seen any experience with him in the reverse direction, so we'll see if he can make the best of it. But you definitely see Tyler Stevenson and Marshall Miller checking out from the pack as they are pulling away finally from Alex Eckelberry, and even more so from Ryan Kramer.
Trying to, urge the cart along as they round through the carousel, and we get tracking done on this team. Derek will be back in just a second here. And so far off to a pretty clean start, so we'll have Dom D'Angelo in the pits now for an interview. Bring up his mic. Bring it up.
All right, we're gonna go with a headset. I think our batteries have died. So, Dom, you're one of 2 drivers on the red team. This is 31 Motorsport. You guys have each done, about 400 laps at this point, give or take?
Yeah, I think so. I'm not keeping count.
So how are you feeling on one of a 2-person team? Like, I can tell you're tired. Your demeanor is way different than it normally is.
Definitely in some pain right now. My shoulders, back a little bit, some neck pain. But you just gotta keep pushing on. We're right there on the brink. We're trying to get them.
So you and Marshall are very, very persistent. Like, very persistent people. You don't back down to a challenge, and, like, you guys have taken on anybody who comes and tries to attack your position at P1. So, are you a big defender? Like, when you're in first place, are you, like, is all you on your mind defending, or are you trying to, like, get further away?
I'd say I definitely try and defend some until something happens otherwise.
Sweet, and I'm not going to keep you here too long. Thank you, Dom, and I wish you and Marshall the best of luck. Thank you.
Thanks, Dom, for taking out the opportunity. Yeah, I can imagine he's just in a little bit of pain. He's been doing half the race so far, so 3 hours, pretty much on track. And like we said, only one other team has ever done that before with the 12 hours with a two-man team. That was Team Salen's back in the day. They've kind of vowed to never do that again because they brought back, they introduced a third person at some point for that race because it was just so exhausting. It takes you a couple days to repair and recover from it. Now, Marshall Miller sometimes is a machine, so he's sometimes driving the number 11 right now and doesn't seem to phase him, or at least he won't admit to it. But I'll bet when it comes down to it, you'll probably be sleeping a lot tomorrow. This is just a lot of time in the car for sure. It is their choice to do this, though. That's the number of drivers that they wanted. Most teams opting for 4, sometimes 5, and I think our largest team is a team of 8. We got somebody down the pits. Nope, they just keyed the microphone, so. All right, watching the battle, I think, between Pajama Jammers and Kiwi Papaya Racing, who were coming around turn 1. As soon as we catch up with them, we'll watch that battle on track just off to the left-hand side of the screen there. As we let our new camera operators get adjusted to their roles. So we kind of put this in shifts so that they didn't have to run a camera for 12 hours. We'll get it back in tune for everybody watching. We appreciate your patience.
There we see Pajama Jammers finally closing in on Kiwi Papaya. The top 3 initially separated themselves from Pajama Jammers pretty early after this restart, but it's been
Ryan
10
take
minutes.
down the inside, but Alex has got to get it back. Sorry to interrupt, Alec.
No,
Derek.
You're doing good. Alex is doing a great job at maintaining his position and keeping
Alex Eckelberry?
Yes.
Okay.
Keeping him at bay.
Yeah. Even though it's just track position
Kramer.
right now, but
Ryan Kramer. That's who I was fighting over his name. And the Jammers hanging on to the number 3 spot as we see some last lap times. And oh yeah, breaking it down into the low 25s, which is what you were alluding to, James, with the reverse direction being pretty much the same exact times as the forward direction. The racing lines are the same. Although I see them trying to go wide at the entrance of the carousel. I think they want to be holding a little tighter through there.
if we stay with this camera as they roll through turn 1, we'll watch to see if their lines are different. Ryan usually tends to weave out to the outside, and Alex will kind of tuck in a little bit closer. But I know they're battling, so let's see what they do on this lap as they trigger the timing line. And yeah, I mean, they're right there with the mid-track, which I personally think, but we've also seen our fastest drivers run that line. Again, cutting track distance, but also trying to carry momentum, so you don't want to be too close to the inside of the carousel.
And we see, oh yeah, pulling away about 2 to 3 tenths every lap from Marshall Miller. So oh yeah Racing, the pilot right now, Tyler Stevenson, doing a great job at putting in some good laps, pulling away from 31 Motorsports.
So I don't know if that's the strategy that they wanted to play out because of their early mechanical, but I think that is working out for them. If by putting Tyler Stevenson out here, he's got the clean track space right now. And, maybe an unintended consequence that we end up with both him and Marshall on the track at the same time.
So we're keeping an eye on Pink Money Racing and long-haired freaky people right behind Alex Eckelberry and Ryan Kramer for Team Pajama Jammers.
There's some more guys in their racing line. I would say that's probably the biggest difference in the racing line that we see from driver to driver when we switch to reverse. Most of the guys will adjust to here's a mid-track entrance, a mid-track entrance, a mid-track exit. You can see as they swerve through that corner. But this corner here, that one tends to be the one that varies the most. And the car does have a play in that. So if you're feeling the grip because you're at the edge of that speed and grip that you're trying to navigate, you might need to move inside or outside of the line depending upon how it feels. But in general, you want to stick it right to the middle, get off the throttle nice and early, let it coast through, and then right as you go through the apex, get back on the power.
Great battle there as Alex Eckelberry leads this train of drivers. 5 drivers there in that battle. Alex Eckelberry, Ryan Kramer, Adam Albright in that mix as well. Also have long-haired freaky people.
I'm counting their lap times. That's obviously going to be distorted because of the yellow flag. But based on battery, Alex Eckelberry is going to be, he's probably at the last quarter of his stint. So if he's trying to hang on, he's pretty much going to be in this position for a little while yet to go. Doing a great job of just hanging or leaving Ryan Kramer in the back there.
That's allowing Adam Albright with Pink Bunny Racing to close in. He's going to start showing these drivers a front fender.
He's kind of an unusual position when he sits in the car. But I'm never going to argue with somebody who can set down the lap times that he has.
He seems like he's very slouched.
Yeah, it seems like
in the saddle. But if that works for the driver, that works for the driver. As long as they are safe in the harness.
Oh, Ryan was waving at something. If we can get a little bit of wider shot, that would help because we had Nathan Kramer in the shot. Ryan Kramer, sorry.
No, I'm trying to figure these names out myself. And there we got Speed Freaks coming into the pits. Entering in that reverse direction.
And if we haven't mentioned it already, we got Katy Wise back here. So she's back in the car. Trying to battle it out with these this group of 5, maybe 6 cars. Oh, that was a position change, and now Alex is going to be left on the outside of turn 4. Alex is going to have the outside. Adam Albright's going to sneak it in. And Alex is going to go down 2 track positions on that one.
Yeah, Eckelberry was hung out to dry there, and 2 drivers got down the inside and easily made the move. But Eckelberry was finally able to dive back down in just ahead of long-haired freaky people's Katy Wise. And Shake and Bake running at the tail end of this group, and that's Ivan, I believe, out there for Team Shake and Bake.
We are going to have to take a break for our commercial sponsors who are helping us sponsor this event. So hang with us, guys, and we'll be back here in a little bit. You've joined us at K1 Speed Canton. Thanks for tuning in.
He's held the lead into the first turn. Another amazing move. And the crowd absolutely love it. Crucial moment. Does he get the plate? Great battle between these two. It's side by side between the two to win.
Powering every race and every emotion. The Lenovo AI PCs, servers.
Introducing an all-inclusive
Grafana is used to monitor everything from Fitbits to power grids to space missions, all the way to the moon. Back down here on Earth, the challenge is helping teams understand their data every day in real time so they can move fast, stay online, and deliver on their goals. Because observability isn't just about dashboards and alerts. It's about context and understanding. Why apps are running slow, why errors spike, and why users disappear. That's the problem Grafana Cloud solves. It's a fully managed observability platform built on an open source stack with open standards in its DNA. Engineering teams today juggle dashboards, logs, and alerts across way too many tools, only to see part of the story. But signal without context is just noise. Grafana Cloud cuts through the noise without losing the signal. It gives you visibility from back-end to front-end all in one place. Grafana Cloud connects to over 150 data sources, bringing infrastructure, security, operations, even revenue and finance systems together. And when incidents hit, Grafana Cloud shows you what matters, correlated automatically with AI-powered guidance that helps teams find root causes faster. Escalations are automated, on-call gets simpler, and every incident makes the next one just a little bit easier to handle. It helps teams from Citigroup and Salesforce to Uber and ASOS see the truth and scale with confidence. Grafana Cloud brings it all together because clarity is how you act faster, sleep better, and work smarter.
My name's Derek DeBoer. I'm a race car driver. I drive for Racing Spirit of Le Mans. I get to drive this beautiful Aston Martin in the European Le Mans Series. And I work with Valentin Hasseklo as my co-driver and professional coach.
My name is Valentin Hasseklo and I'm an Aston Martin factory driver for 3 years now. For the team, I drive essentially, but I'm also here to support my co-driver, Derek DeBoer, this season. So the most exciting thing about what I do is actually stepping on the podium, because in the end this is what all matters, and this is the motivation to go racing, is to end up on a podium.
I think one of the biggest things with racing is that I've found that it pushes me in every area of life. It is a very grueling sport. It takes a massive amount of commitment and effort just to be here, and then it takes a huge amount of discipline to be able to perform and do what's asked of you in the exact moment that's needed.
So our main job as a driver, from a data and engineering standpoint, is to give a clear feedback on what we felt in the car, in our hands and in our legs. So the engineer can start thinking about the setup adjustment, but sometimes we talk with our emotions, and data has no emotions. So it's important to cross the driver's feedback with the data to take a decision on the setup change for the next session. As simple as that.
Trace 3 is an expert in analyzing data and providing good feedback, makes them a perfect partner for our racing team. We live in the same worlds where we rely completely on facts and data and information, and there's no one better than both sides, Racing Spirit of Le Mans and Aston Martin, and Trace 3 to make the best use of this data for making better decisions.
Success isn't found at the finish line. It's built over thousands of miles. When every lap, every turn, and every breath could hold the key to your next success, you need more than speed. You need a foundation. McLaren Racing and Rubrik, helping secure the data that defines the race.
Powering every race and every emotion with Lenovo AI PCs, servers, and services. Now that's smarter AI for all.
Perfect summer is over in a flash and you're on your way. But some part of me is hoping for tonight. It's not too late. My mind says yes, you've been here for quite some time. But my heart tells me you should stay a little while. Anywhere with you is where I long to roam. Night or day, I'm taking you all over. every season till the end of the world. Every moment, all the memories unfurl. I was chasing the shadows, they were slipping right out of my hands, but I lingered. Now I know where I stand. Call it amazing. You wanna do right by me in all we are facing. Yeah, I wanna do right by you. Call it amazing. Every heartbeat when I need you like this. Well, it's alright, 'cause it's you that I miss. We were headed for greatness, we were flying for once in our lives. To the heavens, to the crystal blue skies. Call it amazing. You wanna do right by me in all we are facing. Yeah, I wanna do right by you. Call it amazing. Well, it's alright. Yeah, it's alright. Call it amazing. You wanna do right by me in all we are facing. Yeah, I wanna do right by you. Call it amazing.
Good to be back here at K1 Speed in Canton for the 4th running of the 12 Hours of Canton, this year presented by Royalty Roofing, keeping things
spicy.
We'll say spicy.
We were watching Aiden Harbaugh's onboard right here, and he was throwing hands at the driver. He's going to squeeze him there. He's got to be careful about doing that. But throwing hands, I don't know that was doing him any good because the guy in front was just racing his line, and Ethan just needs to wait for an opportunity to try to pass. Otherwise, he's just got to fall in line. So, as a reminder, if you're enjoying this kind of endurance racing and you think you want to participate, our Season 8 of Endurance is going to be coming up March 29th, and we will run 7 rounds. And those are signed up through K1SpeedCanton.com. If you're interested in running 30-minute races, this championship series will lead up to the next 6-hour race in the fall. It's a good opportunity to get all your practice sessions in.
There we go. And is that you have to register to race the endurance races before signing up or before showing up?
Those need to register. Aiden pinching in turn 4 again. He's going to get called on that if he's not careful. But I think we also got an interview down there with Cello. Who do we got? We got Ryan Kramer on board.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? I'm down here with Ryan Kramer. So he's a part of the Pajama Jam. You can go. You've got a good team going. You've got one of my coworkers here, Zach, who's been racing for a while. And then Joey as well, who's got an RC background. What brings you into racing?
Honestly, it pretty much just started about like 8 to 9 months ago. I started at high voltage. I'd never karted before. I'd never had any like racing experience. Never even played video games of racing. And out of nowhere, it was just like a hobby. We just showed up one day and we just had like that competitive energy just towards one another, just wanting to beat each other, wanting to improve, and just want to set the fastest time. And actually, I've set a 20.1 at high voltage, which I'm pretty sure the lap record there's a 19.8, so I was only 0.3 off of it, which is insane for only going there for 6 months. But I think I've only been going here for, I think, about 7 months now. But honestly, it's my buddy Noah that's actually racing out there right now as we speak. But that's how I actually got into it.
That is super, super cool. So we're about at the halfway mark, a little bit over the halfway. How many stints have you done, and how are you feeling like mentally and physically, like energy-wise?
Yeah, no, honestly, I've done 2 stints so far, and just myself, my first stint, I set the, at the time when I did it, I set the 3rd fastest time of the day, which was a 24.8, which is actually my fastest time ever. My fastest time is a 24.9 until today, and which was funny because on reverse, it was a 25.1. Or 25.2, and I just set a 25.1 out there not that long ago, and I just got out. But I'm feeling great. I feel energized. I feel like I can be out there for another 3 hours just myself.
Let's go. That's what we like to hear. I like to hear people that have energy, people who are excited to race. I know after, especially after 5 or 6 hours, it gets exhausting. So there's a lot of people who are using Boost in different ways. We've had conversations like that. And everybody on your team, do you have the same strategy, or do you have different strategies that you're going for?
Well, honestly, we're all kind of just following through the same thing. We're just trying to set down some really good pace times. We're just trying to put up those laps on 4th and 5th place, trying to secure at least a podium. But we are pushing for hopefully a 2nd place, which we're hoping. But, you know, we just have to keep our head up, and we just got to keep going and just set down those really good times. But our strategy is just keep being consistent, put down those fast laps, and fast laps.
And so a little bit off topic of racing, there is a race car with racing pedigree on the track right now. Thank you to Sean Linke for letting us put his 2017 BMW M4 on there. It is looking great. It's a great addition to the track. I think it just almost completes the whole room. You've got people who are in love with racing, people who spend thousands of hours and hundreds of hours racing here, and people coming from 2 hours away to race. And it kind of is almost like a centerpiece with, we've got like the Indy car, and then we've got the modern race car, the modern track car out here. And I just want to give a big shout out to Sean Linke, and I just want to kind of give your opinion on, is it fun to look at when you go by?
Oh, let me tell you, before the race, me and my team, we were over there looking that car up and down. That is a beautiful car over there, and it's probably the sexiest thing I think I've seen in this racetrack.
It is really nice. We've had a great conversation here, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, sir.
That was Ryan Kramer.
All right, thanks, Cello and Ryan.
And Pajama Jammer's putting in a very good effort there in the number 3 position. I was, as Cello was doing the interview there, I was paying attention to some telemetry and seeing where the PJs sit on the leaderboard, and they have a comfortable 2-lap gap over Pink Bunny Racing, well, a lap and a half over Pink Bunny Racing. But I also seen 3 teams on the same lap at the same time. So Kiwi Papaya, Shake and Bake, and ASR are all on the same lap at the same time out there on the track. So just outside of the top 5, things are totally up in the air. Inside the top 5, they're all kind of locking themselves into their positions, but third place is still up in the mix. Totally up in the mix.
But then you got Noah in the number 23 using the boost into the carousel, making that pass on Jared McFadden for track space. And those are the kind of moves that is going to keep moving them forward.
We got to replay something that happened during that interview.
Yeah, this was the pass we were talking about. He hits the boost on the inside. Jared doesn't really see it coming. Gets the pass move.
Blows his doors off down the inside. Don't worry, James. I've had my tongue twisted around my eye tooth a couple of times, and I couldn't see what I was saying either. So I'm right there with you. And we are locked down with Pajama Jammers on screen right now. He's clear ahead. He's clear behind. I've got some food in my belly. I feel a little bit more refreshed up here in the box. And
good, because we're going to have to trade a little bit.
Yeah, there we see the PJs coming around the carousel and into turn number 5 in that reverse direction. Not a whole lot for him to do right now. I mean, he doesn't have anything. He's just got to drive some pretty consistent laps to reel in the drivers ahead of him, and he's not feeling the pressure coming from Shake and Bake behind him. But here we see AC, and AC out there battling with Marshall. No,
Dom
with
D'Angelo.
Dom D'Angelo, yeah. So good battle making their way through the kink and into turn number 3. They're just behind your Pink Bunny Racing driver. I believe that's Travis Van Horn out there for Pink Bunny Racing.
Yeah, Travis was really holding it down while we were at our commercial break, and we had his onboard on camera. So the pace of that team just continues to impress, as we've said so many times. Like, that's the team who was the piece together, and they're doing really well.
And really, it's going to come down to the final pit strategy between Pink Bunny Racing and Pajama Jammers, because they're really not far off of each other. It's only about a lap and a half separating PJ from Pink Bunny Racing. And if Pajama Jammers is having to force themselves into making that last pit stop, that might put Pink Bunny Racing up in that podium position. So it's really up in the air for that bottom step of the box with 5 hours of racing remaining. I'm getting excited again.
And remember, at the top of the show, we said keys to the race, batteries, batteries, batteries. So even though you're only halfway, if you start relaxing or if you start not paying attention, then you risk the possibility of leaving your driver stranded on track, and that will kill your race. So we're talking about these margins of error. You have to stay focused. This is what endurance racing is going to be all about today.
And like we were talking about, those hops that we are seeing in the turn, that is driving the kart very hard, and that is demanding more out of the battery than some more developed driver would be asking out of the battery. So this is not looking good for Pink Bunny Racing. If you're using your kart that hard with this much racing remaining, you aren't playing the long game. We want to.
Last pit stop was on the 887, and we are currently on lap 930, so that puts him at a 43-lap stint. He's just barely touching the halfway mark, as Dom D'Angelo is going to do on the inside of him.
And he seems to be driving that kart very hard, is Travis Van Horn. And he's still a school-age kid, as it says He races middle school cross country. So he's still just a kid, and he still is developing his skills. So you're going to have a chit-chat with him as he comes down here for the next teen league race.
I have to have a chit? Okay.
I'm not going to have a chit-chat with him. And we got a replay of something that just happened down there on screen.
He's a developing driver. He's doing pretty good.
Or we see him hopping, and we see Dom D'Angelo making his way around AC.
I warned him about that when I was doing coaching with him. I said, if you, in the reverse direction, don't defend the inside of turn 3, you will get past. And Dom D'Angelo taking advantage of that.
The door was open.
Yep.
And Dominic walked in it. Hello, here I am.
In standard direction, your only braking zone is in turn 1. You move that into turn 3 when you go reverse because it's really the only high-speed section you have. Yes, there is a kink right there that Dom just went through, but it's really the only time the car has enough time to pick up all the momentum.
Yeah, and coming into the carousel in the reverse direction, you are going from high speed, continuously slowing your speed down.
It's my favorite. I love it.
As opposed to coming out of the carousel where you're just continuously gaining speed. It's just the entire opposite, and you don't have that braking zone like you did in the forward direction there along that same start straightaway. So
now Noah Bruce is going to have to deal with this traffic in front of him. He's got AC and Travis bottlenecking things a little bit. Be careful about the bumps, otherwise you're going to get warned from race control. He's going to try to swing out just a little bit wide, but
now this is the 6th year that K1 Speed Canton has been open, something like that.
No, it's our 4th year.
4th year.
Yeah.
Okay, so you've been open just about as many years as we've been running these 12-hour races.
Correct.
So things are looking good for the future for K1 here. Happy to do this?
Yeah, in general. I mean, our core business revolves around the arrive and drive, so we love when people come in and they race, and like these are the events that are not necessarily core to our business, but it's a good showcase for what we can do.
There we go. That's the good verbiage for it.
Yeah. And so absolutely we have plans to continue. Every year we make investments in the technology and the cars and little pieces here and there. Like, for instance, this year I'm going to be talking about the MyLapse transponders, which we now own. We were renting those, and now we're committing to using those and having them available all the time.
Now, I was taking a look at these carts when we weren't racing, before we got racing underway, and I seen that they still have the combat karting mechanisms on them. Are those just remaining on the carts and you haven't removed them, or are we re-implementing the combat karting here at K1?
Yeah, we just never removed them because they're basically a Raspberry Pi with a nice screen, and so the idea is that at some point we'll be able to revisit that. That combat karting system went out of business, and the plan is to repurpose it. But I've actually got a project that I'm working on prior to that just didn't have enough time before the 12 hours to get implemented. And that is going to be a real-time positioning system that is going to track these cars in the indoors, and we're going to be able to see exactly where they are and hopefully tie that into our race control system.
Just like NASCAR would have up in the corner of their screen where the cars are on the track is what you're planning on. It's going to be so cool.
Yeah, and this system is very accurate, so it's going to be interesting to track drivers from one racing line to the other just to see how much they vary. For instance, you can compare your racing line from Dom to Travis and maybe see where you can pick up a tenth or two because your racing line is a little off.
There we're getting a good overview of a lot of action on track right now, and we see Dominic D'Angelo there coming on screen as he is still locking down the number 2 position. Last lap time, very high 24s. Only him and the Oh Yeah Racing squad are busting below the 25 mark, and they are over 10 laps ahead of the next group, well, nearly 10 laps ahead of the next group, Pajama Jammers in the number 3 position. But there on screen, Dominic D'Angelo with 31 Motorsports having a pretty good ride of it, but not quite closing in on your Oh Yeah Racing driver. So we're still on with D'Angelo, about a lap off the mark of your Oh Yeah Racing driver.
Just got a text here from David Pons, friend of the channel. I don't think teams know that we changed all the kart numbers for this race. I don't know that they've figured that out yet.
So the skins that are on this kart this year are not the same skins that are on the kart from last year.
Yeah. So if they haven't figured it out and they're listening out there, surprise. These guys really lock into kart numbers. They love to say, well, this is a good kart, this is a bad kart, and they get so used to it, we figured we'd throw them through a loop, and so they're all different. We had teams that were building lists of their good cars and their bad cars. Even though they get forced a car, they would still be sitting there in the pit lane being like, okay, we have a chance of 1 in 3 in getting one of these, and so they would make their pit decisions based upon that, but that should all go out the window for this race.
Very, very interesting, throwing them all kinds of different variables that they have to contend with for the 2026 running of the Royalty Roofing at 12 Hours at Canton here at K1 Speed. There's a good battle on screen between Speed Freaks and ASR. Currently, it is your ASR driver leading the way, and that will be Nicholas King out there for ASR. And he's had his finger pointed at him a couple of times while he has been behind the wheel. But hopefully he just gets overtaken cleanly here by Dom D'Angelo and your Speed Freaks driver.
Raymond Freed being gracious and moving out of the way for those leaders. And, oh, he's going to give him the point by. Okay. And meanwhile, Speed Freaks is going to dive into the pits.
So. I say we altogether lost Speed Freaks, but that would answer that question why we lost them, as they dived in the pits.
Poof, they're gone.
And they'll be coming in to swap out. I'd have to say we'll probably see Scheckler coming out on the track. I haven't seen...
He back in the rotation?
I haven't seen him out there in a while.
That's true.
And we got a replay of pass that just happened out there. Here we got D'Angelo getting set up on Nicholas and setting himself up on the inside. Nicholas points him by and makes his way through. Good move. PJ's Pajama Jammers coming into the pits as well. And like I was talking about, this is going to come a big factor whenever some more hours get clicked off, as Pink Bunny Racing and Pajama Jammers only about half a lap separating them. And we've got 4 hours and 53 minutes of racing remaining. So this is really up in the air. And we see our Speed Freaks driver coming back out on track. That will be...
Looks like Josephine. Is it Josie? There's a dark helmet.
It was a very dark helmet.
And if it is, Gavin is in for Oh Yeah.
And if it is Josie, we know one thing. She's a beast. And we'll see her put in some good laps as we see Blue Hood. It's Gavin Patterson starting to work his way by Pink Bunny Racing's Travis Van Horn. But we have AC really applying the pressure to Gavin as well. I didn't see if Gavin just worked his way past AC or if AC's following Gavin through. But Gavin makes the pass on Travis Van Horn. And here we see AC trying to make that move as well. It's a pretty cool helmet. The dual ears, vents, scoops.
Yeah, the only downside is he's catching a little bit of extra aero drag.
Is that really that noticeable?
Of course, Derek.
Of course. He's got a big sail on the top of his helmet.
Just ask these drivers who critique these cars all the time. Everything matters.
Everything matters, yeah. There we have.
So, I think Aiden just got shown a sign. We didn't know which sign that was, but
it was definitely going to orange.
And it looks like he threw up his hand for pits.
Looks like he dove into pits. Probably serving a drive-through penalty possibly, and we have a replay of possibly what happened out there on track.
Aiden is in the back there in the orange. If it had to do with him, well, it was just him getting the sign. So
yep, most definitely was going to Aiden.
Now, he did pit anyway, so we'll see.
Can you double serve a penalty and come into the pits?
No. Drive-through penalties, you have to drive through, exit, hit the timing line, come back in.
Drive through and come back out again.
And,
okay.
yeah, do the pit stop.
I didn't know if you were able to be held for an extra 20 seconds in the pits to assess an extra penalty.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. So your 5 and 10-second penalties, which are kind of like the defaults for either bumping or bad passing or something like that, those are served after the end of your pit stop. And so our countdown clock on screen expires. Like this one is just going to disappear. The one down in the pit box actually stays on for 10 seconds. It goes negative, and that way they have an exact count, so they can release a driver at 5 seconds or 10 seconds if they need to hold them extra.
Copy that. That's what I was getting at. Cool. Thank you. And back on screen, we've got Shake and Bake putting in some good laps. That is Ivan. He is currently studying mechanical engineering. Ivan making his move on ASR.
Yeah, speaking of Ivan, little over-under, little nudge, maybe a little boost.
Closes the door, so ASR had nowhere to go. And he is also a professional license holder for the SCCA. Ivan is it Ivan? Yvonne? Ivan? How is it? I don't know.
I'm going to guess Ivan.
Great to have him out here for
I'm sure if you want to call him Yvonne, then you're free to do that.
But he's getting some pressure now from Dominic D'Angelo into the carousel. Dominic getting a couple of hops with the front tires of that kart number 20 or 32.
Yeah,
Still applying the pressure to 7.
Remember, Dum's goal at this point is to try to get the lap back from, oh yeah, it's about a lap and a half now. That keeps teetering between 2 laps, and then he's going to time across the line, and it'll go down to 1 lap. So his objective at this point is to keep moving through the traffic.
But as far as pit timings are concerned, we will see Oh Yeah come into the pits most likely a lap or so before 31 Motorsports. We have kind of flip-flopped the pit windows as we've seen Oh Yeah was staying out there a few laps longer than 31 and the first half of the race, but that has since gone the other way around, and Oh Yeah has been coming in before the red hooded squad through the past couple of pit stints. So we'll see if they are able to come in at the same lap this time, if they're able to stretch it out. It's probably becoming taxing, though, on the 31 Motorsports squad, only having 2 drivers.
Oh, gosh. I can only imagine.
Yeah, it's got to be a lot of work for them. And you can probably bring the Team Salen's crew back in here to tell us and tell everybody that's watching exactly what these 2 drivers are going through, as it's a lot of work.
It's grueling. We ran an endurance race here that I got to participate in, and it was about 100 laps or so, and right around 60 laps, I said, why am I doing this? And it's tough to get the mental focus to do just the one stint. These guys are just keep doing it over and over and over again.
There are races for motorcycle races that are 2 and 3 hours in length, and they're called body abusers, is what my dad used to refer to them as. Why do you put yourself through this abuse? You're abusing your body. But yes, you do, because it brings a smile to your face in the end.
Yeah. If Armand is on headset, I'd love for him to chime in on the sign given to Aiden. Armand, are you still down there with us? Or Adam, are you with us? Any of you guys on the headsets?
Yeah,
I think we have a replay of something that was going on.
Hang on a second. What was the sign for Aiden?
I'm not sure. You have to ask Armand. He's
Oh,
in the
okay.
restroom.
I'm sorry, what were you saying?
So I think we had a replay queued up while we were waiting for Armand, but Armand happened to get right back in, so we are good to go. So what was going on with the penalty that was assessed to Kiwi Papaya there?
We don't know yet.
Okay.
We're not sure which sign was given. It might have been drive-through.
He's coming out.
We'll get some clarification on that, and if we do have that replay, we're ready for it at any time. But nonetheless, racing action does continue out here on track as 31 Motorsports doing everything they can to try to reel in Oh Yeah Racing, and they are running about a half of a second a lap faster than your top squad, at least that last time by is concerned.
We got you, Armand?
It is Armand.
Hey, the sign for Aiden, which one did you show him?
It was a let pass for pushing green in a 5. However, since he pit immediately, it didn't matter.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Became a moot point when he came in the pit.
Yep. So as our camera was swerving, we're seeing the gap there between 31 and oh yeah. Obviously one full lap, but then the plus sign is how much track space are they closing in on each other. We've been following Dom. If we back out just a little bit and we pick up whoever's coming across the timing line, that was Gavin at the bottom of your shot. So that's the timing right now, is about the 3 turns and a full lap is the gap between first and second.
That's a great battle between AC and who do we have that for?
Jonathan Douglas?
Long-haired, freaky people.
Mr. Jonathan Douglas.
It's a great battle between those two drivers. Seem to be pretty matched in skill. There on screen we have Team ASR, and that is Michael Odell out there for that crew. He's working on his IMSA debut. And I don't know if you knew this or not, James, but I just happened to watch a short that the Australian Supercar Series has become a very big influence for NASCAR. So basically, NASCAR a couple of years ago went over to Australia to the Australia Supercar Series and was like, oh, we want that in America, and that is how we now have the current gen NASCAR cars. So I thought that was pretty interesting that
the current generation of cars or the whole NASCAR series?
The current generation of NASCAR cars is highly influenced from Australian supercar racers. So I thought that was pretty cool that Australia is kind of the NASCAR of Down Under.
I used to love watching that IndyCar race down under Australia. Such a amazing looking place. It made for a great street race down there. And several supercar drivers now coming to the States. Scott McLaughlin being one of those. Yeah.
And he is showing his Australian supercar skills on the road courses as he has been dominant so far. So very cool to see those drivers coming over here. He's actually from New Zealand, but he has done a lot of his. Yes.
Oh.
Not that I know a lot about Australian supercar racers, but I do know that he is from New Zealand, as that was in this short that I watched today or yesterday. So I bleed racing nonetheless. I love it when the green flag flies. If it's 2 wheels, 4 wheels, or up in the air, it's all about the thrill for me.
Xander Carson looking down the inside of turn 4. Josephine Matthews taking the hit on that one. I don't think she gave him a ton of room.
4 hours and 43 minutes of racing remaining on the clock. And what time will the pit window close?
Same 5 minutes.
5 minutes before the checkered flag flies.
But 5 minutes before expiration of time, which is technically white flag, yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Just because I know there are those listening that care about those details.
We got a replay of something that just happened out there on track.
This is the pass with Josephine. Xander's going to look down the inside. He's going to get a half a cart length, but Josie's going to keep the door closed and
hang on to that position over the Cyan squad there.
Yeah. Now it's Zach's turn to try to make the move on her. I saw Xander just a few laps ago tap the back of the helmet like to help with Zach, stay with him to work through this traffic, but it looks like it's going to sort out a little bit different than that as Zach's going to go side by side into turn 4. He's going to get squeezed by Josie. That's going to potentially be an issue because of how far alongside they were.
Yeah, I see Josephine's upset or the disgust on her helmet whenever the door was opened up and she was getting overtaken, but then she was able to hang on to that position over Harmon. So she was able to make the best of it, and she doesn't want to let that position go that easy. She's a pretty tough young driver.
So we'll watch her as they come across the start-finish line to see if they get any indication. She hasn't given the spot back, but we'll have our own replay of that up here for the incident with Zach.
I'm just catching in the back of the screen that AC has not been able to make the pass on Jonathan Douglas. It's been like 20 laps or so. They've been just sitting there trading punches back and forth, just giving each other black eyes, recovering and black eyes. There's a great shot of ASR's Michael Odell making his way through turn number 5 and into the kink. Again, he's got some clear track ahead and behind.
A pit stop for Gavin on 992.
Okay, so we should be seeing 31 Motorsports possibly coming in the next few laps then.
That puts him at a 94 lap count for that stint. It's kind
Pretty
of
low.
a little bit on the short side. Let's check. It's making a lot of handling noise. So.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right. Just wanted to make sure you knew. All right, 21. Yeah, I mean, they were getting close on battery there. It wasn't in danger territory yet, but it was getting close, so they pulled him in.
So there we're on screen with 31 Motorsports, cart number 32. They have been typically coming in about a lap or so behind Oh Yeah Racing. And Oh Yeah Racing might have came in a little premature there. We'll see as they're getting ready to come back out on the track. 31 Motorsports, we'll see if they're going to duck in here in a moment. There he is making his way around the carousel just behind Josephine. And the red squad staying out there another lap. 2.97 volts left on one of their battery cells. So Josephine getting a bump and...
Well, that was a replay from a little bit ago, but I don't think we saw any recourse from that. So this order is still heating up because Dom's going to throw up his hands and say, what's going on with this?
Josephine is driving a very wide cart, not allowing the door to open up very much, as we've seen Zach Harmon having some difficulties making the pass on Josephine, and now we're seeing Dominic D'Angelo also having some difficulties making it by the young racer.
She's going to get a let pass sign on that, and that's going to check up Harmon back there and let them both by now.
Yep, he will sneak right on by. Speed Freaks, not a bad showing, sitting in the number 5 position, just behind the Pajama Jammers and Pink Bunny Racing. So Speed Freaks compiling of a crew of not even teenagers.
Yeah, when you consider that in their rankings, that's extremely well done so far in this.
Yeah, it's almost laughable, the skill that those 4 are able to exude behind the steering wheel. It is
Yeah, and they haven't had
good.
perfect sense either. So they had a delay in the pits at the very beginning of the race. They've had some bumps and some, I think they had a penalty at some point, if I remember correctly. But they've also been involved in a lot of on-track incidents such as this, where they're going back and forth. So in general, sitting in 5th is pretty good.
Yeah, qualifying in 8th, clawing their way up to the number 5 position, and then just kicking anybody that's trying to get close to them away. And they've been pretty good at staying up inside that top 5, and it's showing that they have about a lap advantage over Kiwi Papaya. So it's not sealed that they're inside the top 5 whenever that checkered flag will fly, but I'll tip my hat to them nonetheless, as they are, I would say in total, not even 50 years of racing experience.
Yeah, that would be, I would say, with most of them between 18 months and maybe 24 months on average. Which is pretty much half their lives.
So you could add all their ages up in total and not even reach 50 is what I was. And then their skill behind the steering wheel, fantastic. And there we've got Zach Harmon trying to make the pass on Shake and Bakes. Ben Vaughn. Zach down the inside will seal the pass on the green squad. Again, that's just for track position. Their positions are pretty well set in the grid. Thousand laps have been clicked off, and we have not seen 31 Motorsports come back in for their pit. You are monitoring that particular cart right now, so they are ducking down.
Yeah, they're getting close. 105 was the last stop, and we're sitting at 10. Oh, we got to expand this field because it's quadruple digits now. Digits. 1,003 so far on the board. So, yeah, he's sitting at 98 laps on the stint so far. Nope, there he is. He's going to come in.
There we see Dominic D'Angelo in the pits, and we're going to have Marshall Miller getting suited back up, buckled up, and he will rejoin the crew on the course. 4.5 hours of racing remaining. Saying it like that seems like there's nothing left in this race, so they got to start figuring it out and getting all of their late race strategies put into place as things are starting to wind down.
4.5 hours winding down?
I want to say that seems like it's not as much as what you would think it is. And yes, 4.5 hours is still a lot of racing, but whenever you're counting backwards is when it's starting to come down to crunch time.
So I guess that makes us 2/3 complete since we're at like 30%.
Yeah, we're getting there. I'm enjoying the starting an hour earlier in the day as well, kicking the green flag off at 11 o'clock.
Yeah, that was a chore. That was a tight schedule this morning. We had open practices available plus qualifying, and we still kicked off the race by 11 o'clock. So that was mad props to our track team for making that all happen. Doors opened at 8. First practice session was 8:30. Cars were on track for 10 minutes at a time. Yeah, and here we are, 6:30 Eastern time, in pretty good shape to try to finish around 11 o'clock. That was the goal.
I want to add that this is K1 Speed Canton, Ohio, as there are multiple Canton cities around the country. If you are maybe watching abroad, this is Canton, Ohio in the United States that we are here at the K1 Speed location of. Royalty Roofing presenting this 12-hour race.
Yep, and my name is James, and Derek is over here. We're your commentators for the entire duration. For good or for bad, you're stuck with us. But we appreciate you tuning in. We hope we have some drivers that you're following along with. And if you haven't picked a favorite one yet, try to do that and then see what they can do by the end of the race.
AC looks like he has finally worked his way by the driver he was duking it out with, Jonathan Douglas, as I believe Douglas has came in the pits for the long-haired freaky people and swapped out drivers. So AC clears him one way, shape, or form. But now he is contesting with your Pink Bunny Racing driver of
Xavier
Pittman. Yep, don't have a picture of his helmet, so he is going to be the missing driver that I have. No information on Xavier. Don't know how old he is. Don't know how long he's been driving. Do you have any information on him?
I don't offhand.
Okay.
No, I'm not sure. He's a recently new driver. We know that. Obviously a young guy, but not sure the age.
Helmet's not strapped. And we're going to send it down to, is that Cello? Is that who we referred to him as?
That's our guy, yep.
Okay. He's down there in the pits
with
Cy, with the long-haired freaky people.
Hello. All right, here we go. I just want to make sure everything was good. I'm down here with Cy. Long-haired freaky people, P9. Mistakes have been made. You know, it is a very stressful situation. I'll give it to you that. You were 3-ish fourths through the race. What do you guys have planned for this last quarter? Time, you can kind of feel time ticking down, can't you?
Yeah, what we're trying to do now is just trying to make up the 2 spots that we have. Like, the 2 spots ahead of us are within reach. I think that's the most that we probably want to try to make out of it within the last 3 hours. I don't think there's really much more we can do than that, to be honest.
Well, I like that. I like you're being honest. You're not being overambitious. You're setting goals that you can achieve. So I've talked to almost everybody, all the teams today, about using Boost. I don't want to overuse this question, but I like to hear everybody's strategies. So are you guys going to use Boost in what area of the track to almost overtake the people that you need to overtake to get into P7?
Right. Definitely using Boost to make an overtake, even if it's in like a sketchy area, like maybe turn 4, using Boost for that. At the start of the race, though, we tried to not use Boost because we had the thought that not using Boost would have allowed us more time on track, less pit stops. That ended up being not the case. So I was the first kart to die and first person to pit using that same strategy. So that went out the window real fast. Definitely using Boost.
So there have been some misconceptions today. Some people have said that using Boost will drain your car battery quicker. And you have found that to be not true. And it's kind of cool. There are a lot of variables going into today. And it's just one more that you figure out like on the fly. There's a lot of stuff that us on the track team are figuring it out on the fly. And it kind of goes along with the whole 12-hour. So how are you mentally feeling? I know some of the kids are pretty tired. Jenson's pretty tired. I mean, we are in almost hour 8. How are you feeling physically, mentally? How are your hands feeling? That's a lot of grip and grab on your hands.
Hands are sore. Mentally, I'm still here mentally. I think mentally I'm ready for a second wind. I'm ready to force myself to get my body physically to go through a second wind. It doesn't want it, but it's going to have to take it.
I like that. Pushing yourself past your limits. Right. You know, you never know how far you can go until you try. And you, Katy, and the rest of your team have really proved that.
To me, breaking limits is always the most fun, so I'm going to keep pushing.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see because you only know how far you can go. And you're like, well, I'm going to see how far I can go. And it might be further, or you might quit out early. And that's okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Joel.
Silent me.
So Cello's a member of our crew. And we introduced him here in the live stream a little bit ago because he was just here working the endurance races. And we're like, hey, he seems like he's a pretty good character. So thanks for stepping in and doing the interviews for us today. He doesn't necessarily know everything about the drivers and what's going on, but he's filling a role for us today. So we're having a good laugh.
I appreciate him playing his character today.
Yeah, I know. I like how he's like, well, I like how you're not overly ambitious.
Very, very cool to have some new faces behind the camera and the microphone and spreading the duties around. Thank you to Davidas Fine Foods for helping us out for the 12 hours presented by Royalty Roofing. And there we're getting a good overview of this 6-driver. 5, 6? 6 of them.
Yeah, we've got the young Katy Wise here leading the pack, backing them up with Ben Vaughn, I believe.
No, that's
Ben, what's his last name?
Josephine leading the way.
Yeah, but who's behind her? Ben. Did I have his last name? I forgot his last name.
That's going to be for the long-haired, or for the pink crew? Or Ben Vaughn, yes, for
Ben Vaughn, yeah.
For Shake and Bake. Then it's going to be Xavier Pittman for the pink crew.
And then back there, you got Marshall with 31 Motorsports. So your second-place driver diving down the inside, got it. Taking the spot on AC. Race control taking a look at Xander because it's questioned whether he's got his helmet strapped properly. So we'll take a look at that and see what they say. That's a pretty severe penalty, and that would really be a big blow to Pink Bunny if that was going to be a penalty on them.
Be detrimental for that squad. We got a replay of what just went on for a pass out there on the track. Marshall diving down on AC, aggressively making that move. AC, he's right behind Marshall, so Marshall's going to try to put the Pink Bunny Racing Squad driver between him and AC, but AC diving back down on Marshall, so they're side by side once again, and Marshall going to put his kart ahead, and there we got Team ACR diving ahead of AC and the K1 Speed Columbus crew.
I think to make this easy, you should just say the AC, the XXI Motorsports, and the DC crew, and just use all the acronyms.
All the acronyms.
Yeah.
Okay.
Never mind. Yeah, Cello, you're fine.
And we got another replay.
So we really love to see that slowed down because that will give us an idea of where they were along the side of the cart as he goes to the inside AC.
Michael Odell with ACR diving down there as well to try to steal that position away from AC, and does. There we're on with this great battle. There we're on Marshall Miller diving down the inside of those shake and bake crews. That's Ben Vaughn with the shake and bake crew getting overtaken by Marshall Miller. And Miller into turn number 5, heading into the kink. Now going to try to put his eyes on Josephine Matthews, who has been extremely difficult to pass in this second half of the race. Like, she's been almost impossible to pass.
No, that's like period. That not just in this second half. Like that's her MO. It's a young Katy Wise right there in training.
Okay, now I get the joke that you were making earlier. Okay, yes. So now we see Marshall trying to apply the pressure on Josephine. And Marshall's going to do anything but follow. He's going to try to set himself up down the inside. It's a great pass from Marshall.
That's a perfect balance right there, man. When you can get the car to stick on that line and the rear tires grab, it's a great feeling.
He sets up Josephine into the chicane, or excuse me, into the carousel in that reverse direction and makes that pass. Probably does the same exact thing that he did on Ben a couple of laps prior. So Marshall Miller working his way through the field, 2 laps off the mark of your Oh Yeah Racing squad. And Oh Yeah Racing, I believe we have Gavin Patterson out there for that crew.
Yeah, for you young drivers or for anybody who's new to this circuit and these cars, keep an eye on where Marshall is placing his car. Because we talked about reverse and we talked about mid-track and not using the entire racing line. And those were the exact examples of why we tell drivers you got to defend the inside. Otherwise, you're just going to get passed by these fast guys.
Actually, Anthony Naroski out there for Team Oh Yeah. Naroski putting in some good laps as he is extending his advantage on 31 Motorsports. So we have been kind of not even been talking a whole lot about Oh Yeah Racing because they have been kind of checked out and doing their own thing. I think I just seen them slip through in the distance.
Did you say doing their own thing?
Doing their own thing.
Oh, own thing. Wow, that's really going to get Zach jammed up. He didn't know which way to go there.
Zach Harmon with the Pajama Jammers locking down the number 3 spot. Pink Bunny Racing still in 4th. Speed Freaks still rounding out the top 5.
Do we have the entire field in this section of the track?
All but one. All but Oh Yeah Racing. And there's Oh Yeah Racing.
He's in the tail. Yeah, he's in the back.
Anthony Naroski's at the tail end of this whole pack trying to close in. And Marshall Miller has also cleared this whole pack. So Marshall Miller's clear. Naroski's coming up on it.
That's going to give Zach Harmon a good advantage. He's finally going to get by Ben and line up these other cars. Xander back there as well. And that'll sort him back single file back to the front line. Here's a replay of this. Right as they dive into this corner, Ben gets pushed to the outside, but he stays in it through the carousel and gives him just enough room to maintain the racing line.
Michael's putting in some good laps there for Team ACR, being pretty difficult to pass himself.
All right, now Zach is trying to make an aggressive maneuver around.
Single file working their way by. That's Michael Odell for Team ACR. Zach Harmon for Team Pajama Jammers. Harmon in blue. No, is he in pajamas or is he in blue jeans?
I don't think it's either one.
Sweatpants.
Yeah, it looks like sweats.
Slacking on his jammy jammin' for Team Pajama Jammers is Zach Harmon. Pretty cool looking helmet nonetheless for that driver, hanging on to the number 3 position. Best lap time, this is for the reverse and the forward directions. All the teams sub 25 seconds for their best lap. Spectacular to see.
It's crazy because we used to hardly ever see 24, and now we've hit 24.69, 6.1. There's a 7.3 on there for Pajama Jammers as well. In fact, best lap time for all.
Freaks.
Sorry?
7.2 from Speed Freaks.
Was everybody on that list in the 24s, right? So every team has reached 24s, and that used to be unheard of.
Now, is the indoor lap record, is that
including?
including?
That's a little rough pass, sticking his nose in there.
What is the indoor track record?
Well, right now it's a non-boost time, so
okay,
keep
that
in
was
mind.
my second question.
Yeah, but it's a 24.8 something. Zach is asking, is that an okay thing, or should I let him pass?
Do you personally know who has the lap record for the facility?
I'm pretty sure it's still Gavin.
Okay.
From Oh Yeah. As we replay this right there.
Ooh. I don't think Zach did anything wrong.
Yeah, it wasn't that he was. I think Xander just ended up in the front of his nose, but.
There we're on screen with Zach Harmon. Raced all previous 12 hours, so this is his 4th attendance at the 12-hour. Multiple different teams, multiple different finishes. Last year, he placed in the number 5 position. So good to have Zach behind the yoke for the 12-hour event for that team Pajama Jammers.
And it's amazing to think that as well as this team is doing, and they are in 3rd, that they are 10 laps down on 2nd.
It's incredible the pace that those top 2 teams have been
And I
able to
don't
put
say
in.
that as a fault of all the other teams. I think that as a credit to the top 2 to show what kind of pace they've had over these last many, many hours.
And management of what they are able to do out there on the track, able to manage a position, able to work their way through the field, able to hang on to the carts that they're driving for as long as they are. Then they've been able to just put all of the pieces together properly, a little bit better than the other teams. Like you said, not that the other teams are doing anything wrong.
Yeah.
Their puzzle's just coming together a lot quicker.
And speaking of which, you got Anthony, who's in the back of this pack, who's pretty much joined the party. He's got to have Michael Odell right there in his sights and then he can start working on these other guys. But his free form is being crimped a little bit.
Here we got Xander Carson, followed by PJ Manny Penny with Michael Odell and Anthony Naroski in this 4-driver battle on screen right now. Single file, as we're probably going to see Naroski dive down the inside of Michael. Stretching it out are the top 2 drivers in this little groupage. All the while, they are closing in on Xavier Putman for Team Pink Bunny Racing, so they're not letting the that driver get away out of grasp.
Armand, are you terribly busy? Or are you wearing a headset? Okay, I guess not. So we'll come back to that.
Sorry, I was monitoring some chaos that's going on back at my home as there's power, water issues in my allotment back at home, and we've heard on the chat that there's been power outages all around, but I'm glad everybody that is here with us today is staying safe and joining us for some great racing action here at K1 Speed for the 12 Hours of Canton, presented by Royalty Roofing. Anything else going on in the chat?
Not too much. We haven't been putting up chats on the screen this time around, so not as active a chat as we normally have. Miles joining us from Washington, saying PJ Mannypenny has a lot of work to do catching up with these guys, but
a solo 2-hour race in gas carts. I bet your kidneys have got to be hurting. I wonder how many pit stops you had to come in for fuel, and did you have to do a tire change in a 2-hour gas race? Like, there's a whole bunch of questions I'm asking in that one comment from Davino.
He was also asking if we were on pace for 1,600 laps today. Yeah, we definitely are. And in all honesty, I'm kind of wondering how close to 17 we'll finish at this rate.
Yeah, with 1,053 laps of racing completed in 5 hours and 46 minutes and 15 seconds.
You doing all that in your head?
Yeah.
Well, that's good.
There we see ASR putting his hand up as he'll be swinging wide and coming into the pits. Opening the door up for Naroski to have some clear real estate ahead of him now.
Yeah, it's not any too soon for ASR. They've really pushed the limit on that one.
They've been playing the long game. Like I said from the very start, they're playing the computer game. They haven't been doing anything to write home about. They have been just driving their cart.
Unfortunately, they haven't made it that long. I mean, their average stint is only 94 laps. So they have been running pretty short compared to some of the guys that are pushing 98, 99, 100 laps on average. But the expensible energy in the battery is definitely right there at the line. I'll bet he even felt a decrease because we actually had a cell register 2.64, which means if it had dipped down there for one more lap, he wouldn't have made it.
Feeling the difference in the output when he applies his right foot.
Yeah, we said at the top of the show that you do get a little bit of a warning. It's not guaranteed, and it may not be a full lap, but there's a possibility that you can get a decreased power output so you know that you're near that threshold.
That's Zach Saunders coming back out for Team ASR Racing. I believe this is his third stint. Definitely seen him once before. Not sure if this is time number 3 for him out on the circuit or not. but he's going to take a couple of laps to get some heat back in those tires for a fresh kart.
As the clock winds down, we're going to take another break. We're going to thank some of our sponsors, and we appreciate their patronage and support of all these teams. And we'll be back in just a couple minutes.
It's side by side between the two to win.
Powering every race and every emotion. The Lenovo AI PCs, servers, and services. Now that's smarter AI for all.
Introducing an all-inclusive technology platform to pursue your motorsports career right from home. Select from 3 levels of professional-grade simulators, and we will expertly pair you with a world-class coach, with training software, exclusive tracks, and technical support all included. And as a true entry point for motorsports, all members will enjoy access to exclusive real-world driving experiences. From aspiring drivers to those already competing in professional ranks, Spark is everything you need to maximize your potential as a real-world racing driver, all with just 1 monthly membership. At Spark, our mission is to develop world-class drivers while building the premier talent pool for global motorsports, all starting from home. The first memberships will be invite only, so apply today and take the next step in your motorsports career. Welcome to Spark, the world's first driver development platform.
Grafana is used to monitor everything from Fitbits to power grids to space missions, all the way to the moon. Back down here on Earth, the challenge is helping teams understand their data every day in real time so they can move fast, stay online, and deliver on their goals. Because observability isn't just about dashboards and alerts. It's about context and understanding. Why apps are running slow, why errors spike, and why users disappear. That's the problem Grafana Cloud solves. It's a fully managed observability platform built on an open source stack with open standards in its DNA. Engineering teams today juggle dashboards, logs, and alerts across way too many tools, only to see part of the story. But signal without context is just noise. Grafana Cloud cuts through the noise without losing the signal. It gives you visibility from back-end to front-end all in one place. Grafana Cloud connects to over 150 data sources, bringing infrastructure, security, operations, even revenue and finance systems together. And when incidents hit, Grafana Cloud shows you what matters, correlated automatically with AI-powered guidance that helps teams find root causes faster. Escalations are automated, on-call gets simpler, and every incident makes the next one just a little bit easier to handle. It helps teams from Citigroup and Salesforce to Uber and ASOS see the truth and scale with confidence. Grafana Cloud brings it all together because clarity is how you act faster, sleep better, and work smarter.
My name's Derek DeBoer. I'm a race car driver. I drive for Racing Spirit of Le Mans. I get to drive this beautiful Aston Martin in the European Le Mans Series, and I work with Valentin Hasseklo as my co-driver and professional coach.
My name is Valentin Hasseklo, and I'm an Aston Martin factory driver for 3 years now. For the team, I drive essentially, but I'm also here to support my co-driver, Derek DeBoer, this season. But the most exciting thing about what I do is actually stepping on the podium, because in the end this is what all matters, and this is the motivation to go racing, is to end up on a podium.
I think one of the biggest things with racing is that I've found that it pushes me in every area of life. It is a very grueling sport. It takes a massive amount of commitment and effort just to be here, and then it takes a huge amount of discipline to be able to perform and do what's asked of you in the exact moment that's needed.
So our main job as a driver from a data and engineering standpoint is to give a clear feedback on what we felt in the car, in our hands and in our legs. So the engineer can start thinking about the setup adjustment, but sometimes we talk with our emotions and data has no emotions. So it's important to cross the driver's feedback with the data to take a decision on the setup change for the next session. As simple as that.
Trace 3 is an expert in analyzing data and providing good feedback, makes them a perfect partner for our racing team. We live in the same worlds where we rely completely on facts and data and information, and there's no one better than both sides, Racing Spirit of Le Mans and Aston Martin, and Trace 3 to make the best use of this data for making better decisions.
Success isn't found at the finish line. It's built over thousands of miles. When every lap, every turn, and every breath could hold the key to your next success, you need more than speed. You need a foundation. McLaren Racing and Rubrik, helping secure the data that defines the race.
Powering every race and every emotion with Lenovo AI PCs, servers, and services. Now that's smarter AI for all.
And we are back as racing action continues, and I'm going to send things down to James, and he's going to go over some details about what these drivers are competing with here today.
Yeah, thanks, Derek. So I want to talk a little bit about the things that have changed this year, and most of which has been our transponder. Now, you may not be able to see it from this side of the car, but in years past, we always made the drivers wear ankle bracelets, which kind of sounds funny, but the idea was that every time that they hopped in a car, we would be able to time the driver. We have what we call a many-to-many-to-many relationship. We have many teams, we have many cars, and we have many different stints that they have to do throughout the race. So in order to make that work, you have to take the transponder and move it to the car so that every time they drive it, they get registered their laps. So the way we used to do that, make sure it was strapped to the driver. Unfortunately, that led to a little bit of errors here and there. So we've moved it to the car this year. And that way, every time the driver hops in addition to making sure everything is adjusted and they've got the seat pedals and the seat that they need, they also have to put on their transponder. If they forget it, they're out of luck.
Very good information to have, as if you don't get scored, then we can't log your laps, and that'll just see you slipping down through the leaderboard, and we can't keep track of each individual kart to manually score them on the fly with this such of an event that we have going on like this. And there we see Shake and Bake's own Ben Vaughn putting in some good laps, as we had a chance to talk to him for a few moments and get his opinion about some batteries, as he's a mechanical engineer by trade, and he does a lot of working on some components very similar to these on a day-to-day basis. Good to see him out there with Team Shake and Bake, putting in some good times and clicking off 1,060 laps, 1060 for Team Shake and Bake. And I'm going to send it down to Cello, who's got an interview with another Pajama Jammer.
What's going on? What's going on? I'm Cello. I'm here with
Noah,
and we're going to do a little bit of interviewing. I haven't interviewed today, but you are part of the Pajama Jammas. I've been telling everybody on your team, you've got a good, stacked team. But driving these karts for 12 hours-ish, give or take, are you driving home yourself, or are you having someone drive you home? Because I know after I race that I get in my car and it's a whole different experience. How does that affect your driving home, or are you having somebody drive for you?
That's a good question. So I am driving home myself. I drove here and I'm driving home. But after I tend to come racing here, I tend to drive my car like it's a go-kart. I never really have a problem with pain or anything like that, but it's like, oh, wow, this is weird. This has power steering and is not as slow as a go-kart is. And then I do some stupid stuff on the highway, and then I get home, and it's good for the rest of the week. But I'm feeling pretty good right now. I feel like towards the end, I might not be in as much pain as I thought I was. So
That's really good, especially with long stints like this. Speaking of stints, how was your last stint? It was kind of an eventful one, I'm not going to lie. There was a couple things here and there that could have got your mindset off a little bit. Tell me about that.
So I went out there. We left the pits. Our main strategy at this point, with there only being, 2-3 hours left, is to secure third and put as many laps on pink as we possibly can. So I left the pit, and they were probably a half to a 3/4 of a length of track ahead of me. It was a very good stint. I loved my kart. Had absolutely no problems with it. I even told the guy in the pit, this kart's going to be phenomenal. I'm going to cook with it. So by the end of my stint, I had caught up to brown and pink. We were battling for a couple of laps. I was stuck behind brown. Pink was in front of brown. I went to go make a pass on the straightaway. I was pretty much even with brown, and whether he saw me or not, I don't know if he saw me. But when we went around the bend, he pushed me into the wall and I got spun out. That upset me a little bit, but it didn't throw me off. I had caught up to pink. I know I can make decent time back up to pink with the remaining 10 minutes I have left in my stint. So I kept going. Probably 5 laps later, I got spun out again by orange. So it was a pretty good stint. I made up a lot of time, put a lot of time on the people that we were trying to put time on. I have nothing to complain about. Definitely a lot better than my first stint.
There is a lot of unknown variables that we were talking about. Getting spun out is one big one. There's a lot of things like that you can't control, and a lot of things are by accident. And, the most important question, is it the kart or is it the driver?
You're asking the wrong person. It depends on the day for me, I'll be honest with you. Some days you could put me in the worst kart here and I'll set one of the best times you'd ever see with that kart. But some days it's just the kart. I blame it on the kart all day when it's really mostly me. So I'd have to say it's the driver. It's the driver being able to stay consistent and being able to adapt. If you can't adapt, you shouldn't be racing.
Exactly. I mean, I feel like everybody wants to blame something that doesn't react back at them, and something that you're driving and is getting you across the finish line is something very viable to blame on. And it's very reasonable. It's not something that's out of the ordinary. And thank you for being open and honest with us in this interview. I really appreciate it. I hope you have a great next day.
Thanks, guys, for that report. I also queued up somebody else in the interview stand. I wanted the Speed Freaks to come on with some of their kids. I said, hey, do you want to come over here and brag about some of your kids? So hopefully they'll show up in the interview zone here for just a minute. If you're fans of that team, come around in just a minute or two.
I think we've gone through the whole paddock of jammers. I think we've gone through just about every Pajama jammer that we've had.
Yeah, we have. Yeah. The interviews are kind of done on voluntary basis, but we always encourage teams to come to us. Like, this live stream is for you guys. It's for your friends. It's your family. It's about showcasing you and getting people to know you so that they can follow you. Like, racing is just a bunch of cars going around a track unless you know somebody that you're rooting for.
And I don't know how many times I have had racers or parents come up to me and say, thank you for interviewing my racer. Thanks for that. Something that I can add to my social media presence moving forward. Thank you for that. So please step out of your comfort zone and go behind the camera and present yourself to your potential future sponsors. It is something big to add to your resume that you can speak in front of a camera and makes you sound cool whenever you get in that position in the future.
It does, and we just enjoy hearing your perspective on things. I mean, we can sit here all day and guess at what's happening in your helmet out there, but in reality, we don't really know until we get to talk to you.
It's all speculation until we know for sure. And there we are sitting watching long-haired freaky people. Is that Cy out there for long-haired freaky people?
It's Cy out there, and in the interview zone, we got Josie and Macallan. Go ahead.
All right, how's it going? I'm here with
Josephine Matthews and Macallan Slayball.
Josephine and Macallan, our youngest racers here today. It's a lot for a little kid. You guys are young, literally half my age. How are you guys keeping up with these long stints?
It takes a lot of practice and hard work, but like, if you actually just put in the hard work and practice, then yeah, it will pay off.
Yeah, it is a lot, but you have to trust your team, trust your teammates, and just do your best for as long as you can be out there.
Being so young, some people might say you have an advantage because you've got young bones. I know Anthony Naroski is on the older side, we'll say, comparative to his teammates. Does being younger have an advantage, or do you think it has a disadvantage?
I think it's more of a disadvantage because like our arms are like, it's way harder to handle the kart and we're way lighter, so people think, oh, it's so much easier to go through turns. No, some turns that like they can just fly through without having to hit the brake, we have to hit the brake through sometimes.
Yeah, we're bouncing a lot through corners because we're lighter, and it takes a lot in the pit stops because we have to sometimes add pedal extensions and booster seats, but our team's there to help us, so we're doing pretty well.
There is a lot to go into people of your guys' size and age racing. You've only got 1/4 of this race left. You guys are team what again?
We're speed. Speed freaks. Yeah.
You heard it here first from Josephine Matthews. Speed freaks to the youngest, and they are still doing pretty good on the podium. Thank you guys for your interview. Hope you the best of luck.
That's great to see. Thank you so much for interviewing those kids.
Barely double digits in age, both of those drivers are.
I like the fact that she wasn't even 100% sure of her speed or of her team name. That's cool.
That is great.
Hey, we're just a team. That's it.
And we're sitting here watching Blake Scheckler with those Speed Freaks, one of the representatives for that team that we were just speaking with out there on track. And Scheckler, good laps as we seen him click off another one there in the number 5 spot. But checking back in, I just seen, oh yeah, come out of the pits. They still have the number 1 spot over 31 Motorsports, so I have to think that 31 has came in for a pit very, very recently as well. So 31 still trying to chase down, oh yeah, at the top of the leaderboard.
We've watched this gap kind of change a little bit, but overall, it's still been sitting about a lap and a half, right?
In the grand scheme of things, after the pit stalls have been cycled.
Yeah, it fluctuates here and there, but that shows the pace of these teams. I saw Tyler Stevenson down in the pits right before I did that last segment, and I said, you guys are 10 laps ahead of the entire field. Like, and no, these teams are not slouches. He's like, he just smiled, and he's like, yeah.
It's extremely impressive that those 6 drivers are able to put that much work in on the track and get 10 laps ahead. Six drivers, 2 on one team and 4 on another. That is extremely impressive.
And when I saw Jenson, I said, hey, doing a good job out there. We're talking about you. And he says, oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. So he's really impressed me through the past year, seeing him since the last he raced the last 12 hours, didn't he?
Yes.
Okay. And he raced a 6-hour race.
Yep. Same.
So he has improved between the last 12-hour and the 6-hour, and that much more to this 12-hour. So he's leaps and bounds.
Yeah, last year on the team finishing 4th, if I'm remembering correctly, that team had a very strong performance, and like we said, winning the 6 hours 6 months ago.
They're sitting pretty good. Jenson Janda out on the track right now, I believe? No.
Yeah, I saw the team on the track at one time where they were all running practice laps, and I went over to Dave, their team leader, their
Dave
captain.
Scheckler.
Yeah, and I said, you realize that you have hired robots, right? Because they can hit the throttle exactly the same spot. They can hit the apexes every single time. They just never put a wheel wrong. And we've seen this from 31 Motorsports as well. But, I mean, if you just watch these guys on track, it is quite incredible.
We see Armand address a board to the orange squad. Kiwi Papaya is not sure what that board was representing because he doesn't have anybody ahead or behind him, so I'm not sure what's going on with them.
Whatever it is, they're probably not going to be happy about that.
There we are watching Jenson Janda work his way by Team Kiwi Papaya. Jenson going through turn number 5 in that reverse direction. Pretty fresh kart for him, as is 31 Motorsports. It's got to be Dominic D'Angelo out there for 31 Motorsports. Indeed it is. And he is not far off the mark of Oh Yeah Racing. So if Dominic D'Angelo can close back in on Jenson Janda, that would put them on the same lap. And with 3 hours and 49 minutes of racing remaining, it's not over yet, as Oh Yeah Racing leads 31 Motorsports with Pajama Jammers in the number 3 position.
Look at those last lap times on the Oh Yeah 25.103 and then a 25.102 for 31.
Can't match it any closer than that unless they were tied. 1/1000th of a second separating their lap times.
I mean, I guess you could say technically he's closing the gap.
I guess.
Yeah.
But 31 Motorsports doing work. They're about 0.03 of a second faster than Jenson Janda. It's not a whole lot. But if 31 Motorsports is able to close and pass Jenson Janda, they would be on the same lap. And it will be coming down to how they can preserve and manage their karts through the remainder of the race, because they are nearly at the same pit times, same lap count. It's pretty even for the top two. Pajama Jammers, they have about 4 laps of an advantage on Pink Money Racing, who has about 3 laps over Speed Freaks. And Speed Freaks and Kiwi Papaya duking it out for the duking it out for that fifth place position. They'll be trading blows all the way till the checkered flag flies. Speed Freaks and Kiwi Papaya. There we are watching Joey Bourdon with Team Pajama Jammers.
I was doing a double take because I thought that he was back in the car, but come to realize, yeah, he's still in the same stint, and we're now promoting at 1,100 laps, so yeah, he's only halfway through the stint so far. I don't know, for some reason it felt like he had been out there for a long time.
11 laps off the mark is Team Pajama Jammers. Thank you to the folks at Royalty Roofing, as well as Howard Hanna with Jared McFadden with the folks at Howard Hanna, as well as Pro Kart Concepts. Thank you for helping us out for the 2026 running of the 12 Hours of Canton.
Yeah, all the sponsors you see at the bottom of the scoreboard have either helped out the event as a whole or they've helped out a specific team. And so we appreciate their support and hopefully your patronage to their businesses is, you know, they're helping out the community. Royalty Roofing was very open to doing this because they were just excited about the community outreach of this. They said it's a local event. We want to be a part of it, and didn't even kind of ask a lot of questions. They were just like, hey, we're in, and we really appreciate that. And we said, okay, well, how can we best help you as an organization? And they said, well, just convey to people that we are about quality. We are not necessarily a budget company, so people are looking for roofs, windows, siding. We have extended warranties and we have great financing, but we really back our products, and we want to convey that to our community, and we want to support you in doing this. So very big thanks to Royalty Roofing today.
So premium products for the consumer looking to preserve their property for the future. So thank you to the folks at Royalty Roofing for helping us out for the 2026 running of the 12 Hours of Canton. There we see Dominic D'Angelo getting some pressure from K1 Speed Columbus. I believe that is going to be Kaylee Guthrie for K1 Speed Columbus, driving aggressive.
Setting my focus now on the gap between Dom and Kiwi Papaya back there. We got Grant, which Grant is usually one of the guys on the team that can keep pace with these guys. So I was just curious, it's like, are we going to see them close in a little bit, or is Grant going to pretty much stay in line with Dom?
So we're watching Dominic D'Angelo with the red hood, running just ahead of Kiwi Papaya on track, but just behind those long-haired freaky people with Cy Linderman II behind the helm for those long-haired folks. There we got Dominic down the inside, sealing the pass on the long-haired freaky people squad. Dominic D'Angelo will cross the finish line, completing the pass and heading into the carousel in that reverse direction. So during the pre-race show, Dominic D'Angelo didn't do a whole lot of talking. It was just Marshall Miller. So Dominic D'Angelo has kind of silently been a partner in this 31 Motorsports crew. I also seen him when I was taking a break, running down to the front of the building, and Dominic D'Angelo just kind of had his head down, just kind of keep him to himself the entire time. He just knows what to do, and that's drive a kart.
Yeah, I interpret that as that is his race mode, because he's kind of a wiry, free spirit guy. He used to work here at K1, and he was kind of like somewhat uncontrollable at some levels. But there are points when I've seen him where he is completely different, and that's usually in race mode like this. And I think that's where his focus to get through this whole 12 hours is coming from.
He is showing that laser focus right now as he is closing in on Jenson Janda. And I want to say he's actually closing in now, as the gap does not seem to be as large as it was a few laps ago. Janda crossing the finish line, followed by Dominic D'Angelo. But now we're watching this long-haired freaky people battle with the Kiwi Papayas. And with the Kiwi Papaya squad, it is Grant Oser out on, is this fourth stint, I believe, for the Kiwi Papaya squad?
He was the starter, 2, 3. Yeah, this is his fourth stint.
He's gonna sleep very well tonight when he lays his head down, as he is going to be very tired with 3 hours and 43 minutes of racing remaining. He probably has another stint behind the wheel again, but nobody's playing back and forth as much as Dominic D'Angelo and Marshall Miller, as if it's not the one, it's the other behind the wheel. And you got to think that Shake and Bake is also feeling it as well, with only 3 members in their squad. Have they been doing a consistent rotation for Shake and Bake? Has it been Jared, Ben, Ivan, Jared, Ben, Ivan the entire time?
Yes, Jared, Ben, Ivan. Well, for some reason I have Ivan back-to-back, but that can't be accurate because you have to swap. So Ivan, Ben, Jared. It looks pretty consistent so far, according to our internal tracking.
Okay. So doing a pretty consistent rotation for the green crew. Pink Bunny, they've got to feel the most refreshed, though, as I think for the folks for Pink Bunny, we've only got a second stint tops for each of those drivers, and currently we've got Preston Fisher. This would be, I believe, his third stint out there. If I'm not mistaken, this would be Preston's third drive for the Pink crew.
He was their starter, 2 stints and 3 stints. Yes, that's correct. I'm seeing in the team chat now that this probably applied to the penalty we talked about a while ago for Grant, and there was 2 carts side by side. They realized that Grant may have not seen the cart next to him, but they had given him a let pass sign, and that team ended up going into the pits. So he's actually going to be assessed a 5-second penalty on their next pit stop.
Okay.
So cranking down on those penalties even late in the race here. Just want them to race clean, and it may have been an honest mistake.
There we are sitting and watching this battle between Kiwi Papaya, Shake and Bake, and long-haired freaky people all on screen at the same time. And just outside of the mark is Team Pajama Jammers. But the 3 up at the front of this field, Papaya, the Shake and Bake crew, trying to run away with it.
They will try to close that 16-second gap to Speed Freaks, because even with the day they've had, and they're going to get another penalty, of course, but top 5 would be a goal. Speed Freaks obviously wanting to hold on to that. And we'll keep an eye on that gap as the remaining 3 hours and 45 minutes remain.
Yep, we are winding down on the final third of competition here at K1 Speed Canton for the 12 hours of Canton presented by Royalty Roofing. And also thank you to the folks at Howard Hanna, Jared McFadden Realtor, with Howard Hanna hooking up the folks at what team is he out there for?
Who are we talking about?
Jared McFadden, Shake and Bake.
Oh, yeah.
Sitting back there in the number 8 position.
Oh, we just left Blake on screen. His previous lap times were 25.5 and 25.6. Good race pace. Kiwi Papaya laying down a 25 flat. The perfect lap time.
Ivan Petty out there for Team Shake and Bake. It's still the 1-2 laps between Oh Yeah and 31 Motorsports. It is 3 laps between the Jammers and Pink Bunny, and 3 laps between Pink Bunny and Speed Freaks as they are locked in with Kiwi Papaya. So that's going to be a pit strategy all the way down to the checkered flag between your 4th and 5th place team. Or 5th and 6th place team, excuse me.
Checking up on the boost strategy for the red machine right there with Dom. Looks like a couple have been used, but pretty conservative so far. So if he gets a run on the 18 machine, expect that he might press it. Now would be a good opportunity for him. But he's not going to be close enough to keep it on pressing. Preston, meanwhile, using approximately 7 boosts, so he's about halfway through his use of 15.
Preston out there for Pink Bunny squad, trying to keep Dominic at bay. They are closing in on ASR Racing's Zach Sanders. Sanders? Do you know if it's Saunders or Sanders? Which one
I don't know for sure.
They're closing back in on Zach nonetheless, and they'll be trying to work their way around him in just a moment.
If we could take that camera and swing down to the pits, I'd love to see the guys that are coming on deck right now. If you guys want to take this camera one. I meant to point this out while I was down there, but so Joey just coming in for his team. Then you got Garrett who's hopping into his car. He has an assistant. He is allowed to have somebody in there in the pits to get everything adjusted. He's got 39 seconds on his lap timer. And then when he's good to go, he's going to pull up to the line, which, by the way, he pulled a car out of row number 2, which was a random draw. So every single time they come up, it's a random choice of what row they're pulling cart out of. But you can see, like, the amount of time they have to prepare and get ready, turn the car on, make sure it's adjusted, is very, very reasonable, I think. At first, I think the team showed some concern at 75 seconds, but the thing they forgot was that during our normal endurance races, you're the driver who has to come into the pits, wait, and then do the kart swap without a teammate. So in this scenario, in these kind of endurance races, you got a lot more time.
Yeah, he did not seem to be crunched for time, and he is one of those drivers that has to do the most adjustments before taking off. So he was not too pressured for time. He had plenty of time to apply his transponder, get his helmet strapped, get his harness applied and buckled correctly. Plenty of time. So very well established.
Actually a perfect example of the execution of the pit stops.
There we see him back out on track. It's Garrett Schallenberger with Team Speed Freaks. Again, just outside of the top 5. They've been swapping back and forth with Kiwi Papaya for a little while now, and they were running in the number 5 position for quite some time. And hats off to that crew for not even being 50 years of age when you add all 4 members together. Yeah, they're a young squad. Just outside of the top 5, even dipping their toes into the top 5. It'll all come down to pit strategy for the gray and orange teams to figure out that final top 5 spot.
I think that team should be given some props too, because they've been really on it for pit strategy today. You know,
They
I'm
haven't
looking
messed
at
up anything.
Yeah, I'm looking at their telemetry right now, and the car they just hopped out of, I mean, it dipped below 3 volts. They brought him in, made the change, off he goes, and that was a 97 lap stint for Blake.
Knock on wood at this point in time in the event. We've only had a few, if that, of karts that have expired while on the circuit. One happened to expire while he was entering the pits, and he was able to work that thing across the stripe to initiate his timing sequence. But yeah, it's been a pretty.
I mean, just look at our average stints for our teams. Oh yeah, 100. Pajama Jammers, 94. 31 Motorsports, 99. Pink Bunny, 99. Shake and Bake, 98. Speed Freaks, 98. That's their average stints over the course of this race so far.
Pretty consistent. Extremely consistent. And you are keeping track of the longest and the shortest stints as well. And the shortest stints for Pajama Jammers been 74 laps. Kiwi's been 72. And Long-Haired Freaky People also only 72 laps. So everybody else been able to stretch it out over 75 and more.
I mean, interesting to see that Pajama Jammers have run a 74-lap stint and still sit in third.
Impressive.
Yeah, because I think if I looked at this data post-race, I would assume, well, these guys weren't running very long stints, but they're doing really well with lap times and keeping themselves in good track position.
And Pajama Jammers, they had cart number 1 on that initial run. And was that 74-lap stint their first one? Or when was that 74-lap stint for Pajama Jammers?
No, Zach went a full 100 laps in that.
Okay.
Yeah, he stuck it out.
So it was just the recent trip out there.
Yeah, with Joey. It looks like at the time they pulled him in, there was still plenty of battery to go. So it must have been another strategic reason for it. You know, maybe they're timing pit stops to the end of the race, you know, trying to get one driver there to the last stint. If I had to guess, it's probably trying to get Giovanni out here 2 more times before the end of the race. And maybe they figure, well, they're going to have to make X number of pit stops, so they might as well just pull him in.
A replay of Dominic D'Angelo diving down the inside of long-haired freaky people's Cy making that pass.
I heard there's somewhere on the fence line a banner for the long-haired freaky people. I wonder if you guys can get a shot of that, because I haven't seen it. I forgot to check.
I seen it.
Is it the AI version of their team?
No, it's actual photos of them.
Oh, is it? You sure?
No.
We had it up on the stream when they first made it. Jonathan spent some time. There it is.
Yeah, so does their faces on AI characters.
I love this. I think it's really cool, too, that they used our Superleggero type carts, because oftentimes when you do AI, it does this really dumb, random go-kart that is generic, but those actually look like ours. And not to mention that their faces look like them.
That's pretty neat. Having some fun with the event, and that's what it's all about. And spoke to Katy at the end of, I think it was a 12-hour, may have been the 6-hour at the end of last year, and they're just fun having folks that like to come here and race go-karts.
Yeah, it's the definition of having fun seriously.
3 hours, 29 minutes on the clock. Thank you to the folks at ARC Survey, arcsurvey.com for helping us out. And Thompson Electric, thank you as well to that crew. There we're on board with Jenson Janda. Clear real estate ahead, clear real estate behind. Great drive for the Oh Yeah Racing squad. He's got that lap advantage over 31 Motorsports. Yeah. They were watching Cy with long-haired freaky people all by himself on the race course. And we got some single file action going on throughout the majority of the race course right now. So it's kind of one of those accordion moments of the event where everything is kind of stretching back out. And before too long,
Yeah,
everything's going to come right
all
back
10
together.
drivers are going to be in the same spot. Yeah.
Yep. And special honor going to be given to your race winner for the 2026 running of the 12 Hours of Canton. We're going to have a special treat being presented to your race winner for today's event. Going to get themselves a pair of golden gloves.
And so far, fastest lap of the race belongs to Marshall Miller.
So is it going to the winning team or the fastest driver?
Fastest lap of the race. Yeah,
Fastest
driver.
Driver of the race taking home themselves a set of golden gloves. K1 Speed. That'll be awesome to present those at the end of the event.
And hi from the box, by the way. We haven't been up here for a while. I'm James. You got Derek.
Thank you.
We're your commentators for the 12 hours. Thanks for sticking it out with us.
Yep. And on screen with us now, we have Dominic D'Angelo with the folks for 31 Motorsports. And we're going to send it back down to Cello. He's got another jammer down there in the box.
All right, how are you doing, everybody? I'm here with Zach Harmon. He's another fellow coworker of mine running the 12-hour. All right, Zach, how are you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good. It's been a pretty good day all around. Nothing too crazy has happened. We've had some close calls, but none that we couldn't manage.
So, I'm new to this whole thing. I've been here for about 9 months, but I've only been paying attention to the endurance races for about the past 3 months. I'm not gonna lie, and you're a lot more experienced than I am, and I like to say that I know enough to get myself in trouble and not enough to get myself out of trouble. So for the people who are new to this, kind of explain what's going on here right now.
So we're getting into, I don't have my watch on me. I think we're close to the final 3 hours. This is really when strategy starts to play a big role in it, as far as how to get your stints in, how long you can make your stints last, who's going to have more pits than other teams. And I guess this is kind of really where it all shapes up to, it's the beginning of the end.
So the first 3 hours and the last 3 hours are kind of like priority hours. Like, this is kind of what you're like, these are where the plays are made. This is important moves are made. Looking at everybody around here, who do you think is your biggest competition so far?
We have been at it quite a bit with the Pink Bunny team. That's really who we're all worried about right now. I think we're up 2, maybe 3 laps on them right now. But we're just trying to keep that lead and make it stick. Hopefully there's no more penalties or issues.
Thank you, Zach. I've got to thank you personally. The reason why I really got into this whole thing and why James invited me out in the first place is because I went down to Columbus with you and we watched the state finals. It was absolutely amazing. It was a nice 2.5 hour drive with Zach. And it was nice to meet a lot of the team members that are driving today. And it kind of caught my interest in how the endurance race works. Zach and the rest of the team and the rest of the racers, thank you guys, and I will see you on the flip side. Thank you, Zach.
Yeah, good to have an inside look and opinion on how these drivers get introduced into the sport. That's pretty cool.
There's their teammate on the track right now, Giovanni, in the Cyan team. Currently showing 14 laps. He's going to take that to 13 laps with the difference between the two top teams.
Yeah, Giovanni's doing great.
Yep.
Kind of got that relaxed, lean back, lean style. Getting some hops through the turns, which we have talked about isn't necessarily the best move through some of the twisties. But he is still developing. Giovanni Blackerby, one of the younger competitors that we have here today. There we see hand flying up for the orange squad, diving into the pits just ahead.
Yeah, good thing he put his hand up, because Giovanni would have been cutting down in him.
Would have peeled into the side of, I believe it was Aiden. No, that was Grant. Grant coming in for his swap. The battle's on between the Jammers and Pink Bunny, continuing to duke it out there.
What is their lap count? 11:51 on Kiwi?
On Kiwi, 11:51, indeed.
We must have counted their drive-through. Adam, can you check for us to see if that is correct? Because that means he did a 113 lap stint, but that's not very possible with 36% charge on the battery.
And we're checking on board with Team Pink Bunny Racing, and we have Preston Fisher piloting that kart.
Getting a little aero lean in there.
Yeah, it looked like he was looking forward a little bit. Not sure if he was leaning with it, rocking with it. What was going on, if he's trying to see if maybe something was going on with his machine. But there we see Dominic D'Angelo in the mix with Speed Freaks and long-haired freaky
This
people.
is going to get questionable. Dom's not going to have a lot of room there. Size kind of cut down just a little bit. He didn't have a full cart width available to him. Garrett's going to get in the mix there and kind of stay out just a little bit from the back of these two guys as they battle it out again back into turn 3.
And Dominic gets the door slammed in his face once again, heading down into 3 in the reverse direction. Dominic D'Angelo trying to find the line around Cy with the long-haired freaky people.
Is that a... Oh, that's
He's
another
coming into
pit.
the pad.
Man.
Wow. Then
Really
we're tight.
swinging out a ways to get into that pit lane.
And we got a replay of that pass just out there on the track.
Slow it down right there. Because at that point, if you want to roll that back just a little slower, I want to see how far along Dom was to Cy's side of the car.
I think we're going to roll that back one more time.
All right, slow it down. Really slow it down right there.
Yeah, he gets the door slammed and...
He does, but Dom really wasn't even halfway along the side of the cart, so technically Cy doesn't... Yeah, there's...
Racing incident.
Yeah.
They have worked their way by Preston. Now we've got, for the Speed Freaks, Garrett Schallenberger applying the pressure to 31 Motorsports' Dominic D'Angelo. And I think that we are going to take a moment and thank our sponsors for the 2026 running of the 12 Hours of Canton presented by Royalty Roofing. Thank you all for joining us, and we'll be back after this message from our sponsors.
Introducing an all-inclusive technology platform to pursue your motorsports career right from home. Select from 3 levels of professional-grade simulators, and we will expertly pair you with a world-class coach, with training software, exclusive tracks, and technical support all included. And as a true entry point for motorsports, all members will enjoy access to exclusive real-world driving experiences. From aspiring drivers to those already competing in professional ranks, Spark is everything you need to maximize your potential as a real-world racing driver, all with just 1 monthly membership. At Spark, our mission is to develop world-class drivers while building the premier talent pool for global motorsports, all starting from home. The first memberships will be invite only, so apply today and take the next step in your motorsports career. Welcome to Spark, the world's first driver development platform.
Grafana is used to monitor everything from Fitbits to power grids to space missions, all the way to the moon. Back down here on Earth, the challenge is helping teams understand their data every day in real time so they can move fast, stay online, and deliver on their goals. Because observability isn't just about dashboards and alerts. It's about context and understanding. why apps are running slow, why errors spike, and why users disappear. That's the problem Grafana Cloud solves. It's a fully managed observability platform built on an open source stack with open standards in its DNA. Engineering teams today juggle dashboards, logs, and alerts across way too many tools, only to see part of the story. But signal without context is just noise. Grafana Cloud cuts through the noise without losing the signal. It gives you visibility from back end to front end all in one place. Grafana Cloud connects to over 150 data sources, bringing infrastructure, security, operations, even revenue and finance systems together. And when incidents hit, Grafana Cloud shows you what matters, correlated automatically with AI-powered guidance that helps teams find root causes faster. Escalations are automated, on-call gets simpler, and every incident makes the next one just a little bit easier to handle. It helps teams from Citigroup and Salesforce to Uber and ASOS see the truth and scale with confidence. Grafana Cloud brings it all together because clarity is how you act faster, sleep better, and work smarter.
My name's Derek DeBoer. I'm a race car driver. I drive for Racing Spirit of Le Mans. I get to drive this beautiful Aston Martin in the European Le Mans Series, and I work with Valentin Hasseklo as my co-driver and professional coach.
My name is Valentin Hasseklo, and I'm an Aston Martin factory driver for 3 years now. For the team, I drive essentially, but I'm also here to support my co-driver, Derek DeBoer, this season. So the most exciting thing about what I do is actually stepping on the podium, because in the end this is what all matters, and this is the motivation to go racing, is to end up on a podium.
I think one of the biggest things with racing is that I've found that it pushes me in every area of life. It is a very grueling sport. It takes a massive amount of commitment and effort just to be here, and then it takes a huge amount of discipline to be able to perform and do what's asked of you in the exact moment that's needed.
So our main job as a driver from a data and engineering standpoint is to give a clear feedback on what we felt in the car, in our hands and in our legs. So the engineer can start thinking about the setup adjustment, but sometimes we talk with our emotions and data has no emotions. So it's important to cross the driver's feedback with the data to take a decision on the setup change for the next session. As simple as that.
Trace 3 is an expert in analyzing data and providing good feedback, makes them a perfect partner for our racing team. We live in the same worlds where we rely completely on facts and data and information, and there's no one better than both sides, Racing Spirit of Le Mans and Aston Martin, and Trace 3 to make the best use of this data for making better decisions.
Do you want me on camera 1 or camera 3? Because we're going to talk about what's behind me, so...
And we are back after break, and we are continuing to have Oh Yeah Racing with just the slightest of advantage over 31 Motorsports, but James is down there at the entrance of pit road, and he's going to go over a little bit about what these drivers are dealing with when they're entering pit lane.
Yeah, thanks, Derek. I'm actually being trackside now for the first time in this whole event, and this is intense down here. Got Dom D'Angelo, who's going into the carousel here. And when you're trackside, you realize just how incredible this racing is, wheel to wheel and bumper to bumper. I think I'll stay down here for the rest of the race. You think that's okay? So I just want to show the viewers what happens when the guys come into the pit stop. So there is an electronic timing beacon right here at the entrance to the pit lane. The pit lane stays open the entire time. When the car goes over this beacon, it automatically triggers the shutdown command for the motor, and it puts them into a pit lane speed limit automatically. Then if you go over just a few feet from here, they have another timer, which is what activates the pit lane timer. So when we looked at the battery that died really early in the race, and it was the green team that was trying to roll their car over the line, they were trying to get over this timing sensor over here, and that's what automatically triggers the pit stop for your team down there. So both of these are electronically controlled, and there's another one of these that is in the exit of the pits, and that way when you leave the pits, it automatically speeds the car back up. So basically you have a controlled in and a controlled out, and everything remains the same, electronically controlled throughout the entire race.
Thanks, James, to have that inside look at what goes on. There's a lot that goes into making everything safe here at K1 Speed, and that is a very unique usage of technology that takes the guesswork out of the arrive and drive guests that come here, the patrons that come here and pay their fee to participate in these karts that every other driver has the opportunity to compete in. Makes everything safe and even, so everybody can come back and compete tomorrow, next weekend, next month, or whenever they have the opportunity to come to their K1 location. Great on board with ASR Racing, and we have Aaron Puckett with ASR Racing. And talk to Aaron before the green flag flew. He was your opening pilot for ASR, and he was just trying to improve on years past results with 8 teams in last year's competition. Sitting in the number 8 position. That's 2 better than last, and that's better than he can say he did last year. So Aaron Puckett, consistent. Great competition, and great to have him as an addition to the race here at K1 Speed Canton. He is really applying the pressure to your K1 Columbus location driver. I want to say that's IC out there for K1 Speed Columbus, feeling the pressure from Aaron Puckett. And we also have Garrett Schallenbarger in the mix as well. But now we're watching this battle between Tyler Stevenson, Dominic D'Angelo, and Preston Farmer for Pink Bunny Racing. That is your second place team right now. Oh Yeah Racing getting caught up in some pits. And there we see Dominic D'Angelo with 31 Motorsports temporarily taking over the number 1 position. He is going to be diving into the pits, and that will bring Marshall Miller back behind the yoke for the Red Squad with just over 3 hours of racing remaining. That's going to open it back up to Oh Yeah Racing having a 1-lap advantage over 31 Motorsports. Pajama Jammer still locking down the number 3 position with about a 12-second advantage over Pink Bunny Racing. And like we mentioned, 3rd and 4th is not decided, and 5th and 6th is not decided, as they are on the same laps. It's all going to come down to pit strategy when the final hours are clicking off, with ASR and Shake and Bake duking it out over the number 7 position, and the long-haired freaky people and K1 Speed Columbus rounding out the field. It is totally up in the air. It has been figured out at this point in time. In years past, we've had teams that have definitely separated themselves and cemented themselves in their positions early, but we do not have that going on for the 2026 running, as there are 2 teams up in the air for 1st and 2nd, 2 teams up in the air for 3rd and 4th, and 2 teams up in the air for 5th and 6th, and 2 teams up in the air for 7th and 8th. It is great racing action. You couldn't have scripted a better event for the 2026 running, and we have a blanket competition going on right now. You can toss a blanket out over 5 drivers, and you don't know who's going to come out in front, and leading the way is your Shake and Bake driver over Kiwi Papaya. Kiwi Papaya piloted by Aiden Harbaugh, diving down the inside, aggressively makes that pass. It's Aiden Harbaugh making the pass on the green squad, but he locks it in and pulls away from Ivan Petty with Shake and Bake. That very well could be Jared McFadden out there for Shake and Bake. I bet that's Jared McFadden. That's Jared. My mistake on that. But here's that aggressive pass. Down the inside goes Aiden Harbaugh and bulldogs his way by. And Aiden Harbaugh goes IC with K1 Speed Columbus down the start straightaway. He is lightning fast out there for the folks for Kiwi Papaya. Take a look at Aiden Harbaugh. Very, very fast. He likes going this reverse direction as he has blown the doors off of quite a few drivers to get some clear real estate ahead of him. Aiden Harbaugh on the number 23 kart. Pretty fresh out there. He's putting in some good laps. Clearing, I believe, 3 drivers to find nobody ahead of him. Good drive for him.
Oh, great. We got Cello. All right, Cello,
Hello?
what's going on down there?
Hello. We are down here in like the actual pits area. I would say this is like the stands, if you would say. Who am I here with right now?
Michael Odell.
Michael, how are you doing today?
We're doing good so far. Team's been pretty good with starting from the back. We only go up, so we're getting hopeful. It's getting good consistency, good pace, and everything's staying together so far.
So tell me about what you got going on here. What are you guys looking at during the 12-hour or during the stints? You've got a lot of screens here.
We have enough data to go back to BC at this point. All of the data is carts around us with their battery telemetry and timing, so we can try have a strategy around it to work with pit cycles, pushing, saving, all the workarounds and the fancy stuff.
So how did you get your start in racing? You told me about it. You would wear, or you wouldn't wear ear protection when you were younger. What did you race when you were little to get you here where you are now?
So about 14 years ago, I started go-karts as a buddy at work was getting out of it, and my dad wanted shop class for us as homeschoolers. So it became our shop class, and now we're turning it into a run at a pro career.
That is super, super cool. So I know you got my laps up here. You've got telemetry, which is a huge part of how we run K1 speed races here. And then this is all your car data as well? Or is that race strategy?
This is our timing. This has it where it's the time on track, the laps, the voltages. It's everything we can to help build the strategy to get us to really fight up towards the front.
So what are your strategies going into this?
Save the cart and run like hell at this point.
Thank you.
That is a great strategy. I think all the teams should adapt that. If there's ever a team to leverage all the technology at their fingertips, it's Aaron Puckett and his ASR racing team for sure.
Most definitely. And I said that from the start. They've been playing the computer game.
Yep.
And sitting in the number 7 spot now, kind of mixing it up with the Shake and Bake crew. It's going to come down to pit strategy in these final 3 hours.
So when you interviewed him at the beginning of the race, he said they finished 7th last year, right? And so their goal was to improve. I mean, on a percentage basis, they're doing good.
I would agree. Yeah. 7 out of 10 is a much better result than 7 out of 8.
Well, I think the answer is that we just keep making the field bigger every year.
Yeah, Aaron Puckett out there for Team ASR. Integral member of that team and a great addition to K1 Speed here in Canton. Like to pick Aaron Puckett's brain from time to time whenever we get the opportunity to.
I was monitoring the chat, and one of the, I think the team lead, probably Nathan from K1 Speed Columbus, was asking about the alert that shows up on the battery. Says alert cell over voltage. What does that mean? Well, there's a battery management system inside the battery that keeps track of everything that's going on, and it makes sure that it doesn't overvolt. And so while we're charging, it tries to keep all 16 cells in balance, but if it doesn't, there's a chance that one will spike over the others, and so it will just cause this overvolt condition, and it just shuts off the charger. It's actually fairly common to see that, especially when we're charging at the rate we are, But the teams are seeing that on their telemetry, not necessarily because it's an error, but it's just a natural condition that happens during the charge cycle.
Just doing a little research on some of ASR Racing's sponsors, seeing that they are brought to you by the folks at Timothy Puckett Educational Services, providing education services for K through 12 members, trying to get expert help in algebra, geometry, trigonometry, statistics, calculus, biology, chemistry, physics, honors classes, and AP classes, and also offering you ACT, SAT, and GED prep. So if you are trying to improve on your future, Timothy Puckett Educational Services is in-home education services.
That's his dad, I believe.
I
think so.
I would probably guess that.
Yeah.
But very cool. Very cool to have some advanced training to better your future. Very cool. There we see swapping out for Team Pajama Jammers, giving each other a big high five from that great stint out there for the PJ squad as they are coming out from the pits, hanging on to third place over Pink Bunny Racing, which is exactly where they wanted to find themselves, as Kiwi Papaya still holding off Speed Freaks for the number 5 spot. And that is a great battle for the number 5 position, as those 4 drivers for Speed Freaks, not even totaling 50 years between the 4 drivers. And like you said, between 18 months to 2 years of kart racing experience for each of the drivers. Yeah, it's a pretty good showing for those young drivers. And there we're watching the battle between Pink Bunny Racing and Shake and Bake. Shake and Bake out there is Jared McFadden, your local realtor with Howard Hanna. So if you're looking to buy a property, maybe you and your family looking to move in the future, just stop by and grab his attention in the pits. Shake and Bake making the pass on Pink Bunny there to clear up some track space ahead of him. Now going to try to close the gap on Preston with, no, not Preston, with Pink Bunny. Who is that ahead of him?
Sean Richards. Well,
Sean,
behind him?
ahead of
Pink?
him.
Oh, it looked like Preston. Was that the orange helmet?
It is the orange helmet with the orange.
Oh, it could be icy. Is it a brown roll hoop cover?
A brown roll hoop cover.
Okay.
Icy, yes, okay. That's who I was trying to scratch my head up here, trying to figure out who they're closing in on. It's Icy.
In the number 5, yeah.
So it took a couple of moments for Jared to get that clear track space, but he does have it now after overtaking Adam Albright from Pink Bunny Racing. But here comes Tyler Stevenson with, oh yeah, working his way through the field, bringing 31 Motorsports with him. And 31 Motorsports showing 2 laps off the mark now versus Oh Yeah Racing. So it was even. It was 1 lap, and it has now been stretched to 2 full laps advantage to the Blue Squad.
Team ASR is actually asking for a review of an unsafe release from car 13. And I believe that's going to be the Pajama Jammers in Noah, who just jumped in that number 13 machine. So we're standing by for them to review that. The reverse direction has a little on-ramp, but it does get a little dicey because you don't have the same amount of space as you do in the standard direction.
Yeah, if you go wide there in turn 1 in the reverse direction, it closes right in on the pit lane very quickly.
Yeah, you got to hit the merge ramp and get going and hope there's nobody side by side. And that might have been what they were asking for review.
Say one grouping I am looking forward to seeing is going to be Katy Wise with Josephine Matthews, and I can't wait to see them together on the track. And then I can't wait to see drivers attempting to work their way by those two at the same time.
Do you think we'll get that lucky, though?
I can only cross my fingers and toes at the same time a couple of times tonight to make that happen, make that wish happen once, and we'll see.
So it was Josie was in the car 2 stints ago, then Blake came out. Garrett's in the car now. He is probably wrapping up. He's on the 1200 range, 1212 actually. So
that would be Katy Wise and little Katy Wise on the track at the same time.
Exactly.
And there will be nobody making any moves.
If I had to guess, they're probably going to put Macallan in the driver's seat.
I would probably second that, as well as we have seen Josephine a couple of times recently.
Yeah, but all right, well, Speed Freaks, you have our vote. So if she's on deck, send her out. We don't care how tired she is. Her dad says you must go. We don't do anything easy in this house, he says.
We are in the final 1/3 of racing. Getting a replay.
Tyler Stevenson, there you go. That's the inside line you need. If you run it out, you set yourself up for that. But now Jared's going to squeeze down just a little bit because of Sean being there. And that's going to pinch him up a little bit. Oh, it's going to really bottleneck him in going to that barrier right there. He'll squeeze out. And then Katy Wise will be the winner out of that one.
There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 drivers, 7 drivers on the race course down the start straightaway at the same time. And this is when the accordion comes back together.
Yep. Every, 30, 45 minutes or so?
Everything kind of stretches out and comes back together. And there we see Pink Bunny Racing diving down the inside. Adam Albright. You want to say aggressive? He's trying to – he is not following anybody.
Adam's not on the track. Are we –
Adam Albright with Pink Bunny Racing?
No, that's Sean Richards.
Okay, matching black helmets.
Yeah,
my
I don't
mistake.
think Adam's wearing the Pink Bunny suit today.
Sean Richards, my mistake altogether.
But I think we just checked. Sean Richards is. Oh, we're looking at his stint here. Oh, he just started his stint.
Yeah,
so.
he just came out there.
How many stints has he been in today? I feel like we've seen him on track all day. But no, this is only his 3rd stint.
He's just very noticeable.
Yeah, that's
when he is
what
out
it
there.
is. There's no mistaking the Pink Bunny.
A little bit deeper in the field, though, we see Adam Harbaugh with Kiwi Papaya. He has been looking very fast today as well, making some aggressive moves, trying to set up your shake and bake Jared McFadden into turn number 5 in that reverse direction. McFadden doing a quick look back, realizing that he's got some company from the Kiwi Papaya squad. Just behind them
none other than the young Aiden Harbaugh. But I want to watch and see if he runs this carousel wide again. When I was down there and I was walking by the track a while ago, he was like way out wide. Okay, it wasn't as far this time.
There, Sean Richards getting some bumps from your shake and bake crew, but shake and bake getting some pressure from Aiden Harbaugh with Kiwi Papaya, but Kiwi Papaya can't lift because Garrett Schallenberger's there. Into 5 in that reverse direction they go. They come right back together. There we see the green squad diving down the inside of Sean Richards. Sean Richards had nowhere to go, leaving the door open and leaving the door open once again. And there goes Aiden Harbaugh right down the inside and makes the pass on Sean Richards.
Sean's going to stay right with him. And I know that caught Sean out, and he doesn't like that, but it was the best he could do in that scenario. Like, he didn't have much of a choice.
in these endurance races, I think I've came down to the synopsis of it. It's situational racing.
Yeah.
It's what situation are these competitors in at that given time, working their way through, stretches out, comes back together. They find themselves in a situation again, having to figure out what's going on. And it's not necessarily a battle between one another. It's just what situation they find themselves in at the track at that point in time, whether it is the leaders or lapped traffic they're working their way through.
Be ready to slow this down for us as they come through this corner. Slow it down for us. All right, so he ends up wide, but he stays in it, which is good, and he's slow it down again as Aiden comes up. Give it just a few frames, and we were going to see how far alongside he was in turn 1. But I believe he made it to half a cart, and then that forced Sean around the outside too. So, it's heads-up driving, that situational awareness you were talking about. And this is what we try to teach young drivers when they're coming here for the first time is it's one thing to go run for lap times when all you have to worry about is yourself. It is a whole different ball of wax when you got to worry about everybody who's racing around you.
Exactly.
Because you can't really see who's behind you, and if you're looking over your shoulder, your straights are so short that you don't have a lot of time to look around. So it's not like a big racetrack where you could take a couple seconds and look around you and see if there's somebody's on your bumper. Like, you're always looking for an apex. You're always turning right or left on this track.
It's not battling individual teams. Like, each team doesn't have a rival per se. It is just where they are on the track, who they have to fight themselves through at what positions. I find this to be a very interesting form of racing because it takes a lot of strategy. It takes a lot of luck too.
Okay, now Aiden Harbaugh is right behind Marshall Miller, and I think Marshall is even just going to let him go. He's like, I don't need to work that battle. Talk about situational awareness. Pick your battles, I guess.
That's a fight he does not need to have now.
I mean, it'd be very easy for Marshall to be like, okay, like, come on, we're leading the race here. I'm going to keep you behind me, but
they are just behind. Is that
Katy?
Long-haired, freaky people's Katy Wise? Indeed it is.
Yeah, that's why we were waiting for Josephine to come out. Where is she? Come on, Speed Freaks.
And we can see Marshall Miller trying to speak with race control or with race control that he's displeased with the position that he is finding himself in, but he has to work through it.
Again, maybe. I've seen those reactions from him in the past, and we've asked him about it post-race, and he usually says, no, I'm just frustrated at myself, or I didn't like what I did, or I mean, it's always a possibility it is directed at other racers, but
2 laps separates first from second. 2 laps, or excuse me, the same lap for third and fourth, same lap for fifth and sixth, and same lap for sixth and seventh. So it is anybody's race out there. Pajama Jammers and Pink Bunny Racing. That's going to be a good battle all the way down to the wire.
And Katy Wise is going to have some neck lash from having Aiden bumper from behind.
Yeah,
I've seen more than a couple of those.
Make an appointment with a chiropractor first thing on Monday morning from some neck pain from whiplash.
It's still something we're trying to encourage Aiden to be cautious of because he gets very bumpy on the track.
Checking out Marshall there through the carousel in the reverse direction, just kind of watching what's going on ahead of him. Joining right back in on what we were seeing in that replay. Aiden Harbaugh applying the pressure to Katy Wise with Marshall Miller trying to go around the outside, finding himself on the outside in the kink, and he's going to have to lift to not get too aggressive in there. And there we got Jared McFadden with Shake and Bake and Sean Richards with Pink Bunny Racing closing in on Miller.
Watch Marshall go through the carousel right here, and he tucks it in on that last lap, and he was right on Aiden's bumper, almost as if to say, hey, I can race with you guys right here if I need to, but I'm going to put a little bit of a gap in between because I don't know what you guys are going to do.
And you can see Armand watching these battles very, very diligently. And Marshall Miller just kind of opened the door up. Too. Yeah, I'd like to speak with Adam or Armand to see what's picking their brains or what's going through their minds right now as they're kind of watching intently trackside. And kind of like to get their opinion as to what they're seeing down there. But continuing,
I think they're focused on the track for the moment.
And here we're watching Marshall Miller just open the door up for the battle that was behind him to go right on by. And Marshall Miller's not putting up much of a fight right now, as he is now showing 3 laps off the mark of Oh Yeah Racing. Is fatigue starting to play a factor for the 31 Racing squad? Or what is going through their minds?
Yeah, well, I'm sure it's a factor, but that body language is, he doesn't usually let on to that. So.
Marshall seems to be a little frustrated just based on watching him drive versus the way he has driven in the past. Usually we'll see him when he's relaxed and having a good time that his left foot's over the brake and in cruise control mode.
That's what we saw early on.
So we do not see that relaxed stature from Miller at this point in time, as he has been overtaken by at least 4 drivers and had his hands up multiple times during this stint. So, yeah, curious to see what's going on. Uncharacteristic.
I just have to venture a guess again, and I could be completely wrong, but it seems like he's just not worried about battling that battle. And so he's backed out and said, okay, I'm going to cruise for a little bit, but I have to just maintain my gap between Oh Yeah and Pajama Jammers. The only reason that theory would be a problem, though, it was if they're still trying to catch up to Oh Yeah and trying to make these last 3 laps count for every possibility or potential to get back in the lead.
And he's about to officially go 3 laps down as Tyler Stevenson is closed in on Marshall Miller in what seems to be no time flat now to be all over the rear bumper of that cart. And
well, yeah, there's 0.6 of a second between their lap count or their lap times. Unless he's just frustrated at the car, if it's just not performing the way he wants it to, that may ultimately be the issue. So we'll see what happens with Tyler approaching down here.
There we've seen Katy Wise leading that quad of, or those 5 drivers. We've got Pink Bunny Racing chasing them down with this shake and bake. 31 Motorsports and Oh Yeah running there on screen.
Check. You guys here?
Yeah.
Katy Wise,
Adam
Sean
on the
Richards.
mic. Go ahead, Adam.
So it seems like Marshall does not like the car he's in. Dom was in the chat asking if Marshall could pit and swap a cart. But unfortunately, having a slower cart isn't a mechanical, and it doesn't look like there's anything wrong with it.
Copy that. What do you think about the other things you guys were watching for? Any maneuvers from drivers that are an issue?
Say that again?
Are you guys watching for anything from drivers that became an issue?
We were watching some battles with Katy and I think Aiden when he was out there, but Aiden's pit.
Copy that.
Good information coming from trackside. Marshall's just not happy with it. That's what it all boils down to.
If that's the case, then I don't like the attitude, because the way he went around the carousel and just opened the door was like saying, I'm not going to battle with you guys, not like, oh, I'm going to try to drive this car the best way that I can.
It doesn't seem like his lap times are that uncompetitive versus his competition.
Yeah. I mean, he is 6/10, 7/10 off the pace, and Tyler got to by him, so.
Yeah, Marshall's been running like 24, so he does have the fastest lap, and he can't crack a 25.5 from what I've been seeing. So I just don't think he wants to ruin the race for anybody else.
You just have to control some of the slide and stuff, and I know he can do that, so I don't know. We're probably just conjecturing too much, and we just move on from this, but it is what it is.
Yep, now we're on with Katy Wise trying to hold off Sean Richards for Team Pink Bunny Racing. Tyler Stevenson with, oh yeah, making the pass on Jared McFadden with Shake and Bake to work his way through the field. And Katy Wise still feeling the pressure from Sean Richards. Katy has not been able to shake the boy in pink, as the boy in blue is trying to work his way through.
Is that a thumbs up for the pits for the long-haired freaky people?
I have to think that they're prepping for their upcoming
Looks
pit.
like it. She's going to try to stay a little close to the barrier and dip in. Yep, there we go. This could potentially open the field back up. We'll see what Tyler does with Sean. Let's see if Sean can hold off Tyler for just a few laps, or what the lap times end up being. You know, you only have the two-time champion on your back, so there's no pressure.
Tyler Stevenson is definitely quick here today, as he and Anthony Narowski have separated that team from the rest. Not to say that Jenson Janda and Gavin Patterson are slouching or anything, as they are pulling their own weight. Great team with just over 2.5 hours of racing remaining. Wow, just 2.5 hours remaining on the clock.
Tyler's going to swing it out wide, but give him lots of room, not try to force the issue yet. Try to keep some pace. I mean, the last lap time was 25.9. We'll see what they get this time on the timing line, 25.6. So, yeah, with Tyler previously running 25 flats, it's holding him up. But he's just watching, waiting.
It's becoming increasingly difficult to pass, just as Katy Wise was, is Sean Richards, but finally able to apply the pressure, and the door opens up for Tyler Stevenson to work his way by Sean Richards. Doesn't look like Richards wants to let him go that easy, though. He is still glued to his rear bumper.
No, but now he can follow. Stick with him. I think that was a good example here with Tyler, because I do show that he used boost. One of those opportunities to just help get the car past the driver in front. But still very conservative on the boost, as we've seen, oh yeah, pretty much most of the day, with the exception of a couple stints.
And now we're seeing Team, oh yeah, put a couple of kart lengths between him and Team Pink Bunny Racing after making that move. Jared McFadden having to fight with Pink Bunny Racing Sean Richards next. Pajama Jammers and Pink Bunny Racing still on the same lap. About 13 seconds separates them at different portions. And
by the
Speed
way,
Freaks not far off of Kiwi Papaya.
Yeah, by the way, if you are interested in watching timing and scoring for your team, you can go to speedhive.com click on live timing. That is being broadcast there. So if you want more details than what you're seeing here, feel free to jump on the website and go see that data. That's speedhive.com.
Jared McFadden not able to close in on Pink Bunny Racing's Sean Richards as they work their way through the carousel. But you see in the distance, Oh Yeah Racing's Tyler Stevenson checking out after making the pass on the pink squad. Altogether finding himself up front. Motorsports coming in for their pit, I believe. No, just the gap is getting separated even more between Tyler Stevenson and Marshall Miller.
Yeah, I was looking to see where he was in his stint. He's about 76 laps in.
Marshall breaking 25.5 that time around. Still not quite the pace that he was having in the previous laps in this reverse direction.
Well, stick it out for 20 more laps. Maybe that puts you in your pit window.
Swap it out and put this one at the back of his mind and hope to forget about this kart.
I'm still interested to know if he thinks that is the actual car 19. Because if it is, the preconceived notions have brought themselves to that car, because that is not 19 anymore.
Looks like Cello's down there picking the brains of a couple of the young competitors. What's going on down there?
What's going on, everybody? I'm with Gio Blackerby. How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
All right. So we're in the last final 3-4-ish hours. How are you feeling as a young driver?
I feel great. My second stint, I got really fatigued, but I'm going to just push through it. But, yeah, I feel great.
So someone who went to, was it Nationals or Worlds?
Worlds and Nationals.
Worlds and Nationals. How does this compare? Is it harder? Is it a completely different race? How is that working for you?
It is definitely harder because you have back markers you have to pass, and it's just a lot of strategy work. So, yeah.
Okay. Have you been using Boost a lot? Is that something that you kind of rely on, or is that something that you use as a last resort? We've seen a lot of different uses today.
Yes, we have been using Boost, 15 Boost for me. I don't know about my teammates, but I've been using 15 Boost every single stint. So, and it's been working out fine.
So how do you space those out? How do you understand when you're going to use it and when you're not?
So we use Boost first 5 laps because the cart's warming up, and then usually midway through I have clean air, and then whenever we get to traffic, I would just use Boost to pass them.
So you've kind of all got the same strategy here at the Pajama Jammers. You're not doing amazing, but you're not doing horrible. What is your guys' plan to kind of take back what's yours rightfully?
I think that if we could move up, which probably might not happen, but yeah, if we can stay in third, I would be greatly appreciated for that.
That is a podium. A podium is a podium no matter what.
It's like in the Gran Turismo movie, they said if you podium in Le Mans, then you're basically invincible.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thanks, Cello. I like how you go from you're not doing amazing to like, oh, yeah, you're on the podium. So, yeah, those Pajama Jammers are doing really well for the day. As we got Noah Pruce on the circuit, he's got Tyler Stevenson hot on his tails, the teal and the blue.
Got here in the chat, Alan Cox asking how the go-karts don't die. We have 36 carts available for the 10 teams to cycle through. They are on driver transitions about once every 100 laps, plus or minus. The drivers will come in and swap carts and drivers. And it is a strategic battle to see how they can manage their carts through the 12 hours of competition all the way down. And these teams have the ability to monitor the battery percentage on the fly remotely in the pits. So there is a lot of stuff that is going on, allowing these drivers to pay attention.
In fact, Spencer, if you want to bring up our little webcam here, I'll show the folks at home the telemetry that the teams are watching. I think he's coaching the cameras right now. Spencer, let me know when you can pull up our webcam for us. Hey, Spencer, you want to pull up our camera real quick? It's easier than doing an overlay for the stream, but yeah, so this is an example of the battery telemetry that the teams watch. So the car is there in the upper right-hand corner. There's your state of charge. This information is getting updated every 5 seconds, and so as you scroll down here, you've got the telemetry showing you what your trend of your battery is, what your highest and lowest cell count is, and what your amp draw is. So all that information streaming from every car, and that's why we're proud to call it the world's first indoor electric go-kart race.
I think that answers all of the questions on the chat as of recently. Just trying to keep up with what's going on here on the YouTube chat as well.
Yeah, and speaking of chat, driver chat communication from the race director is that Brown is going to get a 10-second penalty for collision on purple in the carousel. It was a dive bomb. So next time they complete their pit stops, they're going to be held for 10 seconds.
Seems to be a pretty long stint out there for Sean Richards with the Pajama Jam, with Pink Bunny Racing. He is out there duking it out with K1 Columbus's Kaylee Guthrie. And I believe Kaylee Guthrie helped out High Voltage team last year.
No, it wasn't her. That was Lauren.
Okay, my mistake.
Yeah, she's with the Shake and Bake team.
Okay. I knew that there was some cross in some team. Just wasn't sure which one it was.
Yeah, we don't have any drivers from the defending champions last year, but I guess we have the crew chief from the defending champions.
That's something.
Yeah. Well, when you're looking at the amount of data that these teams are, it's always helpful to have somebody just dedicated to it. It's a long day watching at the computer screen and trying to make sure you don't kill a cart.
Team Shake and Bake going to be coming back out onto the track from their pit. That opens up ASR moving into the number 7 position as a result of that flip-flop. So ASR, we're saying that they want to try to improve on their result from last year, and equaling their result would statistically be a better result as far as percentages is concerned.
And you mentioned Sean being out there for a long time. I still show him sitting around under 80 laps, probably about 79 right now.
Like you mentioned, it just seems like he's been out there because he is standoutish.
Yeah.
There we're watching on screen with Michael Odell. We had a chance to talk to him just a little bit ago.
Yeah, I don't know if they'll share their data, but I would be interested what kind of numbers they're actually tracking, because it sounds like they're doing calculations based on other teams and watching the people around them. That would be interesting information if that was not confidential for them.
Yeah, and we're back in one of those instances where everything is kind of stretched out once again. Everybody's kind of doing their own thing. Not a whole lot of action, but I'm sure here in just a few moments, everything's going to tighten right back up with 2 hours and 27 minutes of remaining on the clock for the fourth running of the 12 Hours of Canton presented by Royalty Roofing. Also want to thank Bonsky Heating and Cooling for helping us out and keep things hot when it's cold and keep things cold when it's hot.
And don't forget, too, Sean is in this battle for Pajama Jammers, so they're keeping an eye on that 5.3-second gap right now. So Sean really trying to clamp down on him. Because at this point, those two cars, which are separated by a quarter of a track, are going to be for position. So that's something that Noah's really got to keep an eye on to make sure that that Pink Panther doesn't come up behind him. There's only a couple corners that separate them.
Dominic D'Angelo for Team 31 Motorsports trying to go the shortest route into the carousel. Blue squad, hands go up in the air. Pajama Jammers entering the pits. That is going to open the door for the Pink Bunny Racing Squad to move up into the number 3 position as they were only 4.5 seconds off the mark. Pink Bunny Racing will be coming in for a pit here in the next 20 laps, less than 20 laps. That'll bring us up to about 1,300 laps on the mark.
Yeah, you're right. He probably is looking to pit right around the 1,300 mark if they're going to try to go to that full 100-lap stint.
That would be about 20 laps, we said. That's about 10 minutes of racing. That leaves you 2 hours and 10 minutes on the clock with about 4 to 5 more driver exchanges remaining in the race if they are running about 30 minutes out there on the track. 30 to 40 minutes.
Those stints from Pink Bunny Racing the last 2 times out have been 105, 107 laps. So with the exception of a 99-lap stint, those last 4 stints have all been over 100 laps for that team. So they're pushing. When's the last time we had Pink Bunny up in second place?
In third place?
So third, yeah.
It's been
a while.
A couple of hours since the Pink Squad was up inside of a podium position. And we were talking to Zach Harmon with Pajama Jammers, and it looked like he was a little bit nervous from the Pink Squad, or with the Pink Squad.
So this is our next thing to watch. So there was a 6-ish second gap between those two teams before Pajama Jammers came in. When Sean takes that pink machine in and he comes out, that's going to give us a true read on what the gap is after those guys complete pit stops.
So they're running about 42 minutes stints is about the length
He's
of
going to bring it in.
How long they're driving. So 42 minutes.
All right, so let's follow the pink team through their pit stop because we're really anxious to see where they're going to come out on track.
I'm going to do some math here.
Okay. Lap 1,292 puts Sean at a 94-lap stint. I want to watch their pit stop to make sure they got a good exit. If we have that camera on the pit exit, Pajama Jammers still have Ryan out in their cart. "22 seconds when he came across the line." That means there's a possibility that Pink Bunnies are coming out before. So watch this clock. Here
They're
we go.
not going to make it. they're not going to make it all the way to the end. If they come out right now, they are not going to make it. They have to make one quick last pit stop.
Let's
so they
follow
have
the
to
pink team on track. Where are they? Where are they? Okay, they came out behind, so we need to figure out what the gap is.
So they are going to have to make 4 pit stops before the end of the race.
All right, so that's ultimately what's going to help determine this then.
Yes.
Because their pit stops are too far behind.
Correct. And Pink and Pajama Jammers pit about 20 laps before them, giving them. It's going to be a nail biter. They're not going to make it either. They're going to have to pit 4 more times as well.
Well, yeah, Pajama Jammers only did 80 and 82 lap stints. They did a 74 prior to that. So they weren't pushing the envelope either. And I think we talked about that back when Gio came out on track. We said, okay, well, he was a short stint. They just figured out they're going to have to pit a certain number of times anyway, so they might as well get him out there.
They got to make it to 2 hours and 6 minutes of racing remaining. If they're doing 100 lap stints, they're going for 42 minutes out there, and they have to get to 2 hours and 6 minutes remaining.
So these guys should still be on the same strategies then.
They're going to have to make it in 4 pits, and if you can make it past 2 hours and 6 minutes, you can make it in 3 pits. Or 3 carts. 3 carts, not pits. My mistake on that verbiage. They'll make it in 3 carts. Pink Bunny and Pajama Jammers are going to have to make it in 4 carts, based on some rough math up here in the box. So it's going to be some
so
strategy.
Ryan's only been out there for 10 laps, so the pit window for him is still a long ways out. But you said he only has to make it past 2 hours and 6 minutes.
2 hours and 6 minutes, and that is if they're running 100 lap stints.
Yeah, right. So far, they're not. So,
at 25 seconds.
So my guess is they're going to stay on the conservative side, and they're going to make sure they complete the 4 pit stops.
That'll be the smart thing.
Yeah.
Just to execute with that strategy. And there we're sitting on board with Pajama Jammers currently in that number 3 position. This is going to be interesting. Oh, yeah, in 31, they're checked out. They've got 10-plus laps on 3rd place. But 3rd place is totally undecided between Pajama Jammers and Pink Bunny Racing. That being said, 5th and 6th, that one is undecided as well. It's showing 2 laps separating Kiwi Papaya from Speed Freaks, but they're a little bit off, about 40 laps separating their pit windows. So I haven't quite factored in their time on track and how many carts are going to be remaining for Speed Freaks and Kiwi Papaya.
Which is why, as we see Alex Eckelberry on screen now, it's so important for him to get by Ben from the Shake and Bake Racing team, because he's got to keep pace, got to keep moving. And that's going to be the same for Ryan, who is up in the Pajama Jammer teal car, because they've got to make hay. Otherwise, if that gap starts closing and those pit stops comes down to the wire, then it's going to be really close.
And ASR, they've been playing the long game. They're only showing 1 lap out of Speed Freaks, and there go only 3 laps out of Kiwi Papaya. They're not far out of a top 5 as well. If it's all going to come down to pit strategy with these last 2 hours and 15 minutes of racing remaining. And we got a replay of a pass that just went down out there on track.
Yep, that was the move we were talking about with Alex, making sure you got a good slot in there in the carousel.
He had a great drive down the inside through the carousel. Easily makes that pass. And we have out there for the Speed Freaks, we've got Macallan Schleybaugh joining them.
2.74 and a 2.38 between 3rd and 4th on those last lap times. So Pink Bunny is making hay.
They're doing what they can.
Yep. You can go ahead with Macallan. Sorry, go ahead. Is she not there?
Well, Macallan's out on track right now, holding off Team Kiwi Papaya's Alex Eckelberry.
Yeah, we'll see if Ryan in the Pajama Jammers machine is going to be able to crack that 25.4 time and keep it consistent in reverse, he tends to factor in, especially going that wide into turn 3, that he stays in that 25.5. So we're going to watch him as he come across the line. What does he hit? It's a 4.5, so it's close.
You know,
but there's only one car behind him right now, and that's the pink bunnies.
You know, Alex Eckelberry looks to be very comfortable going in this reverse direction. He just seems to be very composed.
That gap now between 3rd and 4th, now down to 3.5 seconds. Travis is coming. Let's find that battle on track, guys. Looking for teal and pink. There you go. You had both of them in the same shot. Fluctuated the gap just a little bit.
That's a battle for the podium right now. Like, that is a legit battle for the podium.
For the team that started 7th.
Correct. And Pajama Jammers, your 2nd place qualifier. Good racing coming out here late in the day. And that is Travis Van Horn out there for the Pajama Jammers trying to close in on, or excuse me, for Pink Bunny Racing trying to close in on Ryan Kramer.
I saw Mike in the background giving him the hammer down, like, go, go, go. Make hay. Cut that lap time gap down. You got 3 seconds between those cars.
Pink Bunny and Pajama Jammers. Pink Bunny closing about 0.2 on that previous lap. And on this lap, it's coming down even more. 0.4 clicking off between the Pink and Cyan squads. Same shot at the same time. 2.6 seconds separates them. We're got to think that Jammers are starting to feel this pressure. His lap times have been slipping a couple of tenths. There he picks it back up a couple of tenths, but Pink Bunny Racing maintains the 25.2 second lap time for 3 consistent laps
couple
in
tenths
a row.
That lap.
It's been 4 tenths, or 2 tenths, 4 tenths, and 2 tenths over the past 3 laps. The blue team has been losing to the pink. The pink is closing in on the Cyan squad. But the Pajama Jammers puts in a very hot lap there, extending it 0.3 of a second.
Where does he put the car right here in 3? Oh, he's still going out wide.
And you would elect him to go more central into that turn, or even to the inside. Not that wide.
I won't give him any advice at this point, but it's a little heads up that if Travis comes behind his bumper, he's going to have the door wide open. 2.7. So Travis is having a little bit tough time making the gap every single lap. Like Ryan does a little bit better, and then Travis does a little bit better, and then Ryan will make a mistake, Travis make a mistake.
That being said, Team Pink Bunny hasn't gone below a 25.2 for quite a few laps. It's been 25.2 or better, where Pajama Jammers has fluctuated to about a 25.6 a couple of times. And that has allowed the gap to get under 3 seconds.
Where will we be at the line? 2.3.
Clicking off 0.3 on that lap.
And we should still be plenty early in this stint for these guys to continue battling on track. It doesn't show signs that we're going to have to pit anytime soon for these guys.
There we see Pink Bunny getting another 0.2 of a second on Pajama Jammer's Ryan Kramer.
And who else is entering the shot back there but none other than Dom D'Angelo.
31 Motorsports coming back into play. 31 Motorsports lap times dipping back down into the sub-25s. After that disappointing show from the previous kart. I think kart number 19 is what they were piloting on the last time around.
Yep. Yeah, he's just inching ever so close. Travis doesn't want to get tied up with that. Oh, what's the gap going to be this next time by? Because they looked awfully close.
Yeah, it was 0.4 he closed in.
Yeah, 1.3 now on last. It's now visibly closing.
And now with Pink Bunny getting this close to Pajama Jammers, it's going to start closing a lot faster.
Good lap time from Ryan up there with a 25.1. Oh, getting a little jammed up with Shake and Bake Racing coming through with their pit stops there. That's going to be the machine of Ben Vaughn. It's going to open up that gap just a little bit, and it's going to allow Ryan just a little bit more breathing room. Travis is not going to like having this car in between the two of those guys. He had him set clearly in his sights, and now the pit strategy, Shake and Bake, is really shaking things up. As Ryan goes across with a 25.3, and Pink Bunny gets held just a little bit to a 25.4 on the last lap. All right, so they've made it back. So Dom is back sitting behind Travis, and Travis can realign.
The gap remains the same this past time around for the cyan and pink squads as Dominic D'Angelo really applying the pressure now.
Yeah, right as you had to step out there, we had Shake and Bake get mixed up into that because they came out on a pit stop. So we got that traffic taken care of, and we're back to this battle.
I apologize about that. I am fighting through some allergies at the current time.
.5 seconds at the line.
Here we see Speed Freaks coming in to the pit, and now they're showing 4 laps off the mark of Kiwi Papayas. I don't want to say it's top 5s out of the reach now, but with 2 hours and 9 minutes of racing action remaining, it's going to have to be a big shakeup inside that top 5 for the Speed Freaks to.
Oh, is Dom going the outside? We lost him over there. Okay, Dom did not create a move. As if Travis needed any more incentive to stay up there with the Pajama Jammers. He's still got Dom D'Angelo from 31 Motorsports breathing down his neck. Gap is really closed here as they go across the line.
Yeah, Pink Bunny Racing really closed in on the Pajama Jammers. Took about a half a second out of it.
He's now within a car length of him.
And now within a car length, like you just mentioned, James.
Okay, so now the question is Ryan going to take defensive lines through the next turns 3? Everything was smooth through there. But now that gap, 0.3.
Ryan Kramer, Travis Van Horn, Dominic D'Angelo on screen right now, making their way through turn number 5 in the reverse direction. It took a long time for the pink squad to reel in the cyan squad, but that is a legit battle for the number 3 spot.
Dom's going to go down the inside of Travis. He's going to say, I want to be in the middle of this for just a few seconds. He's going to try to make hay to Ryan. But that is going to open up the gap between these two third and fourth spot drivers once again.
Yeah, it's got to disappoint Travis just a little bit as he put in a ton of work to be all over the rear fender of that cyan squad to only have Dominic D'Angelo bulldog his way up the inside and move into that position 2 hours, 7 minutes of racing remaining, and here we got a replay of D'Angelo's pass on Travis. Just up the inside, had the position, and heads to the next apex to seal the move.
Not seeing Travis utilize the boost a lot, which is a little surprising in this kind of situation, especially as he was right on the tail of Ryan up there in the number 20 machine.
Yeah, I want to see if Dominic D'Angelo can get right up to the rear bumper of of Ryan in turn number 3 and see if he can make the pass just as he did on Travis. Not close enough, but Travis closing the gap back on Dominic D'Angelo to show him a couple of bumper bumps.
We'll go to an interview, but we're going to stay with this on-track action to see if anything changes with this gap.
Yeah, we're going to bring up picture-in-picture so we can follow along with this racing action. We'll send things down to Cello. Got an interview with Jenson Janda.
How's everybody doing? Hope you guys are doing well. I'm here with Jenson Janda. You are part of the Young Guns or the Oh Yeah Racers group. We've only got a couple hours left. It feels like it's been all day, but now like these last few hours are counting down. It's getting tight. Like there's no room for mistake. So when is your next stint and what do you plan to do?
It's the one after the next person on our team, Anthony. So I'm after Anthony. And my plan is just to go fast and pass as many people as I can and do the best I can.
You guys are the podium. You were number 1. Do you think you can keep that, or do you think 31 Motorsport is going to take you over and give you second place?
I think we got a pretty good chance of keeping it.
I agree. Like I said earlier, Dom and Marshall are very, very, very strong. They'll go forever, and that's one of the things. When I heard that they were racing together, and it was just those two, I was like, I don't know how it's going to turn out, because last year I wasn't here for the 12-hour, and I didn't understand that you could only have 2 people in a race, and seeing them accomplish second place with 2 people, right now that would be around about 500 laps a person. 500 to 600 laps a person, which is insane. How many laps do you think you've done today?
I'd say probably around 500, 400 and 500.
400 to 500 is insane. A normal race is 12, and then inside or a double race is 24. How do you even prepare mentally to go into a 100-lap stint and stay focused?
I mean, you want to get as much energy as you can and rest for your next stint and stay focused, get in the zone, and just go.
You got me where it's up. I saw you were snacking on some.
Oh yeah.
Good. Thank you.
That's his favorite response, which is why his team is called Oh Yeah.
You think?
Yeah, they said every time you ask him a question, he just goes, Oh Yeah.
So we've seen just a few moments ago, as you did on screen there, Pink Bunny Racing's Travis Van Horn really applying the pressure on Dominic D'Angelo, showing him a bumper down the inside, temporarily made the pass, but D'Angelo had the inside in turn number 2 in that reverse direction. And we got a replay of what just went down.
Yeah, you would think that Travis would kind of be sticking back here, but actually no, because he needs to get up there back to the teal team, and he's see an opportunity, and he dove for it, but Dom had him back on the next corner.
I got a quick text from one of my motocross buddies. One of Macallan Schlebaugh's buddies is watching from home on the big screen TV. So shout out to the Meister family for kicking on K1 Speed and representing their favorite driver out there for Team Speed Freaks.
Thanks for doing that, guys. We appreciate having you.
And there we got on screen Dominic D'Angelo with Travis Van Horn continuing to work their way around the circuit, and they have reeled in Aiden Harbaugh with Team Kiwi Papaya making their way through turn number 2 in that reverse direction. Aiden?
If you're Pink Bunny Racing, this was the worst scenario right now, is you've now introduced 2 cars in between you and the team that you're trying to pass for position on track. It's not going well for them at the moment, but I'll bet Ryan is really enjoying getting some breathing room off of these guys.
Exactly. Pajama Jammers was feeling the pressure for quite a few laps, and now Ryan Kramer has some relief behind. And with just over 2 hours of racing remaining, they have to make it through 3 karts, I think is what I determined, to make it to the end, as they are making it about 42 minutes per 100 laps, plus or minus. So that is about what my rough calculations were up here in the box. So take that as you would with a grain of salt.
Yeah, Travis was so close. He was on the bumper of Ryan, and then Dom mixed this whole thing up. Now they've got 2 cars. Oh, he's actually going to bump him down the front straightaway. Got to be careful with that.
Out there for Team Oh Yeah, it continues to be trying to touch base with Team Oh Yeah. I think it's Stevenson out there. No, check that. That's Gavin Patterson out there for Team Oh Yeah. He is out there all by himself, just kind of doing an overview of this battle deeper in the field, though, from Pink Bunny Racing and 31 Motorsports. There we got PJ Mannypenny on screen, making his way through turn number 2 in that reverse direction, representative for the long-haired freaky people, back there in the number 9 position. Pajama Jammers trying to shake that cart into speed, and he has pulled away from the battle behind him that was between 31 Motorsports and Pink Bunny Racing. On screen right there, we are keeping touch with Ryan Kramer with the Pajama Jammers. Having some flannel representing the Pajama Jammers. He is putting in some very good lap times. The low 25s, very consistently there in the low 25s, as Pink Bunny Racing has been held up now from 31 Motorsports. 31 Motorsports keeping Pink Bunny from turning the 25-2s that he was turning consistently. Travis Van Horn with Pink Bunny Racing was putting in those hot laps, but has since lost touch with Pajama Jammers. It was under a second. It was like 0.3 of a second, the battle between Pajama Jammers and Pink Bunny, and it has now opened up to well over 5 seconds. So Team Pink Bunny, they've got the work to do after getting bottlenecked up behind Team 31 Motorsports. There we see Pink Bunny Racing still behind Dominic D'Angelo. They are closing in now on Team K1 Speed Columbus. And that is going to be Stone Shack, I believe, with K1 Columbus. And we'll be back in just a few moments as we thank our sponsors for helping us out for the 2026 running of the 12 Hours of Canton, presented by Royalty Roofing.
Powering every race and every emotion. The Lenovo AI PCs, servers, and services. Now that's smarter AI for all.
Introducing an all-inclusive technology platform to pursue your motorsports career right from home. Select from 3 levels of professional-grade simulators, and we will expertly pair you with a world-class coach, with training software, exclusive tracks, and technical support all included. And as a true entry point for motorsports, all members will enjoy access to exclusive real-world driving experiences. From aspiring drivers to those already competing in professional ranks, Spark is everything you need to maximize your potential as a real-world racing driver, all with just 1 monthly membership. At Spark, our mission is to develop world-class drivers while building the premier talent pool for global motorsports, all starting from home. The first memberships will be invite only, so apply today and take the next step in your motorsports career. Welcome to Spark, the world's first driver development platform.
Grafana is used to monitor everything from Fitbits to power grids to space missions, all the way to the moon. Back down here on Earth, the challenge is helping teams understand their data every day in real time so they can move fast, stay online, and deliver on their goals. Because observability isn't just about dashboards and alerts. It's about context and understanding. Why apps are running slow, why errors spike, and why users disappear. That's the problem Grafana Cloud solves. It's a fully managed observability platform built on an open source stack with open standards in its DNA. Engineering teams today juggle dashboards, logs, and alerts across way too many tools, only to see part of the story. But signal without context is just noise. Grafana Cloud cuts through the noise without losing the signal. It gives you visibility from back-end to front-end all in one place. Grafana Cloud connects to over 150 data sources, bringing infrastructure, security, operations, even revenue and finance systems together. And when incidents hit, Grafana Cloud shows you what matters, correlated automatically with AI-powered guidance that helps teams find root causes faster. Escalations are automated, on-call gets simpler, and every incident makes the next one just a little bit easier to handle. It helps teams from Citigroup and Salesforce to Uber and ASOS see the truth and scale with confidence. Grafana Cloud brings it all together because clarity is how you act faster, sleep better, and work smarter.
My name's Derek DeBoer. I'm a race car driver. I drive for Racing Spirit of Le Mans. I get to drive this beautiful Aston Martin in the European Le Mans Series, and I work with Valentin Hasseklo as my co-driver and professional coach.
My name is Valentin Hasseklo, and I'm an Aston Martin factory driver for 3 years now. For the team, I drive essentially, but I'm also here to support my co-driver, Derek DeBoer, this season. So the most exciting thing about what I do is actually stepping on the podium, because in the end, this is what all matters, and this is the motivation to go racing is to end up on a podium.
I think one of the biggest things with racing is that I've found that it pushes me in every area of life. It is a very grueling sport. It takes a massive amount of commitment and effort just to be here. And then it takes a huge amount of discipline to be able to perform and do what's asked of you in the exact moment that's needed.
So our main job as a driver from a data and engineering standpoint is to give a clear feedback on what we felt in the car, in our hands and in our legs. so the engineer can start thinking about the setup adjustment. But sometimes we talk with our emotions, and data has no emotions. So it's important to cross the driver's feedback with the data to take a decision on the setup change for the next session. As simple as that.
Trace 3 is an expert in analyzing data and providing good feedback, makes them a perfect partner for our racing team. We live in the same worlds where we rely completely on facts and data and information, and there's no one better than both sides, Racing Spirit of Le Mans and Aston Martin, and Trace 3 to make the best use of this data for making better decisions.
Success isn't found at the finish line. It's built over thousands of miles. When every lap, every turn, and every breath could hold the key to your next success, you need more than speed. You need a foundation. McLaren Racing and Rubrik, helping secure the data that defines the race.
Powering every race and every emotion. The Lenovo AI PCs, servers, and services. Now that's smarter AI for all.
Pink Money Racing is the one that got you guys. We're duking it out for third. It's 1 second off.
As we welcome you back to live coverage of the 12 Hours of Canton in 2026, the 4th annual running of that. We got the teams clustered back up again.
Yep, the accordion coming right back together as we see Dominic D'Angelo pulling away from Pink Money Racing there. They were hooked up for the longest time out there on the track before break.
But that gap is pretty much still existing in the same amount that before we left, and we still got Dom D'Angelo in the middle of that battle. So we'll continue to watch on that. Pajama Jammers and Pink Bunny trying to fight for the last podium step. On board with Aaron Puckett, finally got a good onboard shot there with his sponsored advertisements on his helmet.
Not far off the mark of Shake and Bake is Aaron Puckett as we are watching this battle on track between all the drivers, all of them. all 10 teams on screen at the same time. It's hard to distinguish one battle from another because they are all on screen. But there we are watching Pajama Jammers.
And would you think it's fair to say that we're not looking at battles between the entire field? We're looking at battles at every 2 intervals, 2 to 3 teams. 1 and 2 battling, 3 and 4 battling, 5, 6, and 5 and 6 pretty much, and then 7 mixing it in there with 8.
Yeah, it's been 2 by 2 pretty much down through the field. And each of the positions is not set in stone yet. The podium is up for grabs. 5th place is up for grabs. 7th place is still up for grabs. And really, Speed Freaks, they're not so comfortable in the number 6 position as Shake and Bake and ASR seem to be closing pretty quick here at the end with only 1 hour and 46 minutes of racing action remaining for the 2026 running of the 12 Hours of Canton presented by Royalty Roofing. It seems like it just started not too awful long ago.
I think the teams were getting the no bumping warning from Adam as they came around the first turn. Just a reminder, like, hey guys, like, keep the racing clean.
We've got Armand taking a look from a different perspective just to make sure that we've got clean racing out there. And we have Pajama Jammers coming in, so this is going to open the door for Pink Bunny to move up into that number 3 position. And they're going to have to exchange carts 2 more times. At least 2 more times, Pajama Jammers is.
Yeah, and we think Pink Bunny is going to be on that same strategy because with the number of laps left, it's just not possible to do it with 1 more swap.
Right. They're going to have to do it at least 2 more times. And with 42-minute stints, they're going to have to possibly make a 3rd cart swap. That's what I was kind of alluding to, is they're not going to make it with 2 more carts. They're going to have to make another swap.
Otherwise, we're watching Stone Shack in his 3rd stint out there for K1 Speed Columbus. He's driving the number 27. They're scored in last place, but he is leading this pack of, looks like, what, 8 cars? Majority of the field?
Yeah, he's got ASR as well as Speed Freaks. No, that's long-haired freaky people, PJ Mannypenny for those long-haired folks. Then it's Kiwi Papaya, 31 Motorsports, and then the Pink Crew. And then Speed Freaks. So, yeah, better part of 8 teams right there on screen at the same time.
It is PJ's not favorite part of the reverse track right there.
He probably said a couple of creative words behind the helmet as he was shuffled back a couple of positions. There we see Aaron Puckett applying the pressure on Stone Shack as they make their way through the kink in that reverse direction. And we got a replay of what just went down. This is what went down there with PJ.
Aiden's going side by side, but Dom pressing the issue by adding his car into the mix, then also taking the underside of PJ Mannypenny before they went into that turn 4 and they really got disrupted.
Now we're watching Aaron Puckett trying to close back in on Stone Shack. Aaron Puckett finding himself in that number 6 position.
Stone really driving the car deep wide in turn 3, which is costing him a bunch of time, and that's partly what's causing him to hold up the field a little bit here.
And ASR only about a lap off the mark of Speed Freak, so they can definitely close in on the number 6 position here. It's going to come down to playing the pit strategy game. And how long can they make it? With 1 hour and 43 minutes remaining, it's getting tight here at the end.
Now that we got a nice tight shot of Stone there, if you, and I don't know if his onboard is working, but if you're watching his footwork, it's a good example of just how little bit of not letting off the throttle causes the car to overdrive and oversteer every turn. You can see him swinging wide in turn 2. There's a turn 1 where he's way out wide. And it's just a matter of not letting the motor disengage. And the front tires can't overcompensate for that. So motor stays on, keeps driving, you got to get the drive off of it.
Is that Stone or is that Kaylee, as they have nearly identical looking helmets?
Oh, it might be. I'm not sure.
I'm not sure either because they both have blue flames with blue visors on white helmets.
According to our notes, Stone is in the car.
Okay.
So I'm pretty sure that's who's driving at the moment.
I would not argue that, as Adam probably was the one that input that information.
Yeah.
And there we see Orange Squad, Kiwi Papaya, and that is Aiden Harbaugh. He's been a pretty aggressive little pilot behind the wheel, being relentless at making passes and difficult to work his way by. He sits up in his booster seat, making his way through turn number 5, pulling away from K1 Speed Canton.
Yeah, definitely a good driver, Aiden. I think he needs some more practice without having a bumper on a car. I think he uses it excessively,
relying upon it.
Yeah, and you just don't want to get used to using the car in front of you as your brake. And I think that was probably part of the situation from a couple laps ago. Is you don't get the car slowed down, you can't use the car in front of you.
And that would be a whole different environment and racing atmosphere if we removed the bumpers and opened up the wheels. That would
it's a little scary on these cars. That wheel feels so exposed, and especially with the plastic barriers being so close. Dom D'Angelo's going to dip off. You just feel like at any moment you could clip the barrier and rip the right or the left front off. It's very different driving with no bumpers.
I could only imagine. Have you piloted it? I could imagine that you piloted it around here a couple of times.
Yeah, because I forget what we were doing. We either had a car torn down or we were replacing 2 sets of bumpers or something like that. Stone really sliding sideways on that turn 5 maneuver. Anthony Narofsky is going to join the party there in the back as the rest of the field continues to snake through. Raymond Freed right there in the mix. He's behind Aaron Puckett, doing a good job of hanging with the crew.
Aaron trying to find the line around Stone Shack with K1 Speed Columbus.
Yeah, I believe we have Aaron's on board if we do that, and we can get a better, closer look at what's happening up there in the number 27. And
oh, the door was open there for Aaron.
It's so difficult to judge these because he's kind of all over. And I don't want to be overly critical, but I'm just helping people understand like why it's difficult to do this and why the gap keeps changing and you maybe hit somebody's bumper when you're not anticipating it. It's just because of the gauge of closing and the changing of the driver's line in front of you.
No 2 laps are the same. That is for certain. As we're continuing to see if Aaron with Team ASR can show Stone Shack a wheel coming down here into 1. Aaron's going to have the inside line, but Stone's going to shut the door once again with the preferred line through the inside around the carousel in that reverse direction. And here we see
and I know we're watching the front 2 cars, but I'm also keeping an eye on Raymond Freed there because I've been critical before, but from what we've seen and from our camera shots, he's doing a great job of gauging this gap, like this back and forth. It's going to be his turn to try to work on Stone now as Aaron gets away.
Yeah, Raymond Freed is the unlisted driver for Team Speed Freaks.
And we'll see what he can do now that he's in the same spot that Aaron was in, working on K1 Columbus.
But here we got Anthony Narowski working his way through PJ Mannypenny and through the Speed Freaks team very quickly, finding himself behind K1 Speed Canton. He's going to try to make quick work of K1 Speed Canton and work his way to the rear fender of Aaron Puckett. So Anthony Narowski making quick work of everybody out there on track that he's contested with in the moment.
Oh, guess who's back out on track for the Pajama Jammers? None other than Joey Bourdon.
And we got a replay of the pass that just went on for Naroski. This is the pass for Aaron Puckett on Stone Shack. Finally setting him up down the inside into the kink. And Aaron's going to have the line, and Stone's going to have to lift. Good pass there for Aaron Puckett.
If you're just joining us, welcome to K1 Speed in Canton. We're running the world's first indoor 12-hour electric go-kart race. My name is James. I got Derek with us in the booth. Our entire K1 team is down there policing and charging and taking care of the carts. Special thanks to our production team giving you the live stream today. We got production made by Spencer Bagwell and assistant producer Ralphie doing the replays and keeping us entertained all day.
PJ getting some bumps from behind coming from the Speed Freaks crew. He's able to fend him off and pull away as Anthony Naroski makes quick work of all of those drivers, and pulling away is Naroski now. So Naroski's going to try to close in on ASR. That will put them 3 laps up on 31 Motorsports with 1 hour and 36 minutes of racing remaining.
So now the purple team with PJ in the yellow helmet is getting to do what he enjoys more. You know, he doesn't like being in that traffic, obviously, and he now gets to run up behind Anthony. A little bit of clean track space and gets to enjoy some endurance racing.
The accordion has stretched out once again.
And we're clear again. How did Raymond Freed fare? He's got a little bit of a gap now. Let's check his last lap time. For the Speed Freaks.
One little battle out there on the track between Shake and Bake and Pink Bunny. It's about the only battle I see out there. Aiden Albright back behind the helm for the Pink Bunny Racing Squad, as he has Shake and Bake behind him. And for Shake and Bake, that is Ivan Petty. Thank you to the folks at DK Fence and Lawn Care for helping us out and helping out our teams racing today. They've pretty well locked it up out there on track. Shake and Bake has with Pink Bunny Racing, and it looks like Shake and Bake is a little bit faster. Shake and Bake running about a 25.7 versus Pink Bunny's 25.9. So yes, the green cart is ever so slightly faster in the moment than Pink Bunny Racing's machine. Not sure if Pink Bunny's got some fresh tires and they're just trying to get back up to speed. They're showing 1 lap off of Pajama Jammers, about 13 seconds off the mark of the 3rd place position.
I mean, yeah, Adam did kind of just come out. Looks like he's got 10 laps under his belt since exiting on the number 22 machine. So it should be plenty up to temperature. Obviously, you got lots of track heat, so just getting the balance and feel of the car. Keep it underneath you.
Looks like he's starting to get his composure now as his lap times have come down a couple of tenths. But the battle is still on for the number 3 spot as Pink Bunny Racing not far behind the Pajama Jammers. About 13, 14 seconds separate 3rd from 4th on the track. And what are these drivers racing for? What are the prizes for the 2026 12 Hours of Canton presented by Royalty Roofing?
They get a great trophy.
Bragging rights. That's the biggest trophy right there.
Yeah, there's a cash prize. So the winner gets $2,000. They get their entry fee back. Oh, we've got a Raymond Freed who stopped on track. He's the number 35, I believe, if I'm reading that correctly.
30.
Is it 35 or 36? I can't tell.
That is 35 indeed.
That's probably going to bring out the pace car because it is completely stopped. He doesn't have any power. Doesn't appear to be a battery issue that we can tell based on telemetry. While the battery was getting low, it certainly wasn't going below thresholds, so could be a different type of mechanical on that machine.
I'm curious to know what the prognosis is with that particular machine.
Well, you got it going again. We'll still collect the field behind the pace car, so 35.
$35 for the Speed Freaks. And that was
lap 1400. Yeah, it's
the
only
unlisted driver.
It's only 83 laps. Telemetry on 35 does not show under voltage. It doesn't show cutoff. So
interesting.
Yeah, it should. Probably going to be something we'll check out to see if it actually is a true mechanical or not. All right, they're going to wave 6 cars by the pace car I heard over the radio. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That'll bring Anthony,
your race leader, with
Fine.
Team Oh Yeah, right up to the rear bumper of your pace cart. And that will put your race leader right ahead of the pace cart, or right behind the pace cart, as it should be.
Mad props to that pace car team. They've been standing, waiting around all day today. They've only come out on track 2 times, and yet as soon as that car stopped, they were in that car and had it rolling in no time.
Yeah, they were Johnny on the spot. That's what they're here for, is to drive that pace cart. And there we see Speed Freaks coming out of the pits, and I think we may have a replay of what went down just a moment ago. I think, yep, there in the corner of our eye, we're catching Speed Freaks dead in the water. And this is going to be detrimental to the Gray Squad, who was sitting there in the number 5 spot for so long, slipped back to 6th, and was running there for a long time.
Except if it is deemed a true mechanical. If it's outside their control, they'll get laps back and their track position, and they'll be back up and running. But the pit window rule will apply to them because their previous stint was 86 laps. They'll have to pit within 90 minus 83, if I've got those lap counts correct. So
with 1 hour and 29 minutes of racing remaining, we're looking at 2 full carts would make it to the end. 2 full carts, again, would make it to the end. So Speed Freaks could theoretically make it to the end with a fresh cart if it was a dead battery. But still figuring out what's going on. But a lot of these drivers going to have to pit 2 more times to get 2 fresh carts to be able to make it to the end. Oh Yeah and 31 Motorsports still at the top of the field with Pajama Jammers and Pink Bunny Racing. That is the battle for the number 3 spot, as only seconds separate them now.
pace car lights are off. It's going to reaccelerate into the pit lane, and Anthony Narofsky is going to be the leader of the field to a controlled start. No passing until after the pit lane. He's not going to wait around, though. He's going to go full speed back to green.
Pretty close to full speed back to green.
Pretty close. He's not waiting for anybody to catch up. And he'll pull out the distance as the green flag comes back out, and we're racing again.
The rule is no passing
until after
that checkered flag, or after the finish line.
But these top 3 guys stuck with him, but then there's this big gap back here from the drivers who were just asleep at the wheel. I think they thought maybe he was going to wait up for him, and he did not. The only rule is stipulation, like the leader needs to control the field.
And here we see Kiwi Papayas and ASR coming into the pits. So they're going to try to swap out and run it till the end. I am guessing that they're going to try to stretch it to the very, very end of the event with these remaining 2 carts. They're going to come in one more time.
I'll bet ASR was sweating bullets. They were just past the threshold of the 3 volts on the lowest cell, and they were probably wondering how long this yellow was going to last.
And ASR, they're 4 laps off of Kiwi Papaya, who is also in the pits with them. So that is their chance to get inside the top 5, and it might be just a little bit too far out of grasp. That being said, they have a lap over Shake and Bake, who's going to have to come in 2 more times to swap out carts. So ASR playing the long game. Said it from the start, they weren't doing anything too impressive, nothing to write home about in the first half. I'll even say the first 2/3 of this race. But now with it all coming together, Team ASR putting the pieces together, and we are seeing them coming back out on the track with Michael Odell behind the helm.
Interesting little pit stop there. The time had expired, and he was allowed to enter the track except for the rule that you have to stop behind the blue line, which means even if your time has expired, you have to stop one more time before you're allowed to go back out. Now, in the end, does it cost him a lot? No, but it was just one of those rules that he had to follow.
Samantha Freed seeing in the chat thinking that Speed Freaks with the fastest lap, and no, that was the last lap, I believe is what you may be alluding to. So far, fastest lap in the race, I believe, is Marshall Miller with 31 Motorsports busting out a 24.6.
We'll load it on screen here. Yeah, 616. There's still time to go. I mean, Oh Yeah Racing could try to push out.
That's a tall order.
I mean, 25.6 is quite amazing. But Anthony is on track. I mean, if he's got an opportunity. Show you total laps on the board. We haven't had that on very much today, but for those of you who are wondering how close we're going to get to 1,600, doesn't look like we're going to have any problem doing that with an hour and a half remaining.
Just trying to read and decrypt the code of the YouTube chat a little bit. Looking like PJ had some things not go his way on the restart. And
yeah, Marshall really hasn't even regained that ground from that restart there.
Here we see Marshall trying to go after ASR. ASR with cold tires. It's to be expected. Marshall going up the inside and sticking that pass. Takes a couple of laps for the tires to come back up to temperature. And ASR, we've seen him rejoining the race course just a moment ago. Oh Yeah Racing, 31 Motorsports leading the field. 4 laps separates Oh Yeah from 31. 3 to 4 laps separating those 2 teams. With Pajama Jammer still holding off Pink Bunny Racing. Only about 6 seconds separates 3rd from 4th on the race course. And we'll be checking back in on that in just a moment as Pink Bunny Racing coming through the kink right now. Marshall Miller getting a little bit of a bump from
Xander
Carson with Kiwi Papayas there.
I mean, if you were going to create a list of the top 5 bumpers in the field, I'll just leave it at that.
I won't elaborate on it. There we're keeping an eye on Adam Albright with Team Pink Bunny Racing. He is trying to close the gap on Pajama Jammers, and that is the battle for the bottom step of the box. Only about 5.5 seconds separates the pink from the cyan hoods. Pink Bunny trying to work their way around the ASR squad. ASR with cart number 6.
We know that Adam has shown great pace all day today, but Travis did not disappoint in that battle we watched 45 minutes ago in his last stint. Great pace from him, keeping track, keeping up.
Yeah, the pink squad has quite a few surprising drivers on their crew that are able to be very competitive in a moment's notice.
They really are. If you would, consider him the TBD team. So basically, it's an unknown team for a long time, and then like 2 weeks before the event, they get all put together and, hey, we got a team. How do we organize this? Who's the leader? What is our strategy? Who's going to make the calls? All this kind of stuff. They've done it. They've done everything today.
There we are overseeing Team Cyan. That is Team Pajama Jammers running just ahead of 31 Motorsports. Pajama Jammers still hanging on to the number 3 spot on the track, trying to keep Pink Bunny Racing behind him. Pink Bunny has slipped up. It was about 5.5 seconds a few laps ago. It has stretched out to about 7.5 seconds now. Still on with your Cyan squad. Joey Bourdon holding off Marshall Miller as they're making their way through turn number 5 there. Only an hour and 20 minutes remaining. They're going to have to be making their final pits here in the next couple of minutes. So they cannot make it to the end with the current cart. They're going to have to swap one more time to get into something fresh to make it to the end. Gonna want to have to hold off until about 40-minute mark to make that final cart swap. If you make it before 40 minutes remain on the clock, if you make it around the 45-minute mark, you might not make it to the end. It's going to be very iffy to see if they'll make it.
We've reached the point in the race where the chat's becoming really active with all the drivers, so I'm kind of catching up on everything and what they've been talking about. Talking about the ASR team getting used as a break from the gray team. And then also the Pink Bunnies complaining about the length of the safety car, 10 to 15 cart lengths. Is that because they're worried about their battery strategy? Not sure. I mean, I didn't see anything unusual about that, so not really sure what they're complaining about. Armand pointing out that that team gained 15 seconds under the pace car, so not sure why they're arguing when a cart start or doesn't.
Well, up here we are watching Ivan Petty applying the pressure to Michael Odell with ASR. Michael Odell doesn't seem to be as quick as the rest of his team. That being said, he's still putting in some very good laps in the mid 25-second mark, but he's getting pushed wide a little bit by your Shake and Bake squad, and Ivan Petty makes the move. But you also see Michael Odell not so happy with that pass. And here with only an hour and 18 minutes remaining on the clock, this is where people are going to be a little bit heated.
Blue flags are going to start getting really busy because the blue flags will come out in the last hour of the race, and they're going to be quite busy on the track stand, waving them to people for command let pass.
And emotions are going to get pretty heated here in the final hour as well. So we see Michael Odell putting the pressure back on. It's Ivan Petty working his way by Michael Odell. And that was for racing position. So that was for the number 6 spot. So that was an aggressive pass by Shake and Bake on ASR. Battling over the number 6 spot. So ASR doesn't want to let it go that easy, but Shake and Bake, they're going to have to come in at least once, if not 2 more times, where ASR only has to come in 1 time for sure. So it's going to be a battle of pit strategies in the remaining hour of competition.
Shake and Bake only out there for about 57 laps so far. So just a little over halfway on their stint. But yeah, definitely looking at 2 left.
Yeah, they're not going to make it with 1 more kart. They're going to have to make 2 more kart swaps, or it's going to be very close. So Shake and Bake and ASR, that's going to be the race all the way down to the wire, because ASR can do it in 1, and we're not sure if Shake and Bake can do it in 1.
Well, now you got Josie back in the pilot seat for Young Guns, but we missed having Katy Wise out there as well. So I guess we'll have to sacrifice for her dad, PJ, being on the track together.
You want to do one more break right to the end?
Yeah, let's do that. We'll take a quick break, and we'll come back here in a couple minutes.
Yeah, thank you to all of our sponsors. We're going to give us just a couple of minutes to thank the folks at Royalty Roofing and the rest of the crew for presenting the 12 Hours of Canton here at K1 Speed.
Introducing an all-inclusive technology platform to pursue your motorsports career right from home. Select from 3 levels of professional-grade simulators, and we will expertly pair you with a world-class coach, with training software, exclusive tracks, and technical support all included. And as a true entry point for motorsports, all members will enjoy access to exclusive real-world driving experiences. From aspiring drivers to those already competing in professional ranks, Spark is everything you need to maximize your potential as a real-world racing driver, all with just 1 monthly membership. At Spark, our mission is to develop world-class drivers while building the premier talent pool for global motorsports, all starting from home. The first memberships will be invite only, so apply today and take the next step in your motorsports career. Welcome to Spark, the world's first driver development platform.
Grafana is used to monitor everything from Fitbits to power grids to space missions, all the way to the moon. Back down here on Earth, the challenge is helping teams understand their data every day in real time so they can move fast, stay online, and deliver on their goals. Because observability isn't just about dashboards and alerts. It's about context and understanding. Why apps are running slow, why errors spike, and why users disappear. That's the problem Grafana Cloud solves. It's a fully managed observability platform built on an open source stack with open standards in its DNA. Engineering teams today juggle dashboards, logs, and alerts across way too many tools, only to see part of the story. But signal without context is just noise. Grafana Cloud cuts through the noise without losing the signal. It gives you visibility from back end to front end all in one place. Grafana Cloud connects to over 150 data sources, bringing infrastructure, security, operations, even revenue and finance systems together. And when incidents hit, Grafana Cloud shows you what matters, correlated automatically with AI-powered guidance that helps teams find root causes faster. Escalations are automated, on-call gets simpler, and every incident makes the next one just a little bit easier to handle. It helps teams from Citigroup and Salesforce to Uber and ASOS see the truth and scale with confidence. Grafana Cloud brings it all together because clarity is how you act faster, sleep better, and work smarter.
My name's Derek DeBoer. I'm a race car driver. I drive for Racing Spirit of Le Mans. I get to drive this beautiful Aston Martin in the European Le Mans Series. And I work with Valentin Hasseklo as my co-driver and professional coach.
My name is Valentin Hasseklo and I'm an Aston Martin factory driver for 3 years now. For the team, I drive essentially, but I'm also here to support my co-driver, Derek DeBoer, this season. So the most exciting thing about what I do is actually stepping on the podium, because in the end this is what all matters, and this is the motivation to go racing, is to end up on a podium.
I think one of the biggest things with racing is that I've found that it pushes me in every area of life. It is a very grueling sport. It takes a massive amount of commitment and effort just to be here, and then it takes a huge amount of discipline to be able to perform and do what's asked of you in the exact moment that's needed.
So our main job as a driver from a data and engineering standpoint is to give a clear feedback on what we felt in the car, in our hands and in our legs. So the engineer can start thinking about a set of adjustments, but sometimes we talk with our emotions and data has no emotions. So it's important to cross the driver's feedback with the data to take a decision on the setup change for the next session. As simple as that.
Trace 3 is an expert in analyzing data and providing good feedback, makes them a perfect partner for our racing team. We live in the same worlds where we rely completely on facts and data and information, and there's no one better than both sides, Racing Spirit of Le Mans and Aston Martin, and Trace 3 to make the best use of this data for making better decisions.
Success isn't found at the finish line. It's built over thousands of miles. When every lap, every turn, and every breath could hold the key to your next success, you need more than speed. You need a foundation. Macallan Racing and Rubrik, helping secure the data that defines the race.
Powering every race and every emotion with Lenovo AI PCs, servers, and services. Now that's smarter AI for all.
summer is over in a flash and you're on your way. But some part of me is hoping for tonight. It's not too late. My mind says yes. You've been here for quite some time. But my heart tells me you should stay a little while. Are we at the end or are we at the start? 129 beats per minute from my heart. Anywhere with you is where I long to roam. Night or day, I'm taking you all the way. 'Cause my heart screams, let me carry you home. Bright lights and colors. Love is for the ones who dares to wait. No use in running when all I really want is to make you stay. Night says yes, you've been here for quite some time. But my heart tells me you should stay a little while. Are we at the end or are we at the start? 129 beats per minute from my heart. Anywhere with you is where I long to roam. Night or day, I'm taking you all the way. 'Cause my heart screams, let me carry you home. Oh, yeah. We are dreams, we are candles, we are light, we are believers, we are safe with each other, with each other. But are we at the end? Are we at the end or are we at the start? 129 beats per minute from my heart. Anywhere with you is where I long to roam. Night or day, I'm taking you all the way. 'Cause my heart screams, let me carry you home. Let me carry you home. Let me carry you home.
I don't know. I think they can make it. I think they can. I'm optimistic. I think they can. Welcome back, everybody, to K1 Speed in Canton, Ohio. So you've got Derek and James in the booth. We've now, we're 2 minutes away from getting underneath the last hour. Command blue flags will be coming out here soon. That track staff is going to be busy with forced blue flags.
It is all winding down here at the end as Team Oh Yeah with Jenson Jamson, or excuse me, Jenson Janda, and the rest of his crew leading the way with Team Oh Yeah. They've opened it up to about 4 laps now over 31 Motorsports with Pink Bunny Racing in third, Pajama Jammers there in fourth. Wow. And Kiwi Papaya rounding out our top 5.
So Pink Bunny taking the third spot temporarily right now because of pit stops. So they completed a stop while we were at break.
And there we see Pink Bunny putting their hand up. They are diving into the pit stalls with 1 hour and 1 minute remaining on the clock.
All right, so they're not going to make it.
I don't think they're going to make it. I don't think either Pajama Jammers or Pink Bunny is going to make it.
I was hoping that somebody would try to pull that strategy. I mean, they did 80 laps on this last stint. If you tried to extend it another 25 laps.
That may open the door up for Kiwi Papaya to reclaim a third-place position, as they are only about 3 laps off the mark of these two teams in third and fourth. So Kiwi Papaya back there in the number 5 spot. I'm not sure how they are sitting in their current stint and if they are going to be able to stretch it out to only have 1 more pit, but they are currently piloting kart number 34.
So Xander's been out there for 60 laps. So he's a little over halfway on the stint. But you're right, they've been on a good charge. So
he's going to have to make it about 21 more minutes to for sure make it in 1 more kart swap. Our countdown window is messing with us again as we have an hour of racing remaining.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's changing the translation of that time, which is an hour. I wonder if it'll switch back when it hits.
Here in 20 seconds, we'll see.
Maybe.
We do have 1 hour of racing remaining, essentially. 1 hour and 15 minutes plus 1 lap before the checkered flag will fly. Things are pretty well cemented up at the front, but 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, I'll even say 8th place is still undecided at this point in time. As we see Kiwi Papaya with kart number 34 making their way by K1 Speed Columbus. K1 Speed Columbus currently has, I believe, Nathan. Is he out on the track for K1 Speed Columbus?
Caleb, according to our tracking
Caleb,
sheet.
okay. Has Nathan been out there?
Yes, he has. Yeah, he's completed 1 stint, which is good because you have to, per the regulations. You're going to have a driver on the roster. But, yeah, Caleb back in the hot seat. Swapped around lap 1380, and that team is currently on 1454.
Yes,
So-
Kiwi Papaya could potentially make it with 1 more stop. Pajama Jammers and Pink Bunny, they have to stop 2 more times. This is going to be interesting all the way down to the wire.
Oh, is Xander going to have enough room? Good. Yep. All right. Caleb gives him space. Nice. Good hard racing out there. What?
Oh, yeah, that is your helmet.
We got Pons up in the booth. He's
Yeah.
creating
the
mischief.
gold flake helmet. I was wondering.
He loves to mess with us. Yeah, so Kiwi Papaya, right? Xander is wearing Pons' helmet. I hope the chin strap is strapped. Yeah. I'm so used to just seeing Xander in the car that I don't even have to look at the helmet, apparently.
Looks like
I'm
Marshall's
not that smart, but
comfortable again as he's got his left foot back up over the brake, kind of in cruise control mode. Doesn't have anything left to prove. He's 4 laps behind Oh Yeah Racing and 16, 17 laps ahead of Pajama Jammers. He doesn't really have anywhere to go except for around the circuit. 1 hour more. So Marshall Miller having a good ride. I think we've got Katy down there.
Go ahead.
All right. We've got Katy here. Katy, this is the last hour of the race. How are you feeling?
We got 1 more stint to do. We did our best. We kind of had a little hiccups, but we're going to finish strong and carry on.
12 hours of racing has accumulated to this 11 hours have accumulated to this last hour. This is where everything happens. This is where the action happens. We've had some things happen in the past few hours, but this is where everything could change. There's a slim chance, but things could change. What do you think of top 3? Do you think it's going to stay the same? Do you think it's going to change?
I don't know. Between 3 and 4, they're on the same lap and they are right next to each other. I think that might be the only change for the podium, but I think 1 and 2 are locked in. And then the rest of us down below, we're spaced out good enough that I think that part will stay the same. So
yeah, the Pajama Jammers and the Pink Bunny racing team have been very, very active against each other, attacking, defending. All of their racers seem like they understand the other team's driving strategies. Is that something that you try to learn?
we're just trying to pick up on mistakes because we need to make up some ground. We're just hoping for mistakes.
So, what have you got going over here? You got your whole setup. You got snacks. You've got refreshments. What are you looking at over here?
This was breakfast, lunch, dinner, and dessert because none of us left this spot. all day today.
Are you excited to be home after such a long day? It's been very eventful. You've been sitting in a cart for hours, on and off. Are you excited to be home?
I cannot wait to go to bed. I'm not even going to put on my pajamas. This is what I'm sleeping in. Sorry. I'll change tomorrow.
That's okay. It has been an eventful day for all of us. Thank you to everybody, all the sponsors, for making this possible. And I will see you guys in a little bit.
We love the long-haired, freaky people. It is great to have them here. In case we haven't mentioned that before, as we follow on-track action again, you got Tyler Stevenson, who just made the pass over Cy Linderman.
Yeah, we just seen and 31 Motorsports come in, completing their pit stop. So they're going to be out there. I don't know if they can stretch it out on this remaining cart. I believe they're going to have to come in one more time as well.
Yeah, if we consider a pit window being 40 to 45 minutes-ish, unless you recently swapped, you're probably on your last stop, or at least one more to go. I should say it that way.
There we see the blue flag flying for some of the faster traffic. As the last hour, that blue flag is in full effect. And there we see Tyler Stevenson, your overall race leader, clicking off some laps. And he has a long-haired, freaky people pilot right behind him, Cy, trying to stick
with him.
Yep, stick on to his rear bumper and work his way through the field with the blue flag advantage as well.
It's really interesting with the number of battles we followed on track here in the last couple hours that I feel like Racing has not even in the shot. Like a lot of the bundles and the packs and the passes and stuff we've been following, like they've been so far out and removed throughout the track. It's almost like all they need to do is just keep running lap times.
Yeah, for the most part, for the second half of the race, our cameras have been focused on the red squad, who has been in the mix of all of these battles, but we've seen Anthony Naroski kind of come in and out of frame, just silently just coming in and out of frame.
Yeah, they'll make a clean pass, they'll get out of that traffic, and the next thing you know, they're gone from the shot.
And then same thing for Gavin Peterson. They're just out there by themselves, and Jenson Janda. They've just been putting in the work.
Yeah. Like I said, they hired robots. The team is very methodical.
Very consistent laps from all of their drivers. Just a good drive for team. Oh, yeah.
And if they're able to pull off a win today, that pretty much puts them in an entire year sweep of our endurance championships. So Tyler taking two of the two championships, Season 7, Season 6, and then this same team dominating and winning the 6-hour Twilight Endurance race from 6 months ago. So that would be a tremendous resume builder for the Endurance Series for these 4 drivers.
Exactly so. So if there are any endurance teams that are looking for a driver, might want to look into these go-karts. I mean, even dip your toes into farming some of these drivers because they've showed the consistency. They've showed the discipline.
Here's the cool thing with Tyler Stevenson in particular. So he is the GP Ohio State champion. He's going to be heading out to nationals here in a little bit. He just came back from California, I think 2 days ago. He was out there practicing at K1 Circuit. He's going to be representing Ohio for K1. And with this kind of performance and the lap times he set while he was out there, it's going to be really interesting to watch to see what he can do in nationals and possibly moving on to Worlds.
Flying out to California just to practice driving a go-kart.
Yeah.
That is pretty.
I said, oh, that Xander looking in turn 1. Yeah, K1 Circuit. I said, how did you like it out there? He just big old smile. He's like, yeah, it was fun. Circuit is a whole different animal, different car, different tracks. It's still electric, but
who is that out there
different.
for Team Kiwi Papaya?
Well, it looks like David Pons.
It looks like David Pons.
That's Xander.
Borrowing a helmet here late in the day, throwing us for a ringer.
Driving like Ponzi. Oh, he didn't hear me. Never mind.
How does Marshall?
Oh, that was definitely a Pons move right there. Yeah, now he heard me.
How does Marshall make it around turn 3 CCW or turn 1 CCW without braking?
Lift.
Just
Use
lift?
engine regen. Save battery.
What percentage of regenerative braking do you have when you lift off the throttle?
When it engages, it'll do 40%.
And that can be tuned? You can tune that?
Yeah. Yeah, we leave it there because we try to balance it with arrive and drive racers. They get a little confused because they let off the throttle and the car slows down. Then they don't think they need to use the brake. So we've backed it off. I think 60 was the OEM setting. Not that it helps them improve very much, but it's there.
Now, what does a typical street car have? Do you know off the top of your head?
I don't know. I assume if you're in a Tesla and you've got complete regen, then it's full power because a lot of people don't even touch the brakes in a Tesla. Is that what you mean?
Yes, that is what I was getting at.
I would imagine you can probably get full regen if you wanted to from those cars.
I have heard some horror stories, though, of some regenerative braking on icy conditions. Tires trying to stop whenever they're trying to move on the ice. It's not such a good combination. But there we see Team Pajama Jammers trying to jam their way by Team Pink Bunny Racing, and that is the battle for third place.
Oh, he's going to get turned sideways. Not good for Zach. Was that a pass for that position?
That's the battle for third.
That was it. So Preston made the pass. Well, Zach was spun out by the guy behind him, which was Shake and Bake. So looking at pit stops, Preston making a stop on 1475 here about 25 laps ago. He's got all the irons in the fire.
We'll make it with one more. Some of these teams are going to have to make it possibly 2 more stops.
So we definitely need a replay of that because this was the podium position right here.
Wyatt Van Horn wants to know if there's going to be another 6-hour, and I could probably say yes, there will probably be another 6-hour event here at K1 Speed in the future.
All right, here we go. Preston looking. Gets alongside Zach. Goes side by side. Zach tries to respond. Go into 4, but Preston's well ahead. Zach's going to be pushed a little to the outside. And I think that's going to be the end of that clip. So great news for Pink Bunny Racing. Starting in the 7th spot. Trying to finish on the podium now.
They're working their way all the way up to that number 3 position after bulldogging their way by the Pajama Jammers. They're going to have to make another stop, but Kiwi Papaya, they might be able to stretch it out and make this last stop work well for them with only 47 minutes remaining with the pit window closing with 5 minutes left on the clock. There we see Kiwi Papaya coming in. They might try to stretch it out to the end with this stop right now. So Kiwi Papaya currently sitting in the number 5 spot.
Ooh, 46 minutes?
It's going to be a tough one for them to stretch it out this far. Very tough for them to stretch it out this far. But this was the only chance that they had to be able to work their way into this number 5 spot. So with ASR going to be making one more pit stop, Kiwi Papaya might or might not make it. They might or might not make it. And this might put ASR in the number 5 spot when the checkered flag flies. This is what I was saying about a half an hour ago. ASR is not out of a top 5. Nope. If Kiwi Papaya doesn't play their cards right, if they could have held on to it for just 5 more laps, they could have held on to the number 5 spot to the end. But I think Kiwi Papaya perhaps played it a little too safe here.
I'm checking the car that Xander got out of, we have it recorded as 34. Do you remember what car number it was? Oh, I'm on the wrong time frame. Sorry. All right, 34, last hour.
I don't know if he could have stretched it out any longer, though.
Yeah, they could. They're playing it safe.
So Kiwi Papaya might or might not have bit themselves with making that stop when they did.
Yeah, especially because now, I mean, you're so close on the lap counts. Going 93 laps, 45 minutes remaining. That's a tall ask for Alex as he takes command of the car number 32. Gotcha. Yeah, I was on car 34 in the wrong time window, but I see it now. I mean, they did dip below the 3, so they're, again, that's the cautionary strategy. We got an interview down in the pits.
All right, how's everybody doing? How are you guys doing?
I'm tired, but I'm good. We're doing great. Having fun.
All right, what's your name, sir?
I'm Caleb Mansell.
And what's yours?
Robert Fisher.
All right, so we haven't spoken with you guys today. We've kind of left you guys for last. Your other Ohio, what is it, second Ohio K1 Speed?
Yeah, we're out in Columbus.
Columbus, so that's over by the Polaris and everything like that.
Yep.
So you're not too far away, but you're not super close. You're about 2 hours.
Yeah, nice little drive back.
So what was your strategy going in today? I know you held states, and we came to you guys. What was your thought coming to our circuit?
Well, we're still pretty new to this, so we're just trying to figure it out. But really, we wanted to make sure we stayed out as long as possible. Last time we were here for the 6 hour, we kind of pit a little too much, and it cost us a lot. So we've learned our lessons and took it from there.
And what about you?
I don't even know what you said. Sorry.
So you guys don't really get to practice up here a lot. So what was your strategy going into it?
Oh, honestly, just not pitting as much as we did for the 6 hours. We did too much pitting, more than we should have, and just honestly just trying to put the battle to everybody. Everybody's running faster times than us, so we're just trying to stick behind everybody.
So we've got a lot of different strategies with Boost today, guys. We got people who have used it on the first 5 laps to get the cart warm. We've got people who will save it for last resort. We have people who will only use it for attack or defense. What was your strategy using Boost?
It's still pretty new to me, but really I wanted to make sure I get that acceleration down so that way I can try to get alongside people. It worked a couple times, and sometimes, stuff happens.
Yeah, I haven't really been using Boost much. I've been just trying to harvest it for towards the end of my runs and everything, just trying to get faster lap times in.
And lastly, before I leave you guys here, how many times have you guys been to K1, and how do you enjoy it compared to your home K1?
The home K1, it's got the double level, so that's always fun. The karts are very different, so they're fun. This is a fun way to handle it, and I've only ever done the little mini endurance race, the half-hour ones, and that was only in reverse, so going around the normal way, that was my first time doing it. So
it's a whole different experience for you. 12 hours is something that is very common. This is the world's first here. And just knowing that, how are you feeling, physically and mentally after such a long race?
Yeah, physically, I'm hurting more than everybody else. I've been out of go-kart racing for about 3 months, 3-4 months. So I haven't really had the practice going into this. So physically, I'm fine. Mentally, I'm well in it, ready to be out there again.
Sweet, thank you guys.
Yeah, thank you.
Of course.
That's their teammate on the track with the bunny ears there. That's AC taken for K1 Speed Columbus. Thanks for joining us, guys. We hope you stick with it too. We hope you like the race format and hope you come back for more.
So far, we are at 1,539 laps completed with 41 minutes left on the board. So we are looking at getting over 1,600 laps in for the fourth annual running of the Royalty Roofing 12 Hours of Canton here at K1 Speed. And there we are on board with K1 Columbus.
So if we were looking at Kiwi Papaya and we were questioning their pit strategy, we are now hit the 40-minute mark, which we roughly estimate to be a stint. But at this point, Kiwi Papaya has put 15, 17 on the board, so he's 12 laps into the stint.
It's going to be tough for him to stretch it all the way to the end.
Yeah, unless they're hoping for a yellow or something, but we've really only had 2 pace car yellows, other than track direction change. So
correct.
They've been pretty rare. Pretty much one in the first half and then one in the second half.
IC diving it down in, or excuse me, AC diving it down in. Got our eyes there on Alex Eckelberry with Team Kiwi Papaya. Here we see a great battle down the start straightaway between Preston Fisher and Dominic D'Angelo.
Preston Fisher's just really on a tear ever since he made that pass for third. Just keeps knocking out the lap times.
I've got a replay of that pass.
This is the AC move down on Zach.
AC with Zach Harmon, and Harmon with the line back down the inside is able to hang on to that position. So I had my eye on that, but I couldn't quite see the ending of it. Back on with Preston Fisher trying to pull away from Dominic D'Angelo with Team 31 Motorsports. 38 minutes remaining on the clock. Only 33 minutes before the pits will close. Pajama Jammers coming in for what would be their final pit stop. And they're going to run the wheels off this kart all the way down to the wire to hopefully recapture that number 3 spot away from Pink Bunny Racing. But Pink Bunny Racing will also have to come in for a pit.
And I'll bet you they're going to put Giovanni in the car. That's my guess on the anchor man.
Putting Giovanni in for Pajama Jammers to do the work to close in on Pink Bunny Racing. We'll see who Pink Bunny's going to put in, though, in this final stint.
Yep, I see it just popped up on our sheet. Gio is going to be jumping in the car. And that makes sense because Noah, Ryan, Joey, and Zach have all been the last stinters. And so they're going to save Giovanni for the end and try to see how he does in these last several laps.
Who's going to come in the Pink Bunnies camp? I'm curious to know, as Preston is currently out there. Could be Sean Richards, but we've seen Sean out there quite a few times. Or at least he's very noticeable with the all-pink attire.
It's always possible they could put Adam back in, but he was just in the car. Sean was 3 stints ago, so that would put him back in cycle theoretically.
We see Pink Bunny Racing there. We see Sean Richards trackside in his all-pink pajamas cheering on his team member.
As now Giovanni is going to try to take the fight too with him. So if he can close this.
So there's a couple of laps separating Pink Bunny Racing from Pajama Jammers. There's 3 laps separating this right now, but
that's what they're going to need for that last pit stop.
Exactly.
Won't stop Giovanni from trying to get by him to try to see if he can pull any kind of lead possible, but checking on last lap times, Preston hitting a 25.2, still really good pace, so it's going to be tough.
Kiwi Papaya now putting in 5 laps advantage on Shake and Bake and ASR, but Kiwi Papaya is playing that
extra pit stop game.
I don't know if they're going to make it or not. I don't know if they're going to make it as they pit with like 46 or 48 minutes remaining on the clock, 49 minutes on the clock. So it's
Are we stretching? Are we reversing theories? Because I was like, I think they can make it, but now
I didn't.
No, you didn't. We didn't vote on that one. I know.
That one was the one that was up in the air. We knew that Pajama Jammers and Pink Bunny Racing were going to have to pit this one extra time, which is that they're cycling through it right now. But Kiwi Papaya, that was the one that was up in the air, and ASR Racing, they could be able to capitalize, and it's up in the air. It really is.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to see how that sorts out. Interesting to point out, the two drivers on screen in real life are friends, so fierce competitors at the moment, off the track, but good karting buddies.
They were following back on board with Preston Fisher. We should see him come in the pits, I want to say, any lap now, just to make sure that it's going to run it out to the end. And we do see Sean Richards in the all-pink get-up with his helmet on trackside. So he will be your next driver going in for the Pink Bunny squad. And he's going to have to put the work in to hold off Giovanni. So this is going to be a race all the way down the wire.
That last step of the podium is worth some prize money, so the teams are definitely not only battling for it for pride, but just a little bit of cash. Third place giving you a $500 purse.
Might want to notify some. There we are watching Team Pink Bunny Racing continuing to work their way around the circuit. And that is Preston Fisher still locking down Pink Bunny Racing, but he's going to be coming in any moment now as Sean Richards set to get suited up for the Pink squad. Continuing to be on board there with Preston Fisher. I mean, he's the one that we're going to be watching come into the pits because we know that he has to come in and exchange carts. Kiwi Papaya back there in the number 5 spot is flirting with disaster, we'll say, as they have the potential to keep Shake and Bake and ASR behind them, but ASR not far off the mark of Shake and Bake for the 6th place position, just racing. So there we just seen Kiwi Papaya. He's going to be trying to drive smart, Alex Eckelberry, because he's got quite a few laps on Shake and Bake. So if he can just kind of milk that cart, he will have a top 5 locked down. Only has to drive for 30 more minutes.
Only. Make it sound easy. A lot of lift and coast. Not with that. Lift and coast, lift and coast.
Because, yeah, if he can hold on to that cart, he'll make it last to the end. And that would allow him to maintain the number 5 position. So if he can hold on to it, that's going to be keeping Shake and Bake and ASR behind him. So I got my eye there on Alex Eckelberry. See how easy he can drive that kart, because if he has to come into the pits, that will open the door for Shake and Bake and ASR to possibly move into the number 5 position. Shake and Bake and ASR battling there for position on the track. Only 7 seconds separate them, so it's all coming down to the wire, which is exactly what we wanted to see.
Well, and this might be the answer to our question about Kiwi Papaya, because we estimate they use 14 boosts. So if that's the case, it doesn't seem like they're planning on making it to the end.
No, they're running
all
it
out.
I think they could have played a little bit of a strategy here, holding on to their previous kart a couple of laps longer and not driving this kart as hard. I think they could have ran this one to the end.
Wait, Katy is back out on track. I thought she was going to go to bed. Did she want to go home?
She looked pretty gassed when she was behind the camera just a moment ago.
They threw her out there for one more stint? Man.
Well, she's going to make it difficult for anybody behind her to work their way around. In ASR Racing, they don't want to be stuck behind Katy.
Nobody does.
Nobody does. You're right. Shake and Bake is who ASR wants to see ahead of them, not long-haired freaky people.
Xander Carson from the Kiwi Papaya team will tell you, GP qualifying, it almost always lands with him and Katy qualifying next to each other, so they usually race together, whether in front or behind, but there's just always an on-track battle between the two of them.
You're still watching Kiwi Papaya's kart.
I am.
And Alex Eckelberry, yeah, he is still using the boost button pretty aggressively about it as well.
Yep, doesn't seem like there is any plan for them to try to make this kart last to the end.
And we're just hypothetically thinking what these teams could be deciding up here in the box, because we don't have communications with the teams directly to know what their strategies are.
Except for Cello. He's our only man. Command blue flag for the leader there, Tyler Stevenson in the blue, and he stands to potentially put 31 Motorsports yet another lap down. 6 laps separating first and second at the moment.
Sim Laws is wondering, how is somebody 13 laps down but still in third place? Well, if you've been racing for the past 11 and a half hours on a 25-second race course, it becomes pretty easy to get laps and laps and laps behind, especially whenever multiple pits become a factor. Spin outs, slower karts, malfunctioning karts. There are all kinds of factors, but a 25-second lap time and 11, 12 hours of racing is what will.
But more importantly, if you came out and raced against Racing and 31 Motorsports.
Yes, that
That's
too.
the biggest key right there. How do you end up that many laps down? You race against these guys.
Comparing Racing to K1 Speed Columbus, nearly 50 laps separates first from 10th place.
And based on the pace that Tyler is putting back there with the blue helmet, he wants to make that lead yet even further. Alex Eckelberry checking behind. He'll say, go ahead and wave by.
Yeah, at this point in time, no. Kiwi Papaya could not make it to the end with their current kart, the way that they have been driving it. But if they would have been able to manage it, it would have been questionable whether they could have driven that kart for 50 minutes if they would have been driving it very cautiously.
And if you're Dom D'Angelo in the front of this pack right here, he just goes off screen. He's going to let Tyler go by. I say, quote unquote, let go by. I can't imagine how exhausted he is right now.
I know that I've been gassed after just a normal 12-lap race here at K1 Speed. So doing that for essentially 6 hours straight is definitely taxing on the body.
Yeah, he is on his 8th stint. Each stint ranging from 95 to 105 laps, 100-lap average. 31 Motorsports keeping that average right there at 100, which is really good to see. But 40 minutes at a time wrestling, they're not going to want to admit it, or maybe I might be jumping conclusions, but that is an advantage that has had, because you got 4 drivers and you can keep the team just a little bit fresher.
Absolutely.
I know these guys are setting great lap times, but it's got to be a contributing factor.
Pink Money Racing has the most drivers of any of the teams, so their drivers would theoretically be fresher than their competition. And there we see Kiwi Papaya coming into the pits with 25 minutes remaining on the clock. So they are going to be giving up that number 5 spot, I want to say. I do believe Shake and Bake will be making it to the end. They're going to try.
Last pit stop on 14:65. Shake and Bake currently on 15:48. That puts them at 83 laps.
Oh, they're not going to make it to the end, no.
They're not going to make it.
So Shake and Bake's going to have to come in, and ASR will also have to come in. And that will put Kiwi Papaya back up in the number 5 spot after all of that shakes around.
Yep. ASR right now sitting with 1 additional pit stop over Shake and Bake, so with their last stop.
That is right. ASR has a fresh car. Shake and Bake coming in.
ASR's average stint, 94 laps. Shake and Bake, 97. So 3-lap difference between those guys.
When was the last time we seen ASR in?
Last pit stop was on 15:05, and they are currently running
15:50.
15:50. So math's pretty easy on that. 45 laps.
They might. They might make it to the end.
Oh, yeah, I see Dom's situation. Nobody likes kart 19. That's the issue.
We have been talking up here in the box about which kart they have been talking about possibly down in the pits, and
yeah, that's the one.
That one and number 1.
There's always one. Well, I'm sure in the driver's eyes there's plenty, but there's at least one. Well, Sean's over here on the right-hand side of the shot. Doesn't look like he's, I want to say suited up. He's always suited up, but I mean helmet in hand. But if he's the man on deck, he'll be waiting for Preston to complete his pit stop.
Preston's still out there. Yeah, Preston is still out there. I swear that I seen Sean with his helmet on just a few moments ago.
Oh, in the team chat, they're telling us that Travis is going to go in, not Sean Richards. All right, thanks, guys.
Okay. Thank you for that information up here. So Pink Money Racing going to be trying to hold off the Pajama Jammers here down to the wire with only 22 minutes of racing remaining. There we see Kiwi Papaya coming back out there on the track, trying to get some heat in their tires. They still have the number 5 position after Shake and Bake came in for their pit. That puts ASR there in the number 6 spot.
Just a thought, but if you were 31 Motorsports and you really didn't like kart 13 or 19, but you were 16 laps, 12 laps between your positions, wouldn't you go ahead and pit? Or at this point, you're just going to ride it out because you're 4 laps behind the leader?
If you know you got to make one more stop, just dive in, get it done, and ride it out to the end. 31 Motorsports, I would probably take care of swapping out and putting Marshall behind the hot seat for his final run. 21 minutes on the clock for the 4th running of the 12 Hours of Canton here at K1 Speed, presented by Royalty Roofing. Thank you to Sloan Detail Shop, Sloan Products Limited. Thank you for helping us out, and thank you for helping our teams. for the 2026 running. And there we see Aaron Puckett lifting off the throttle, allowing Pajama Jammers to work their way by, and they have long-haired freaky people trying to work their way by as well with a quick pass, attempting to, nonetheless.
And that put Aiden back in the seat for Kiwi Papaya. Not sure if you mentioned that or not, but Alex being out for about 47 laps, and they're going to go ahead and pit just to make sure they get inside that closure window. And it'll be 15 minutes now before the pits close for good.
Everybody kind of making their last decisions here before the checkered flag is set to fly.
This is Aiden's 6th stint.
He's been out there just about as much as the two-man crews. If there's an opportunity to head out there on the track, Aiden is definitely volunteering.
Again, to my knowledge, we didn't have any substitutions utilizing that rule for drivers under 18 if they couldn't make it or they needed to hop out. So just props to all the young drivers who made it thus far.
Here we are continuing to watch Team Kiwi Papaya with Aiden Harbaugh behind the wheel. And there we see Pink Bunny Racing heading in the pits.
He's trying to edge it all along, but his pit timer is running, so there's no sense in hurrying it on.
No need to hustle down that pit lane.
Hey, it's just, it's habit, right?
So Pink Bunny Racing in the pits for their final stop. Pajama Jammers out on the track. Can Giovanni stay in it for these final 18 minutes? Can he close the gap on Pink Bunny Racing after they come back out there on the track with cold tires and make the pass? Will Pajama Jammers have to come in here at the end? I think they can stay out there all the way to the wire, out there to the checkers.
Giovanni was coming around just as the timer hit 25 seconds remaining for Pink Panthers. This is going to be a close pit exit. Are they going to get it?
Pajama Jammers.
Pink Panthers is just now rolling out.
So that is still going to have Pink Bunny Racing ahead of Pajama Jammers by about a third of a lap.
I misjudged the roll time out of the pits. You don't get speed until a second or two after you have expiration.
So Giovanni Blackerby's got a lot of work to do here on the final lap if he can close in on Pink Bunny Racing.
Last lap time of 25.3, which is competitive, staying with the field. Pink Bunny getting the cart up to temperature. Travis back in the hot seat. Final stint for that team.
I don't know if he can get it done. I think Kiwi Papaya is just too far out of it at this point. Or excuse me, Pajama Jammer is just too far out of it at this point. On Pink Bunny, I think the Podium.
Yeah, Preston really pulled out a good gap over Giovanni on that last stint before they pulled into the pits.
Travis out there, anchor leg for Pink Bunny Racing. Good decision to put him behind the wheel. The team that was thrown together last minute in the last 2 weeks is proving to be very competitive.
A very strong showing from the Pink team today.
There we see another cluster of riders. The accordion is coming back together here at the very end of the race with 31 Motorsports and Oh Yeah Racing right there in the mix. We are watching Pajama Jammers. Now we're watching this 5-driver battle between second place and first place. There we see Jenson Janda trying to dive in on AC. in turn number 3. Jenson not quite able to make that pass. AC going to get the blue flag, and Jenson's going to dive down the inside in the carousel and make that move. Now he's going to try to close in on Shake and Bake. Shake and Bake, one lap off the mark of Speed Freaks, who is 1 lap off the mark of ASR, who is 4 laps off of Kiwi Papaya, who pretty much has 5th place figured out at this point in time. There we see the hand coming up for 31 Motorsports' Dominic D'Angelo. He's coming into the pit, and he is going to swap out and have Marshall Miller come out here and wrap it up for him.
Yeah, again, I'm still wondering why they left him out in that car so long because of their complaints, but I don't know.
That was cart number 19?
Yeah. It was said in the chat that it made a name for itself today. So Marshall had it earlier, Dom had it again, but they still stayed out for 93 laps.
And
so.
Marshall had that car for 107 laps, but that was the one that he was unhappy with its performance, if I'm remembering correctly.
Right, yeah, it's the same car.
So yeah,
I mean, at the end of the race, we won't hear about how many good cars there were. We'll hear about all the terrible cars and all the problems that everybody had. But
yep.
That's to be expected in this competitive environment that we've created.
Always hear about the negative things, never hear about the good things.
Yep. Could have done this, had this, whatever. Coulda.
There we're sitting on board watching Shake and Bake, who is got some company with AC. Got a good look there at Marshall Miller and the rest of the pits. Here we got Marshall Miller out there just kind of wrapping things up. He's got 13 more minutes, just another Sunday drive for him on a Friday night. He's got nothing to prove out there except for just to wrap it up now. 13 minutes, that is about 26 laps, 27 laps. About 30 laps remaining for these drivers, give or take. Which would put us right there about 1,633 laps completed.
And for those of you keeping score at home, 31 Motorsports average pit length 100. Oh yeah's average pit length, stint length 99. These guys both completing the same number of laps to stay ahead of the competition by 12 laps overall.
And has their stints been that much longer than the rest of the fields, as they have had 99 and 100 lap averages? The next closest team, 98 lap average with Pink Bunny Racing. And they are in third place.
Coincidence, yeah.
Shake and Bake with a 97 lap average. We have 95 lap average for Speed Freaks. We have a 91 lap average for Team ASR and 90 lap average for Pajama Jammers and those long-haired freaky people. "12 minutes remaining before the white flag will fly." Marshall Miller still out there clicking some laps as he makes his way through the kink in that reverse direction. The accordion kind of stretching it out there, so not a whole lot happening here at the tail end of the race. Speed Freaks about 6 seconds off of ASR. That's for 6th place.
And by the way, just now surpassing the 1,600 lap mark.
Sitting on screen, we have Pink Bunny Racing. Travis Van Horn out there for Pink Bunny Racing. So, oh yeah, with about 7 laps over the competition.
Clinton Matthews in the chat said, let's keep this going another 12 hours. Thanks, Clinton.
I'm okay.
Yeah.
I want to go home and take care of the power that's out at my house.
I think mine's out too. Guess we'll find out.
Yeah. Always something.
The kids are still wide awake. That's great. Love it. If the adrenaline's still pumping, then great. You know, I'm glad it's working.
There we got Team Oh Yeah still sitting in the number 1 spot. Team 31 Motorsports in the number 2 spot. And Pink Bunny Racing pretty much has that number 3 spot locked down at this point in time. Nine minutes and 45 seconds of racing remaining here for the Royalty Roofing 12 Hours of Canton.
And just a reminder, if you're watching this and you think you're interested in participating, our Endurance Series is going to start up again the last Sunday of the month. We're going to take a couple weeks off, give everybody a chance to breathe, a.k.a. our staff and everybody. But we'll be back at half-hour races, and if the weather permits, we're going to be outdoors for the season. Very happy to see so far that the boost has held up all day. I mean, we'll get some feedback here and there, I'm sure, of reports of this and that. But in general, I mean, we've seen good performance. The concern from the start of the race was how much of an impact was this going to be, not only to the teams, but to the equipment. And from what we can tell so far, the equipment's held up really well. Teams have used it very well, and I think it's helped in some strategies.
Yeah, I believe it was a great implementation. It has not hindered.
You know, Armand brought this up because he raced this race in previous years, and he said, you have to understand, like, when you get behind somebody, sometimes you get stuck behind them for 20 laps. And he's like, if you're trying to go catch the leader and you got a person in front of you, like, having a boost button goes a long way because you can try to get around them. And that's what we want to try to foster here. And I think we saw some examples of that, people using it strategically.
And I would have to attest to that. As we have seen in years past, the race has been decided fairly early, as riders have been getting bottlenecked up behind lapped traffic, preventing them from working their way through. And the race was pretty well figured out pretty early, at least by the 6 hour mark. There was definitely some teams showing an advantage over others. And we had that again here today. But the racing action within the field itself was a lot tighter. We had battles for the number 1 position, battles for the number 3 position, battles for 5th, 7th, and 8th and 9th. So, yeah, we've had battles deep in the field. So the implementation of the boost button, thumbs up from me up here in the box.
Great. Yeah, hopefully we get the same feedback from the drivers, too. They've enjoyed doing it as part of the endurance. And it's a good sign that our batteries, I'll tell you, 2 months ago, I started with battery load tests, and I wanted to see what kind of condition our batteries were in so that we knew how we were positioning ourselves for this race. And the best way to do that is put a static load on there. So we put a charge on there, and we consistently draw, I think it's between 10 and 15 amps. I forget what the load was. And I've just pulled 4 cars at random with different cycle counts on them to stimulate like a wide variety of usage. And I tell you that every single battery finished that test within 2 minutes of each other. So with the daily use these things get, and then the abuse that we throw them through twice a year, they're doing very, very well.
And I want to say that the implementation of the boost button has lessened a lot of the heat out there on the track, as drivers would be bottlenecked up behind traffic. Like you said, Armand was saying, for 20 laps, they would get frustrated, and they would start getting aggressive, and that's when we would see them spinning out more often and the yellow flag coming out. So with the implementation of the boost button, we've seen officially 2-3 yellow flags out there, where in years past it's been double digits.
Yeah, I think that's probably a valid point too. And again, we'll hear more stories about things that we didn't see on stream or didn't talk about. But I think in general, my expectation is that we should have some good stories coming back from that implementation.
Right there.
All right, in 33 seconds, the pits will close. No more pit stops. Everybody on track is going to be responsible for finishing their race. Keeping an eye on the scoreboard just to see if there's any possibility of any movement, but we see lots of consistent lap times going down that list there. Speed Freaks about 2 seconds away from ASR Racing, so if there's a battle on track, that's probably our closest one. That'll be the battle for 6th spot.
And pits have closed. So if you get caught with a dead machine, kind of stuck now.
Yep. But I think everybody's good. I think everybody we've checked is well within their stints, and the only thing that might hold us back would be a mechanical failure at this point.
Speed Freaks coming back in on ASR. 6th place is not decided here with only a second and a half separating the white from the silver roll hoop covers. Things are getting heated up here.
Blake Scheckler at the helm.
Trying to close in on ASR. There is your gray roll hoop cover trying to close in on the white hole roll hoop cover. That's Aaron Puckett piloting ASR. And Aaron's like, 6th place. Job well done. But he does not realize Blake Scheckler's behind him.
Oh, I'm sure he realizes it. And Blake is very well aware of the possibility of getting behind that cart and trying to make a move within the last 3 minutes and 45 seconds.
Yeah, we've got about 6 or 7 laps left to go before the checkered flag will fly. And Blake Scheckler is on a tear here late in the race, only 0.3 of a second separating their laps. Scheckler is closing in on ASR, and he is feeling the pressure from Shake and Bake, who has nothing to improve if he makes his way by the Speed Freaks team. So Shake and Bake just wanting to get all the propulsion he can coming from the green team behind him to help push him by Aaron Puckett. And Aaron Puckett, he's doing what he's done all race.
The gap is closing. We do have a team that's pretty close on battery. I think they're okay for the last 3 minutes, but the 31 of Blake Scheckler is dwindling off there. They're getting towards the end of the stint. They do have 82 laps, 83 laps on the car now.
That's Aaron Puckett.
Yeah. Oh, no. Yeah, you're right. Sorry, I said Blake. Aaron.
So Aaron has to play it very cautious here through the final 2 minutes, but playing cautious, but a wide cart trying to hold Blake Scheckler off. That's a tall order.
Blake's got plenty of power for the last 2 minutes. Looks like he's used about 12 boosts, and Aaron about 1. So, yeah, definitely going conservative route, playing the end game, as you've been saying all day.
Aaron Puckett with Team ASR, he was hoping for something better than 7th. And if he finishes in 7th, statistically speaking, he has done better than he has in years past. But a 6th is definitely better than a 7th place finishing position. So he has some determination to keep Blake Scheckler behind him. But Scheckler, he's just out for it right now. He's just giving everything he's got. The young gun.
Aaron's got to keep it smooth.
From Strasburg trying to close in on Aaron Puckett here with just
making sure he keeps the door closed there in turn 3 so that Blake doesn't have a window of opportunity. Front straightaway they go. A minute and a half remaining. We're watching the battle for 6th.
Is that still up to date on your telemetry, or does that need refresh? We are looking at Aaron Puckett's cart.
That is active, yeah.
He is still showing with about 3 volts on his lowest cell, so he is still within window of holding on to it,
which is normal.
Right.
That's the lifespan in there, but they're just
1
a little
minute
closer probably than they want to be for comfort.
1 minute before the white flag will fly for Team Oh Yeah, and Jenson Janda He'll probably say, oh, yeah, when he sees that white flag come out, and he'll probably say it again when it turns into checkers. But Aaron Puckett still feeling the pressure from Blake Scheckler, trying to move by into the number 6 position. 41 seconds remaining on the clock.
They're probably going to have 2 laps before white flag, so 3 laps total. He's got some work cut out for him, and Aaron's also going to have a car in front of him. That's going to be the K1 Columbus.
Scheckler's got 2 laps remaining, so these drivers also have 2 laps remaining. Blake Scheckler trying to make the move around the... they got caught up with some lap traffic from K1 Speed Columbus, making their way by cleanly.
And I don't think Aaron had a choice. He had to use a boost there because he couldn't risk getting locked up behind him.
0 seconds on the clock. White flag is going to come out for your race leader. Oh, yeah. And the rest of the carts taking the white flag as well. Katy Wise really happy to see that white flag as well. And Blake Scheckler going to be pushing the boost button around every turn to try to make the pass on Aaron Puckett here on the final lap. But Aaron Puckett going to be hanging on to all those inside lines. But the white flag turns to checkers for Team Oh Yeah, Jenson Janda. Backing it up with Gavin Patterson, Tyler Stevenson, and Anthony Naroski, bringing home the title for the 4th running of the 12 Hours of Canton, presented by Royalty Roofing.
Congratulations to that team. Gavin got to celebrate on the last stint of the 6 hours, and he got to carry the checkered flag, and now it's Jenson's turn.
And ASR was able to hold off Speed Freaks. 31 Motorsports, you definitely seen the fire in their eye early in the race as they were showing super fast laps, closing in on Oh Yeah, making the pass and leading for quite a bit of this race, opening it up to about a lap, but that has closed in and gone the other way about the halfway mark. And at the halfway mark, we definitely seen Oh Yeah pulling away from 31 Motorsports. 1 lap turned into 2, 2 laps turned into 3, and so on and so forth, opening it up to 8 laps. Oh Yeah had
he's going to do another lap.
31 Motorsports.
Yeah, let's do it again.
Pink Bunny Racing, great performance there in the number 3 position as they had to fight hard with Pajama Jammers contesting for the bottom step of the box all race long. And Team Kiwi Papaya, the orange squad, showed resilience, keeping themselves in the fight all the way down to the wire.
Oh, victory at last for this guy.
James, I'm heading down to the box.
All right. Yeah, we've seen so many times, Jenson and Gavin fight back and forth in the teen league, and they're with tenths and hundredths and thousands of a second of each other, sometimes in qualifying runs. And Jenson recently in one of the endurance rounds qualified on pole. He wasn't able to keep the lead, and he finished second. But, man, does this feel good to finish 12 hours with the most laps on the board, as he keels over in exhaustion and relief all at the same time. Can't wait to talk to that Pink Bunny Racing team, get their impressions on the day, and also strong showing for 31 Motorsports all day. That 2-man team, Marshall Miller and Dom D'Angelo, did not disappoint in their performance today. We're going to get set up with the podium celebration. We're going to roll for just a few minutes. Hang with us a couple minutes, guys, and we'll be down for the big trophy presentation.
but some part of me is hoping for tonight. It's not too late. My mind says yes, you've been here for quite some time, but my heart tells me you should stay a little while. Are we at the end or are we at the start? 129 beats per minute from my heart. Anywhere with you is where I long to roam. Night or day, I'm taking you all the way. 'Cause my heart screams, let me carry you home. Bright lights and colors. Love is for the ones who dare to wait. No use in running when all I really want is to make you stay. Night says yes, you've been here for quite some time, but my heart tells me you should stay a little while. Are we at the end or are we at the start? 129 beats per minute from my heart. Anywhere with you is where I long to roam. Night or day, I'm taking you all the way. 'Cause my heart screams, let me carry you home. Oh, yeah. We are dreams, we are candles, we are light, we are believers, we are safe with each other, with each other. But are we at the end? Are we at the end or are we at the start? 129 beats per minute from my heart. Anywhere with you is where I long to roam. Night or day, I'm taking you all the way. 'Cause my heart screams, let me carry you home. Let me carry you home. Let me carry you home. Let me carry you
We hope you enjoyed those couple highlight reels. We're going to go down to Derek now, who has the podium celebration, and I believe the Royal Roofing representative is going to be presenting trophies.
Yes, we have our podium presentation going on down here at the box, and rounding out the top three for the day, we have the team compiling of Travis Workman, Xavier Putman, Preston Fisher, Michael Fisher, Robert Fisher, Adam Albright, and that is Team Pink Bunny Racing, rounding out our top three. Give them a round of applause and come up here on the box, Team Pink Bunny Racing. Great performance from Team Pink Bunny Racing. And who was the captain for Team Pink Bunny? And did you guys meet your expectations today?
Well, considering we threw a team together 2 weeks before the race, I was just hoping to come out and make a race of it. I had no expectations to do this well, honestly. With all due respect to everyone here, this is absolutely amazing.
Well, congratulations to you guys, and I hope to see your team come back in the future for more great events. Is there anybody that you would like to thank for getting you this far?
Yeah, we'd like to thank all of our sponsors, particularly PKC, Pro Kart Concepts. Thank you, Dan Schlosser. Gift cards for everybody on the team. We appreciate it. Our sponsors, EW Smith Tree Company. Who else we got on here? Bonsky Heating and Cooling, Sloan Product in Jackson, and our families here, my wife, our mom and dad, everybody here, because they all came out to support us. So everybody here, we would just owe a big thank you to literally everybody that came out here.
Right on. Give Team Pink Bunny Racing a round of applause, rounding out our top 3. Finishing there in the number 2 spot with the team compiling of Dominic D'Angelo and Marshall Miller, 31 Motorsports. Finishing there in the number 2 spot. Give them a round of applause as they are coming up here on the box. Dominic D'Angelo, Marshall Miller. It was Marshall Miller captaining the team, and you guys are got to be a little bit tired after only being 2 drivers behind the helm for that long. You got to be feeling it here late in the night.
Not tired, no.
No, not tired. Marshall's not tired. You could do some more racing, but you guys happy with your performance this year?
Happy with what we gave you.
That is what I guess we can't be any happier than that. Dominic, are you happy with coming out here and racing this year?
Absolutely, yeah.
And right on. Glad to have you guys here for the 2026 running. And who's helping you guys out and getting you here today? Who's all your sponsors?
No one. Us.
Your back pocket, your visa, and your 9 to 5 Monday through Friday getting you here. So anybody helping you out, Dominic?
Nope.
Fair enough. So that is Team 31 Motorsports finishing there in the number 2 spot. And coming up here on top of the box, finishing in the number 1 position with a team compiling of Jenson Janda, Gavin Patterson, Tyler Stevenson, and Anthony Naroski. Team, oh yeah, taking the number 1 spot. Team Oh Yeah making their way to the top step of the box, and it's been 12 hours. I don't remember who I asked who was your team captain, and it was you, Gavin Patterson. Did you guys meet your expectations this year?
Yes.
And did you have as much fun as you have in years past?
Yeah.
More so. Short, sweet, to the point. What are your goals moving forward for the rest of 2026? Trying to get some more endurance race wins and off-road races? What are your goals for the rest of the year?
Just do the best I can and hopefully win some more races than I already am. Yeah, just do better.
And who's all helping your team and getting Oh Yeah to the top step of the box today?
Mom, Dad, D&K Fence, just my family.
Anybody else?
Nope.
Right on. So that is finishing in the number 3 spot, Team Pink Bunny Racing, 31 Motorsports in the number 2 spot, and at the top of the box, oh yeah, taking the number 1 spot for the Royalty Roofing 12 Hours of Canton at K1 Speed. These guys getting all the glamour shots down here on the podium, and I'm going to send things back up to you, James, wrapping things up for the day. Thanks for having us here at K1 Speed.
All right, thanks, Derek. Congratulations to all those guys who have worked hard all day and running the 12 hours. Hey, if you really like this, make sure you're subscribed to our channel and you watch out for the Endurance Series, because that's going to be coming back here in a little bit. We'll be live streaming that back with our normal crew. And if you want to come race with us, we're open tomorrow. So drive the same cars. For all the production staff, thanks to our producers and our team who make this all work. Thanks very much to our hardworking K1 staff who are behind the scenes making the cars charged and all that good stuff. We hope you guys enjoyed the entertainment. Have a great night. We'll see you in a couple weeks.